tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head.
Tell you what you can't do, can't do, can't do.
them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head. Tell you what you can't do, can't do, can't do. tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your ways.
Tell you what you can't do, can't do, can't and it's going to be Sage's Sanctuary, the Unbridled Outburst pushing him back, but KK in a bad spot. He's going to be destroyed. Infinite Fastness aggressively used, but Rilber's been killed in return, and it looks like they want to go Dow. He's going to be going in. Sage's Sanctuary used in return. Chaos Cinder is going to be there, and it looks like Zhen's is going to be killed, and it looks like Dow is starting to do the damage, but he's just so low. He's continuing to go. Want to go more. The Peacebreaker pushing them back. The Think Inside the Box is going to be committed as well, and Arashi does get sniped out. He's going to be killed, and they've gotten Ochik as well. The Death at Sunset, one last hurrah. Does he get a pick off onto KK? He does. He did get something. He Moonlight Flashes, tries to go to safety, but he sees yet. Wind Slash is going to be a little off the mark. I don't think he actually goes for this Unruly Blade. Jens has already been killed, and they've got the nice little knockup. He throws out the Truth. Rilber is doing some damage. The Dream Roam all the way around. The Dream Bubble as well. Kyung is limping away. He's going to be fine. ASD not as lucky. He's going to be killed here. Rilber continuing to fight. They did get... Tyrant is still up in there, and it looks like Rilber's going in for this one. He tries to get in, but Rilber's going to be the first to fall, and it looks like the Infinite Fastness on the sideline. He wants to go aggressive. He's going to go in. Nice two-man knockoff. Illusion. He dashes away to safety. Everybody's so low. Arashi, we're using that path of passing to get away. Cayenne is going to be killed. Ochik, that is. Jens is going to be killed as well, and Kyung is chasing after him.
Down on this, but on the back line, Dow is helping out the teammate. They're looking for Kyung. Now the Mega Tank is out. Where is Series dead as well? Now just left with Faye as well as Haku. The two against the world of Fearless Esports, and it looks like the KK is laying down the pain. Haku not long for this world. The heals come in. It is gonna be Haku, and right now Chaos Cinder's laid down. The stuns come in, but Leaping Savior gives them the shield as well. The Beast Form has been unleashed, and once again Dow on the back lines. He's gonna make life a hell for the side of Nongshim RedForce. The spice is just not enough.
But they're continuing.
Yep, they're gonna try and get the stuns on. The life bars are falling low, but it's still a kill. Kyung out of the picture, out of the game, and it looks like Fearless Esports will not be denied.
Meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Honor of Kings Championship 2024. We have 3 teams representing the Pacific. It's going to be Fearless Esports, Nongshim RedForce, and of course, SCARZ coming at you. We've got a round robin. It's going to be the final day to find out who actually qualifies for the Honor of Kings Championship. My name is Holler, and with me is Kindo Fu. That's right, your favorite kind of tofu, and today is the conclusion of the Pacific play-ins. This is going to be a very important day. Now, of course, we have the results from yesterday, which means that Fearless Esports Hong Kong going to sit atop everyone in the table at this point. So the rest of today, it's really for Nongshim RedForce as well as SCARZ to kind of change and control their fate and maybe pull up their standards against Fearless Esports Hong Kong. All right, somebody has to knock him down off a peg because right now Fearless Esports looks like they're going to be running off with this one. Somebody has to make a dent in this one, and I do feel like Nongshim RedForce, they're the number 2 squad. They did beat SCARZ, so they do need to. They have the potential to do it, and of course that's going to be our first matchup of the day. It's going to be Fearless Esports Hong Kong going up against Nongshim RedForce. I think that this is going to be the game to watch. Of course, the other ones are going to be super important. Assuming that we do get a bit of an upset, it's going to be SCARZ Fearless Esports in the second match, and of course the final one will become SCARZ versus Nongshim RedForce. That's right. So, you know, for the fans of SCARZ and Nongshim RedForce, they'll be looking for some tiebreakers to happen, but for that situation to appear, we need teams to beat Fearless Esports Hong Kong. And at this point, the question is, can anyone do it? Yeah, and I mean, we saw glimpses of it. There was definitely the potential. There were some, I would say, early game moments where Fearless Esports were kind of not on their best. I mean, they were able to come back and they did sweep almost every single game that they played yesterday. So here's Nongshim RedForce to start. It's going to be Illusion, Haku, Kyung, Siri, and of course, it's going to be Faye. This is a squad that I have high hopes of just because they're wearing the same colors as the Shin Ramyeon from Nongshim. That's right, red hot and hopefully even more spicy today. Now, the standards they've put up yesterday were decent, right? You could definitely see the quality coming in from the team. Right now, they just need to polish a little bit more of the gameplay, right? Make some better decisions and hopefully some better itemizations as well. We need that aggression coming out from Nongshim RedForce. Oh man, look at you, like totally like a dad. You're like, these gamers are making bad decisions. Come on. Well, you can't blame us, right? Both of us are dads, so you know where I'm coming from. Yeah, understood. And of course, I mean, I would expect to see them really step up. I think there was a lot of learnings, a lot of lessons that they learned yesterday, and getting into this one. I mean, Fearless Esports did look like a bit of a titan, and here is Fearless Esports. It's going to be Xingling, Dao Dao, Fable, KK, and of course, Woodwin. But after the games that we saw, and there were only 4 of them by Fearless Esports, Kindofu, who do you think really stuck out to you? I think at this point, right, the main person that sticks out to me is Xingling. Xingling has been making so many super plays across the board for Fearless Esports, right? The way he handled that Mayin, the way he was handling his Byron, it was just a difference of class, right, between the clash lanes, and that really trickled down into the performance of the entire team because he helped them establish the lead. Now, this is not to discount the efforts of the other members as well. Dao Dao, a monster in his own right, taking the Yuhuan to just greater heights, and with the elegance of his plays, really pulling the team through to a different standard that really sets them apart from the competition. Yeah, and I mean, not to discredit what the rest of the squad have done in terms of Fable, KK, and Woodwin, but I think that this is a squad that's really kind of on the backs of Xingling and Dao Dao. These two are like the big playmakers. They kind of get in your face. They get pickoffs left and right. You know, they win the one-on-ones, and that's pretty much all you want, especially from your clash laner and your jungle here. Oh, for sure. Now, there's another member that we're going to have to talk about, and that's Fable, right? Fable, I think, kind of disappeared for a little moment. The Angela game wasn't his best, but simply because I think the opponents knew how to kind of kite their abilities. You know, Angela is one of the basic heroes that you get when you first start the game. So it's understandable that they have a great knowledge of how to deal with an Angela. Question is today, will they put Angela back in the hands of Fable? Yeah, and we're going to have to find out. I mean, it's going to be very interesting going into this one. Of course, the first draft is going to be underway very shortly. But, you know, I think that it's just more of the fact that, like, Xingling and Dao Dao are just so good. They get their farm, and they do it somewhat naturally, where they're not just, like, hoarding all of, you know, the lane in the mid lane, for instance. But they're able to get it throughout. So there's a little bit less pressure on Fable and KK to perform. Obviously, they perform when they need to, and they do step up. But let's talk a little bit about Woodwin, because I feel like his setups were just on point yesterday. Oh, for sure. Woodwin is a different class of roam, right? I like him as a roam simply because I play roam as well. So, you know, the way that he rotates around the map has been very
enabling for the side of Fearless Esports, right? He always opens up the space for the map. And, you know, when you give a chance to players like Dao Dao, Xingling, or even KK at this point, they never fail to take that opportunity and take it by storm as well. Now, this is a very strong team from Fearless Esports, but with all of the grace and, you know, compliments we're throwing to them, Nongshim RedForce, do not be misguided. They are a very strong team as well, and they definitely will be looking to upset Fearless Esports Hong Kong.
I think they have the skill to do so, right? I think Nongshim, I was quite impressed with their play. I think they've really stepped up from the last chance qualifiers, but it looks like the strategy has been mainly about just feeding Haku. Let the Haku carry you to the victory. You know, not to discredit the rest of the team, but I think that they're trying to prioritize that. But Fearless Esports did have an answer for this. Is Nongshim RedForce, is that strategy the right one where you're just, again, funneling a lot of the farm to Haku?
Yeah, exactly right. So I think that was the common state of all of the three teams yesterday, which was let's get the farm into the jungle. The jungle will kind of set the stage for us, which is not wrong, right? End of the day, the jungle sets the pace of the game. He's the one that will decide, okay, are we going to go fight for this objective? And at this point, I'm looking forward to Nongshim having a different flavor today.
Yeah, different flavor, different ways to change it up. Because I think Fearless Esports, again, they had an answer for every single question that Nongshim, you know, asked them, right? Nongshim RedForce, again, it's one of those things where you have a strategy in mind, you tried it once, didn't work the second time, right? But now, is it going to be a completely different question? Is it going to be the same question? And of course, all of these questions we're going to find out with this draft alone.
Yeah, so right off the bat, we're going to have the Dolia and the Arlie band coming out from Nongshim RedForce, and the Musashi and the Mai. So this speaks volumes. We can expect the Yuhuan, we can expect the Algren as well, and there we go. Illusion going to snap pick the Yuhuan up, and probably going to go into the hands of Haku. Bear in mind, this is still a flex pick.
Still flexible, still, you know, you have your options. I think it's strong because of the fact that, I mean, it's a great hero in and of itself, but also you're taking it away from Dao Dao from Fearless. So I think it's like a double win in that sense. But now, okay, if you're going to counter pick, okay, they go into the Lady Jun and the Dune right away. So they had their counter picks in mind already.
Oh yes, for sure. And this is a good synergy to have, right? So Lady Chen and Dun, simply because with the way that Yuhuan operates, you would want the team to kind of clump up together. And the two members that do really well, Lady Chen and Dun as well, right? Dun can jump in with the Unruly Blade. Lady Chen can use the Destructive Deluge with the Ocean of Tears, Flowing Sigh. A lot of CC.
Yeah, definitely a lot of CC, but okay, Nongshim are kind of like, hey, we're going to use Sunbin, get ourselves out of there if we need to. It really helps Yuan, who has that unending sorrow, plus you have the time flux on top of that to further boost you out. Definitely good options, especially since, you know, you're talking about how Dune wants to be up front and in the heart of the enemy team. But if Nongshim are just kind of able to keep everybody afar and kite them out, they might have a better chance. But again, Nongshim is looking a little on the squishier side.
You know what? I agree with that as well, but there are some merits to the double picks here from the side of Nongshim RedForce, right? Sunbin, the boy of redemption. With the time flux, he gives you a little bit of recovery based on the health that you have lost. And of course, with Lung, very mobile character. Now, playing into a Hou Yi that has been picked up by Fearless Esports, if they can kite around and find the entry point, I think it could really work well for Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to be, Nongshim are looking to kind of block out some of the heroes that Xinglin has just excelled on with the Mayan there. I would not be surprised if they also banned out the Elaine, just really target Xinglin. But it looks like Fearless Esports, okay, they're like, hey, we're going to ban it ourselves because we are kind of squishy too.
Yeah, exactly. The Hou Yi actually poses a lot of weaknesses, right? Simply in the sense of mobility. And it's really hard to play up against Lung. So they also need a support that kind of saves or gives KK a better chance of survival in the farm lane as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. And I think it, you know, they have a nice little play in terms of KK is very comfortable with it. But the Zhang... Okay, so what do you think about that, man?
Zhang Fei, I mean, that would have been my prio pick as a roam for the side of Fearless Esports because it definitely, with the Leaping Savior, it gives so much more room for error, right, on the side of KK. But smart ban, I mean, that's what Nongshim needs to do. Now, the question is, who do they want to pair up in the Clash lane? They could potentially explore Charlotte, right? She's able to dive into the backlines. She's quite the menace against players like Hou Yi.
Yeah, and it's a good option, right? Fearless Esports going with the more tankier, meatier lineup, and we've seen this with the 1-2 combo of Byron Dune. Nice little combination again from Xinglin and Dao Dao. I think that this is very strong, right? It's going to be tough to get to that back line, especially without that Elaine. The Charlotte is an option, but boom, there you go. Sun Tzu with the set sail.
Yeah, I like this, right? So Sun Tzu with the set sail, one of the things that really speaks out about the skill is the fact that it's anti-CC, right? You don't get to be crowd control. And that's going to be very vital in the fights against Fearless Esports. Because if you take a look at it, you have Lady Chen, you have Dun, you have Byron, you have Hoi as well. All four of these members, they have some sort of control skills. And Sun Tzu could use the set sail to either be aggressive or get out of trouble.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on him because he's going to be that frontliner, and pretty much all of them from Nongshim are just super squishy, right? And so having that boat available is going to be a good option. I think the positioning is going to be super key for Nongshim RedForce. Their draft right now is looking a little bit more on the difficult side because of the fact that they are squishier, and I feel like Fearless Esports is just kind of have a little bit more well-rounded draft.
Yeah, there's a lot more room for error, right? Which means that there's a couple of things that they need to have right from the get-go, which is the gold lead. They need the EXP lead as well. They cannot afford to give away waves. And in this case, it will also speak volumes. I would expect that Fearless Esports will be very aggressive in the first few minutes.
Okay, all right. Kindofu has spoken, being aggressive, and Nongshim RedForce, you got to be a little bit scared, but I think Nongshim just needs to play safe, right? They need to get the farm, just get the right items so that they can start bursting people and kiting people from afar, because Fearless Esports might have an issue of just getting onto them. I mean, yeah, you have the tankier lineups, you have the Unruly Blade from the Dune and just ways to engage, but getting in on that might not be the easiest thing. Oh, it looks like Faye getting chased out. It looks like he probably will fall in this one. I don't know if Faye can get away from this. He's taking a lot of damage. He will give up first blood to Xinglin.
Yep, that's unfortunate, but that's exactly what they need to be doing, right? Which is to be aggressive, get the jungle camps away from Dao Dao. They want to slow down his farm. Unfortunate that, Faye has to give his life for that, but it's not the end of the world.
Not the end of the world, but, I really don't want to be funneling any farm to Xinglin. I think that he's one of those scary types that can do quite a bit with somewhat limited gold. And, yeah, I thought he was going to have a hard time just because of the fact that he was going to leave the top lane. But, all in all, getting first blood, Xinglin is right back into the lane.
Yep, so they definitely traded out positively, right, for that. And at this point, he's going to just try and poke down Kyong. They have similar move sets in a sense where they're swinging back and forth. Now, I don't think Kyong is going to make the mistake of over-committing at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he can at this point. He's got to play a little bit safer. But, okay, Fearless Esports right now. Dao Dao kind of rotating around. Haku's going to spot him out as well. Not really too much going on. Whoa, taking a lot of damage for that Chaos Cinder combination. Oof.
Yep, so that's one of the benefits of Angela, right? And Illusion, now we don't really talk about him enough, but he is a very good player as well. So I'm expecting pretty good and accurate Chaos Cinders, which would then lead into the Blazing Brilliance as well.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, Fearless Esports have done well against enemy Angelas throughout this tournament, but I feel like Illusion can bring it a different element, right? He needs to be a little bit more like hiding in the bushes, kind of ambushing type. He needs to be super careful about his positioning because he doesn't want to get caught out.
Yep. And I just want to highlight one thing. I think some of the viewers definitely have taken a look at this, which is, interestingly enough, Illusion is the one taking up the roam item, which is the Knowledge Gem. Now, this is a brand new strategy in the KPL region, actually. So you will see that they have a double smite combination coming in.
Yeah, and it's a nice little combination. It gives you more options for that in terms of the steals, especially early, right? When the smite can do quite a bit of damage. But yeah, I think it's going to pay off. But Faye, again, just rotating around, just trying to boost up his enemy team, or sorry, his own team, and providing a little bit of space for Siri. Let's talk a little bit about this farm lane. Hou versus the Loong, Siri versus KK. Your thoughts on that one?
I think it depends very much on your positioning, right? And at this point, when levels are equal, itemization and farm are similar, I would give it to Siri because simply he has more mobility. And with the saving grace of Time Flux, it's going to be really important for them.
Yeah, it's going to be super important. Okay, and I expect to see a much better game from Siri as opposed to yesterday. He's got a slight level advantage right now with KK5, Siri level 6. That's good news for him. He needs to continue to farm up, and Woodwind just being, again, a nuisance on this modes.
Yeah, they're kind of setting themselves up for success, but it also requires very good precision because they would need to have absolute synergy to be able to jump it at the same time. Bear in mind, Woodwind and KK both have stuns. Now here comes Set Sail.
Set Sail, he's gonna go in. He does smash in. It does do quite a bit of damage, especially with the Blazing Brilliance, but it looks like Dao will just shrug off most of that.
That was a saving play actually because Haku actually got caught with the Destructive Deluge. Now, Fearless Esports, I don't think they will be disturbed at this point, so they will take the Tyrant for themselves. First Tyrant of the game. This is going to level them up and, even up the farm lane.
Yeah, it's definitely going to even it out. And, I mean, the damage boost is quite good, especially early. It definitely helps out with Fearless Esports here. But Nongshim playing a little bit more on the defensive side, but nice Blazing Brilliance. All the dash over the wall. Woodwind with the Peacebringer keeping himself alive.
Yep, the farm is not just there yet, so Illusion unable to burst him down. Probably will need the Scepter Reverberation or at least the Stone of Sorcery to be able to kind of melt this Woodwind support down.
Yeah, but Woodwind's kind of, his positioning has been quite good. I think that just staying in the back, just getting off as many Cannon Blasts as possible, it's just like perfectly what you want as that Modes player here.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, the Burning Sun arrow, it goes in, infinite fastness, straight on out of that. The Blazing Brilliance just zoning him away. They're going to zip on out of there. Siri takes the Uber, and he's out.
All right, so they committed 2 ultimates for that, and likewise, it is just going to be, 2 ultimates given from the side from Nongshim as well. So good trades across the board. Both teams, think just dancing on knife's edge, right? Nobody has really made the big blunder that has really swung the momentum in their favor yet.
Yeah, but it seems like a little bit of the momentum is in favor of Fearless Esports. I mean, it's a slight edge. Oh, teleport coming. It's going to be in the bottom lane. It looks like they really want to push this bottom T1, and they're going to go in for that. There's nobody defending. They're going to steal the healing dew as well. I almost said honeydew, but it looks like they've taken the tower, the bottom T1.
Yep, now this will be a swing for them, right? So this additional gold in their pocket, and Hyung now forced to try and cut the wave, but the rotations have started coming in from Fearless Esports, so you'll see the pressure mounting against Nongshim.
Yeah, it's going to be a much tougher game. This is kind of the Fearless Esports special in terms of how they take over the games. Now, look at this. They're invading the enemy jungle, making it very difficult for Nongshim to find any sort of farm, and they're pushing the T2 bottom. It looks like they're just one shot away. They do get it, but they'll give it to the minion.
Yep, so at this point, beautiful trades for the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong, taking up the Crimson Golem as well. I don't think Nongshim wants to take this fight at this point.
Doesn't really want to take too much. Kyung, of course, he's going to set sail. He might be crashing into the mid lane. No, he's just going to get back to safety, if anything. But Nongshim really need to take the fight to them, especially since they're behind. Here's one of the set sails. It's going to be a little off the mark. And he's going to go in for this. KK actually dodges this one. He's going to flash away. He's going to stay alive, though, but he does keep himself alive.
Yep, KK almost got caught out at this point. Now, this small mistake allows Nongshim RedForce to kind of take 2 turrets for themselves as well. So, we're tied at 2 apiece. It really is about map control. Who's going to get the next objective?
Yeah, it's much closer here. Haku looking to go in to start things off. They're going to be waiting in the bushes for him, though. The Unending Sorrow is going to be used a little on the early side. This is going to be phase 2 of that fight. Blazing Brilliance, burning up Dao. And then, oh, the thing inside the box is a little off the mark. Woodwind walks back into shame, but if they do get Illusion, that's going to be a big kill. Nice wind slash connecting onto 2. Dao is just running him up, but Singling is cleaning him up. Nice cannon blast. It looks like Siri will back off. He's going to throw out by the wind, wants to take it out with the Unruly Blade. Dao is not scared. He's living up to his name as being fearless, but now Dao is going to eventually run away. Looks like they're going to go for Kyung as well. Kyung turn it around, does get KK. Woodwind is down for the count as well. The infinite fastness trying to stay alive, and it looks like they've gotten 3 members, of Nongshim, 2 down from Fearless Esports.
Yep, they took a very long fight, but Fearless Esports, they still take a step ahead. Now, you see the merits of the draft on the side of Fearless Esports, right? That's where all of the CC comes in. All of the CC makes so much of a difference in the team fight, simply because Nongshim are just knocked down. They can't do much during the stun durations.
Yeah, not too much. And this is why, again, the entire Nongshim squad kind of on the squishier side. If you get stunned, you're pretty much dead. Like, unless you get some, they mess up, or you have Unending Sorrow. That's another get out of jail free card, but it's tough, right? So again, this is why the positioning needs to be so key. They need to kite everybody out. They cannot be grouped up together.
Oh yeah, for sure. But that's exactly what, unfortunately, their inclinations will be, right? Because when you're low on health, you're looking for the Yuhuan Haku to come in with the heals on that Melody of Peace. And unfortunately, for that to really work out, you have to be close to him. And that sets up the situation where Fearless Esports is ready to jump on that opening.
Yeah, and I mean, they've done a good job of capitalizing on these openings and taking advantage of what they can. I mean, they have a slight net worth lead. I believe it's about 1.2 at this point, but forcing that mid T1, a huge strategic objective, that's a big win for Fearless Esports.
Yeah, for sure. Now the map is going to be much darker for the side of Nongshim RedForce. And, you know, entry points are plenty for the side of Fearless Esports.
Yeah, and this is, you know, again, they're going to be aggressive. Dao Dao's going to stay up in the enemy jungle, moves his way to the Tyrant now. They're going to look to burn this one down as quickly as possible. KK's farming in the top lane, but Nongshim need to burst this down a little bit on the quicker side. Haku's taking his time, does take the Overlord.
Yep, now, interestingly enough, if you take a look at KK's itemization, he goes for the Spark Forge Dagger. He needs a little bit more magic damage, and I think it's also because they have itemized physical defense mostly, right? So for Scar Embrace, you have the Cape of Radiance at least coming out from the side of Faye. So all of these hits do make a difference.
Oh, the Burning Sun Arrow into the Unruly Blade. He's going to set sail out of there, and he's just like, bye-bye.
Yep, traded out, right? So one ulti for another decent trade. Nongshim RedForce now just need to find a good position to be able to take a good fight against Fearless Esports.
Yeah, that was a good attempt, though, at a gank here. I mean, the fact that Kyung was able to get out, you know, it's just more on the fact that he was able to just set sail on out. But nice wind slash, the Unending Sorrow, keeping him alive. They're going to back off, and Haku gets bursted down. KK is going to take credit for this one. They want to get more as they get the Burning Sun Arrow. And it looks like the thing inside the box, not enough time. Infinite Fastness, Siri stays alive. He has yet to have been killed yet. So Siri, got to keep an eye on him.
Yeah, and this means his infinite vastness is really important, right? Anytime he does not have it, it's not a good time to fight for the side of Nongshim RedForce because there is a chance he will be taken out. So far, oh, hang on.
Oh, Blazing Brilliance, the Unruly Blade, Dao Dao in front. Yeah, but go on.
Yeah, at this point, his farm is pretty significant. 7,000 highest in his team. He could be the comeback factor for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Can we talk about Shinlin? Look at this guy. 8.1k, highest in the game right now, completely dominating. And this is from the Clash laner. Of course, getting 5 kills definitely helps and makes it easier. Kyung going in for this one. He's going to actually just kind of set sail on back. The Unending Sorrow gets the nice steal. The Blazing Brilliance, and Dao Dao is actually down for the count. Nice Cannon Blast to cover the retreat. They're going to back off here. And Kyung riding that boat left and right, and he's going to take the top lane.
I like this. A smart move coming in from Nongshim RedForce, right? Let's not take any unnecessary fights. We've already gotten a kill on Dao Dao. That's a perfect consolation prize at this point, right? Because they were trailing before. But right now, lane management, wave management, all in favor of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, and getting that opportunity, getting the steal, getting Dao Dao where they've been pushed back, they need to get some sort of objective out of this, other than just that the Tyrant steal. They didn't really take any of the towers, which is a little unfortunate, but now they're doing a little bit of damage onto Xinglin, but they didn't get that mid T1. If Fearless Esports hold, that's not the worst thing in the world, but they do, in fact, lose that mid T1.
All right, now at 11 minutes in, I think it's a good standing for the side of Nongshim RedForce. But if you take a look at what KK has in his inventory right now, it is going to be a little bit tougher to take a fight against Fearless Esports. He does have the Sun Chaser, which means he's going to be at a very far distance at particular points of the fight.
Yeah, and I love the fact that the fighting spirit, the Korean squad, the Nongshim RedForce back into it. They've got a small little bit of an edge, but seeing as they were behind it, they have struck back, and they've struck back pretty hard. Now, Fearless Esports need to figure out a way to stem the bleeding, to kind of, you know, to prevent the onslaught that Nongshim have, because they've been pushed out. They've lost a lot of towers. They don't have a top or bottom T2 at this point, and now their jungle is being invaded. But it goes in, Storm Strike, the set sail connecting, and does actually save Illusion. The Blazing Brilliance is nice, but he doesn't want to stay there. Oh, Siri's going in for this one, but he might have gone too far. He invented fastness on out of this. He gets into the chopper, and he's on out.
Oh, beautiful gameplay by the side of Nongshim RedForce. Now you can see they're just teetering on the edge, right? They will allow for the securing of the Azure Golem back into the hands of Dao Dao, but hey, it's a big win. Now they're picking their fights really smartly, and I like this. This is confidence coming out from Nongshim RedForce.
confidence, and I love it. And just taking the fight to them. Don't play scared. You know, this is it. Everything is at stake. Only one team survives in this play-in, so you have to be strong. This happens to be the top team thus far, and taking the fight to them. Fearless Esports right now, there are some chinks in that armor.
Yeah, for sure. We were talking about the alpha learning, right? And Nongshim RedForce have demonstrated that they do have the ability to learn. And here we go.
Oh, the Blazing Brilliance. It almost tickled Dao. He's just so tanky at this moment, but that just provides a lot of space for them, for Nongshim to take that Overlord.
Yeah, at this point, curious whether Illusion is taking up the utility mantle for the side of the team rather than Faye, because at this point, Illusion feels like he doesn't have enough damage.
Doesn't have it enough yet, but he's starting to get... I mean, look at this. Net worth on the lower end, 7.5. That probably explains why there's a lack of damage.
Well, he's going for the Void Staff, so that could be pretty hurtful against the side of Fearless Esports, because the only tank in terms of shielding effects is Dao and Woodwind, maybe Xingling as well, right? Everyone else, kind of an instant melt.
Yeah, it would definitely blow him up, right? But okay, Illusion did get caught out that one time, but Kyung was able to save him, had a nice set sail to kind of just crash the boat and to keep him alive. But nice Cannon Blast connecting on a 3, but they didn't really able to capitalize on that. Now they lose the mid T2.
Yep, and this is one of the strengths, right, on the side of Nongshim RedForce. They are able to poke and prod pretty well as well.
Yeah, and it's going to be tougher, right? Illusion just standing up in front behind that wall, just throwing out Chaos Centers every so often. If you're able to get that connection, you're going to do a lot of damage. The Blazing Brilliance just zoning him away more than anything else. Kyung gets Ocean of Tears in the face. He's going to back off, but these Vanguards are starting to push, putting a little chip damage on those T3s.
Yep, and definitely I think Fearless Esports, maybe for the first time in the past 48 hours, they are feeling the pressure. They take the T3. This is a big win for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, and they're starting to push it to it. This net worth lead is starting to grow. It's not the highest or insurmountable by Fearless Esports, but they've been playing very defensive. They haven't been able to find that pickoff, and it looks like the Infinite Vastness is going to be used already. That might have been a misclick. No, he's going to go, it's okay. He's going to go sideways, and it looks like he's just going to back off a little bit, zone them away, keep them from arm's reach, so to speak. Haku's still up in front, just trying to sustain it out. Haku can be super annoying on this Yuan.
No, yeah, for sure. The range is extremely long, and Dao is trying to just push them away, right? They want to allow KK the room to take this Tyrant. They need anything they can take on this map.
Yeah, this Tyrant about half-life. This is going to be the next big objective. Haku maybe goes for the steal. He gets another steal. Oh, the Blazing Brilliance right onto Dao. Kills him again as well. And the set sail from Kyung. He's going to get on out there. He's going to do a U-turn, and he's going to go right into KK. Smashes it in, and he says, I'm the captain now.
All right, it's all pain for the side of Fearless Esports, and the floodgates have been opened.
And it looks like they've got this one. It looks like they're turning in. All of Fearless Esports are running back into their base. They have the super minion pushing in. They want to look to end this game. This is going to be one last hurrah, and they just get the knock up, and it looks like Fable is down for the count, and they've gotten Xingling as well, and they've taken the base, and Nongshim take game one.
What a game. This is Nongshim RedForce. They definitely learned the lessons from yesterday, studied their opponents really well, and congratulations. They take game one of this best of 3 series.
What a bounce back from Nongshim, right? Different set of strategy. Once you took over the lead, you were able to come back, and then you were able to play from ahead. And it was really difficult for Fearless Esports to get back. Siri had so much farm. He was starting to do a lot of damage. Haku was doing a great job. And Kyung, man, these set sails were on point. He was hitting the right targets. He was saving teammates left and right. Kyung was very good on that game.
Yeah, they kind of forgot the fact that Sun Tzu existed, right? We've already seen it in the regional finals for the side of like maybe Moonlight, the other Korean counterpart that also pulled off a magnificent game with the Sun Tzu. And this time, Nongshim RedForce, they show why Sun Tzu has to be considered in the draft as well.
Yeah, I think they were a little caught off guard. They did not expect it. I think that it was just completely like... I don't know what they were thinking, because they totally forgot that he had the boat. But let's look at some of the itemization here. Xingling, he was 5-0-1 for the longest of times, and he ends up 5-1-1. So yeah, they were just kind of like, hey, we're going to respect Xingling and not really fight with him.
Yep, if you take a look at the itemization coming in, there was a lot of defensiveness. Kyong specifically with the Frigid Charge along Night Guardian, these are the defensive items that allowed him to really just sustain the damage, right? So he was eating up the skills coming in from Fable, Woodwind, Dao Dao, Xingling. Any stun that comes in, it does give him a little bit more survivability. And with this, they then counter-attack with Siri, Illusion, Haku. Look at the damage they put in. Starbreaker. They've emphasized so much on the armor penetration. Magic or physical, doesn't matter, right? It was just breaking down the shields, and that really allowed Nongshim RedForce to just pick them apart, because they have the longest of reach in comparison to what Fearless Esports had. Yes, you have Woodwind on the Cannon Blast, but what good is that when Haku is dealing even more in return?
Yeah, I mean, he did, what, 31% of the team damage against other heroes with 93k total hero damage there. I mean, just the cores. Illusion really stepped up, did a bunch of damage as well. But here are the neutrals. This is what was going on. I mean, the Tyrants were taken early by Fearless Esports. They had a little bit of a head start, as you see in terms of that gold graph. But let's check out the highlights to kind of break things down even further here.
Yep, so first blood came in the form of Fate, right? Of course, this was credited to Xingling. And I think at this point, Fearless Esports, they kind of understood, hey, we do have the lead, we should push them back, because if we allow them to farm late game, it's not going to be a very pretty picture. And now, while this situation, it feels like, hey, they did give a couple of kills, end of the day, Siri survived, and that was one of the main win conditions they had, because he was the one dealing the pain.
Yeah, he did not die a single time. Let's give props where props are due, because Siri was on point. Look at this. He's aggressive, but he's just like, okay, I've baited them out. I'm gonna just infinite fast this on out of there. I'm just gonna stay alive. And he did so much damage, and he was staying alive, and that's exactly what you want as the farm laner. And my God, that set sail on point.
Yep, exactly. And at the same time, Siri, because of this flexibility, he was always able to jump on the backlines. He forced the early splendors coming in from Fable, and once that defensive capability is out, you know that they will take it all away. And once again, this leads us to the MVP, Haku. Looks like the strategy was correct. Maybe execution wasn't as good yesterday, so this time they figure out the perfect formula. Haku dealing a total of 93.2 thousand damage, 224 on that KDA.
Yeah, it's all about growth and just saving everything for this day 2 when everything is at stake going into this one. Nongshim RedForce pull it out. They get a game 1. It's not the series yet. We'll still see, especially if you're a Fearless Esports fan. We're going to have to find out if they're able to bounce back in game 2. That will be coming up shortly. But again, I think that there's going to be a lot more pressure on Fearless Esports. They're down a game and they're going to be feeling it.
That's right. Now, before we go into the second game of this best of 3 series, we will be taking a short break. Join us as we see if Nongshim RedForce can surmount the difficulties and come back to win 2-0 against Fearless Esports.
Liu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Lu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Lu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Lu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Lu Bang should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into team fights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duel someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
Nongshim RedForce strike first, take the first game against Fearless Esports Hong Kong. Kindofu, please make some sense of that game.
Well, confidence, I think, is the name of the game, at least for the side of Nongshim RedForce, right? They understood the win conditions, went for it really clearly. It wasn't really clean. Faye died and gave the first blood, but hey, small issues, right? As long as we know what we need to do and we successfully complete those roles, the win should come.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, if you're Fearless Esports, you're down a game. What do you do in response to that one? Like, how do you adjust?
I think at this point, nothing too big about the draft, right? It really just is an execution error, and I think they need to be a little bit more fearless in a sense, right? Once you get the stuns, I think the callouts maybe weren't as crisp this time coming out from Woodwind.
Yeah, it didn't seem like their ganks were really, on point. They weren't really kind of making moves with authority in that sense and just getting conversions and kills and all the good things that you want when you're just moving around the map. So I think that Fearless Esports were kind of not resting on their laurels of yesterday, but definitely this is not really the Fearless Esports that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, and I think based on what I can tell from both teams, I think, Nongshim RedForce definitely feeling that momentum, right? You can see they're kind of locked in already. But Fearless Esports maybe still struggling to kind of find the rhythm today.
Yeah. Also, I mean, I wonder if there's, the Nongshim RedForce, like you picked up the Lung. I mean, you had the Yuan. I mean, we're seeing just how strong some of these heroes can be in synergy, right?
For sure. Now, they're going to open up something interesting here, and that's going to be the Dolia coming in for the side of Fearless Esports. Is this a mistake coming in from Nongshim RedForce?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Dahlia being picked up, but the Musashi and the Princess Frost instantly picked right there in response to the Loong Lady June. Fearless Esports, your thoughts on this, this three-man lineup thus far?
I think it's really scary, right? Celestial Melody, of course, it gives you that refresh, right? And putting it into either Winter is Here or even the Duel to the Death could be the killing blow that takes out Nongshim RedForce for game number 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential, right? And there's a lot of good options. And this is why the Dahlia generally has been banned throughout. Letting it go, I mean, obviously, Fearless Esports are just going to pounce on that and just pick up anything with a very strong, alt to kind of complement it. So I think it's good. But now the Zhang Fei, this is the tried and true. I love this as myself as a roamer. But what is the thinking right here of this Zhang Fei pick?
I think end of the day, it's really about the Leaping Savior, right? You want to use as many instances of that skill to give as much shield as possible for your team. At the same time, once you exhaust that option, it's time to go into the beast mode, right? Unbridled Outburst will definitely be able to change the fights. Now, for the other side, Fearless Esports, I think there's a lot of pressure on Fable to be on point with the Frigid Prisons, at least for this Princess Frost.
Yeah, it's going to be super key, right? Just setting it up. But I think that it's one of those things where you let, Dao get in, initiate, duel to the death with the Musashi and just kind of be in the heart of the enemy team. And then Princess Frost, you can kind of just like stack them on top, right? You have the winners here and you just create those like Frigid Prisons, like everything that you want to do and just kind of lock people down so that Musashi can just like clean everyone up.
Yeah, and now they leave open the Sun Tzu once again. Is that something that will bite them back? That's a big question I have for the side of Fearless Esports, right?
Yeah, and it'll definitely help out. I mean, Kong is proven, especially in that last game, that he's, quite the pilot on it. So, it could definitely round it out. But again, we'll have to see. I think they have last pick, but no, it looks like they're going to go with the Mayin instead.
Okay, so very extended reach here. Mayin with the whatever and to get serious. This moveset might be something that could really kick them in the gut. Now, Fearless Esports, this is not to say that, it's a very tough situation to be in. There's a lot of merits and synergy coming in from the Dahlia. Even just with the Musashi and Princess Frost, you could definitely see how the refresh is going to work with the Celestial Melody.
And plus, it's, the Mayin will just kind of get in the way. But okay, the Consort deals with the shields from the Zhang Fei as well, and just picking people off. But your thoughts on this pick here by Fearless?
I like it quite a lot because she's able to go into physical immunity and to pair it up with the Charlotte as well. So there's a lot of iframes that Fearless Esports are playing around at this point. Now, Nongshim, they need to be really careful about this, right? Who's going into the jungle? Someone needs to be able to tank through the potential duel to the death. Someone that needs to be able to tank through the burst potential on the side of Fearless Esports.
Okay, but sorry, who do you think they should pick then?
I would like a Dun. I think a Dun makes sense here, right? You want someone that can relocate, reposition. Kaiser is great, he can tank, but once you get frozen, not really the best case scenario,
Yeah. And I feel like the Kaiser, like he has had play. Okay, but the Luna. All right. I'm digging it. I like it. But walk me through this Luna pick.
Very, very big pick here. I love the Luna to bits. With the New Moon Crescent Slice as well. Entry points is a galore, right? Galore of entry points. You can jump in at any time. You can get out as well. And it makes life really difficult for Fable because how do you aim, man, as a Princess Frost?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, they have so many different ways of getting in and out. It's going to be a little on that tougher side. But I think maybe you just look to just hope that, Musashi, the Dao is able to just set it up, right? Put it all in one area and let them just kind of go ham and then Princess Frost on top. So I look at Princess Frost as more of like the secondary engagement.
You know what? I'm just very happy and very proud of the players. The fact that they're willing to put up such mechanically difficult heroes on the Gorge here. Because let's be honest, it's not simple to play Charlotte. It's not simple to play Luna. Definitely not simple to play Princess Frost as well, going up against a Luna. So I like the confidence. Let's see if they can really pull their weight and go into this second game. Because both teams, they're looking to swing, man.
Yeah, and I look. At this point, if you want to make the Honor of Kings Championship, no hero should be too mechanically difficult for you. I think playstyle and I think getting to the level of this top tier, I mean, you're going up against some really heavy hitters in the Pacific right now. And you need to be able to play all of the difficult heroes at this point.
Yeah, right. So it's not just like landing the hits. You must be able to take some up the chin as well, right? So at this point, I think so far, Fearless Esports, they haven't been handed that difficult challenge yet, right? I don't think anyone, even throughout the regional Pacific finals, has given them this much difficulty. And Nongshim RedForce might be the ones to show the rest that we are of the top caliber and we deserve that slot for the Pacific region.
I think they had a really impressive showing, Nongshim that is. I think that was a really good game one that really kind of shook up Fearless Esports. Now, again, I think that good teams kind of are able to bounce back. They're mentally strong and able to figure it out. We've seen time and time again where the teams that lose that first game, generally speaking, lose that second because they've been mentally shook and they're just like, oh, we can't compete with this team. But I think that Fearless Esports, this is a true test. Being in this situation has not been something that we've seen often from them, and seeing if they can bounce back is going to be a big question going into this game.
Yep, exactly. This is what makes teams separate teams, right, from being good and being great. And that is the ability to adapt, ability to bounce back.
All right, well, here we go. This is going to be the Pacific play-in day 2. Of course, it's going to be the first matchup against the so far undefeated Fearless Esports Hong Kong. Of course, they did drop the first game, but I'm talking series. And going into this one, they down a game against Nongshim RedForce here.
All right, let's see how it goes here. Wave clear definitely going to be much more important, and it looks like it's going to be the ult as the first skill of choice. Now, same play style, right? But this time it is Fearless Esports that want to put that aggression in.
Yeah, and Haku was just like, I'm not letting these boars get stolen. I'm just going to searing stab them, take out as much as possible, make it uncomfortable, right? Fearless Esports want to invade. They want to take away as much farm early as possible. And Woodwind's doing a lot of babysitting in the mid lane with Fable.
Oh, for sure. And at this point, it looks like KK is struggling a little bit for good reason as well. Here comes that positioning from the side of Siri.
Oh, and here comes Woodwind looking to just kind of help out Siri, taking a decent amount of damage, excuse me. But Siri, one thing to take note of, he didn't die a single time in game 1. I don't want to jinx it in game 2, but I'm just saying his positioning has been great. He's able to get farm, and he should be targeted, like a targeted priority by Fearless Esports.
Yep, not going to be really easy though. Now, bear in mind the old bolt coming in from KK. It's actually not that hard to sidestep. So as long as you kind of preempt yourself. So I think, you know, Siri's going to have a decent time in this lane.
Okay, all right. I mean, he's getting a little bit of help from Faye, just trying to provide it out. And KK's, as you said, struggling a little bit, but net worth-wise, equal. So not too big of an issue here. Woodwind, again, just trying to prioritize the mid lane, give Fable as much space as possible.
Yep, a little bit more defensive in nature, right? This time, Siri builds up the Boots of Fortitude first. He wants to make sure that he doesn't die down to the chip damage in the event he gets landed with the ult bolts as well.
Okay, and all right, let's talk a little bit about Xinglin, who's just an absolute monster in the Clash lane, usually gets farmed by himself, even got first blood in that last game. Sets himself up for success, does a lot of damage there, throwing out that tri-slash to Kyung just for good measure. But how do we stop, or how does Nongshim stop Xinglin?
I don't think they can, right? At this point, Kyung is definitely going to have a tough lane because Charlotte, one of the most mobile heroes in the game itself, and paired up with the damage, it's quite tough. And unless there are rotations coming in from Haku, I don't see how this state is going to change.
Yeah, it's going to be a little on the tougher side. Haku with a slight edge in terms of levels against Dao Dao, who's also in the mid lane, so they both need to kind of trade. But one thing to take note of, Haku, little low on mana, and he's going to have to back off as he does not actually have a blue buff at the moment.
Yeah, so this is actually one of the important markers, which I think, maybe not now, but Fearless Esports will definitely look to capitalize on, which is to steal away that Azure Golem, because it hurts Haku very much.
Yeah, it's definitely going to hurt, and pushing it out. But Dao Dao now looking to invade, needs to find whatever farm he can get on the map, right? I think Haku will have a contest, but, you know, he's going to walk in to find that the boars have been taken by Dao Dao already as he rotates now into that mid lane.
Yep, so gold is pretty much even, right? But in terms of the XP, it's definitely not. It is swinging in the side of favor inside of Fearless Esports. Oh, and this might change though.
Oh, nice. Oh, should have tears. Woodwind now on the run. The Umbrella Outburst. He actually goes in for this one. He tries to go for the slaughter, but it looks like Lucian's going to be the first to fall. He gets up first blood. Faye is getting gone on right now, and the slaughter one last time. He's going to be killed as well, and Xinglin gets him down. Haku now being targeted, trying to go 1 versus 3. Not a good situation. 3 members down from Nongshim, but they do get Xinglin in return.
All right, now this is a perfect situation for the side of Fearless Esports. They won't allow the steal for sure here, and at this point, Dao going to secure it for the team. Now, just in a space of 10 seconds, Fearless Esports have now acquired a 1,000 gold lead. Not only that, they also have the EXP lead as well.
Yeah, I mean, 3 kills and the Tyrant just compounding everything just really helps out. Siri right now trying to just defend this tower, doing a decent amount of damage, but that wave breaker or that kiddie pool, depending on how you look at it, is keeping them healed up, and they're going to be fine just kind of dealing with this.
Oh yeah, for sure. And at this point, it's really a lot of pressure, right? And I don't think Nongshim RedForce will be able to deal with this pressure unless they rotate more members in. But at the same time, this also dilutes the ability to kind of manage the waves across the map.
Yeah, and they're going to need help at this point, right? I think that they've been, Fearless have done a great job of pushing things out, forcing things when they need to. Woodwind doing a good job of just babysitting KK. In terms of net worth, though, neck and neck with Siri. I would have expected a little bit more, but Siri getting that 1 kill has helped him out.
Yeah, definitely. It does give him a little bit of insurance, right? So yes, the game may not have gone too well in their favor for the first, 5 minutes of the game. But Nongshim RedForce, we'll see. They can probably recover if they play the cards right.
Oh, Dao trying to dash away. He dashes yet again. And Haku was looking to fight, but the winner is here, and he says, let it go! Let it go! And he gets the pick off. KK is going to take that one. And Faye now going in. He dies even in the Ferali form. Not enough to keep him alive.
Yep, and you can see the benefits of this drop here. Protecting wins, that physical immunity, doing so much work for KK, allowing the team to soak up that much more damage. And once you have that advantage in the health bars, and now also with the damage based on itemization, Fearless Esports, they're looking to take this game back.
Yeah, they're looking to take it back. They are angry. You could tell. They're like, okay, we lost that game 1. We are not losing this game. And they are just definitely motivated to do much better. They're doing, their movements have been crisp. The gank attempts, everything that they've been trying to do in terms of team fight have been on point.
Yep, and now Primal Bond is gone, and this means Fearless Esports will take a stab at the Overlord, get it successfully, and this is Map Control 101 coming in from Fearless Esports Hong Kong.
Okay, well, explain Map Control 101 to all the new players that are out there, because I feel like in my ranked games, they don't understand this map control.
Oh, I agree with you. And so here's that golden nugget, right? Essentially, what you're wanting to do is to make sure that the waves are always in your favor before you take the trades or before you go for an initiation. And once you have that, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose the fight, it will allow yourself to have some breathing room, right? So that's why you go and rush for these towers instead of taking the neutral objectives. It allows a lot more space for error, because even if you lose the fight, instead of clearing towers, instead of taking objectives, your opponents might need to clear the waves first.
Professor Kindofu has spoken. Please, guys, write that one down. Save it. Make sure that, you understand that one, because there's going to be a test on it tomorrow. But, man, please help you. Especially if you're on my team in my ranked games, you got to understand map control.
Yeah, help me help you. And at this point, it's exactly what Nongshim needs to do, right? Because similar to what I just said, it is really about the wave management. Look at that. All 3 lanes kind of pushing in, and with the Shadow, no, it's not even Shadow, with the Vanguards coming in, right? It's a tough one because they can clear up majority of the waves itself.
Yeah, and they're pushing throughout. Fearless Esports right now are just in the Nongshim jungle right now, just having a party, just taking everything from them. So it's going to be tough for Nongshim to find any sort of farm, and they're going to fall further behind because of that map control.
Yep, they actually burned out the Radiance at this point just to have eyes on how many people are actually in the jungle on the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Oh, it looks like they're going to go infinite fastness. He's going to get on out of this. The Unbridled Outburst just used defensively. He thought about going in, but he's going to just backpedal on out of there. He's going to be back. Haku is not in the fight. He's still in his own enemy jungle, but ults have been committed. And then now they've lost, I believe they lost the blue buff, but now they're going to go in for this one. They want to go for the slaughter, and they do, but now no Ferali for Faye gets sliced and diced. Kung is going to be targeted as well. And now it looks like Fearless Esports are like, hey, we'll take this free Tyrant. But that flowing size is starting to do a little bit of work. Does need to be a little bit careful. Haku looking to go in for this one. He gets the pick off and he gets Fable. He's looking to go 1 versus 4. He's not scared.
Yep, he did that all without the Zero Golem buff as well. Now, that was a big one, but Dao Dao is undisturbed at the Tyrant's Pit once again, and looks like this will be a freebie for the side of Fearless Esports.
Yeah, KK is going to get credit for this one. That was a huge win, but Haku did strike back, and it's only the second kill, though. So, you know, Nongshim still far behind. Now it's about 4K. Still tough situation. Nongshim, though, getting that one pick off definitely does help, but it was only against Fable.
Okay, so we do see some signs of life, right, coming out from Nongshim RedForce. Let's focus a little bit onto Haku. If I'm Haku, I'm feeling a bit stressed. Insatiable Tomb, August Word. Not enough just yet. He doesn't have the final form of the jungle item just yet, and they need a little bit more time.
Oh, they're going to go on Faye. Faye has the Leaping Savior just to get under tower to keep himself alive, but now this Crimson Golem looks to be going Dao Dao's way. He's taking everything, and he's starting to get pretty fat. This is a little scary if you're a Nongshim RedForce fan.
Yeah, you know what? Dao Dao is the leader of the group. He is taking them for shopping, right? Hey, what kind of buff do we want? Let's go take a look at the shop.
Yeah, but okay, he's maybe, you know, helping in the leader of shopping, but he's got all the gold, so he's the only one spending. But it looks like he takes the blue yet again, realizing that Haku, he needs that blue buff, but they want to get more. They have the steering pull onto Jinglin, but he somehow survived. He dashes away with the splash font. He's going to stay alive, but now Faye still up in front, spots him out. The Tyrant is back up if they want to go. Kyung is waiting around the corner. Dao Dao thought about going in. They do have to get serious on this one, or sorry, the whatever onto Dao Dao. Dao Dao turns it around. He wants to go. He tries to go for this with nice illuminating slash, but Dao Dao on the low side. The Oak Bolt just covering fire. The Tyrant is continue to be gone on by Dao Dao, who zoned them away. Faye just walks around, says, if I don't move quickly, they can't see me, but it looks like Haku has the steal, gets it with the smite, and that was an amazing steal. And Fearless Esports wants something. They do get Kyung in return. Infinite fastness from Siri stays alive.
Yep, that is a consolate if I've ever seen one. Nongshim RedForce, they're still struggling, right? And now this looks like this bait play worked out for the side of Fearless Esports, or at least it is a possible option select. We don't get the Tyrant, it's fine. Let me get the Shadow Overlord instead. And now pressure once again all over the map for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, and it's tough, right? If we're like, the mid, the bottom are about neutral right now, but that top lane is pushing, but they can't get any buffs. And this is the biggest thing. If you're playing up against the Luna, if you take away all of her red and the blue buffs, she's really going to struggle. She's really dependent on those buffs, and Fearless Esports have done a great job of stealing those away.
Yep, right now it is a map that is fully blue. And Nongshim RedForce, you can definitely tell they are feeling the pressure. Once again, Zero Golem not going to be available for the side of Haku.
Yeah, Dao Dao, excuse me, stealing all of the buffs, and of course, stealing my heart. And he's playing very well. I mean, if we're looking at his KDA, he's going to be on point. Dao Dao has just been this absolute menace on this Musashi here.
Yep, and the pressure is going to start mounting even more at this point, right? So Shadow Overlord is going to be dropped on the top lane, taking flight there. Meanwhile, the rest of the side of Fearless Esports, you can see what they're thinking about. Let's do a double-pronged attack.
Double-pronged attack. But look, Haku actually has higher net worth, 8.7 to the 8K of Dao Dao. So if anything, but you know, if we're looking overall, the team is definitely struggling as they're down about 6K. They need to hold this T3. They need to survive. They need to push things away, deal with the minions. Haku thought about going in. He went on to Fable, but the winner is here. They've been zoned out. And that Winter Storm, or the Acid Rain, so to speak, is doing a little bit of work on that one. Infinite Fastness, where's he going to go? It looks like he's going to go in reverse. He's going to back off. The Unbridled Outburst is going to be committed, and they thought about going. Kyung was going to look to go, but they do end up going. Haku is actually going to be killed. He is way too far overextended. Illusion is going to be killed as well. Now they're going to target that top T3. They're forcing it down, and they want to go for Siri, and they do end up killing him. And I think that was his first death in 2 games. They get the double kill onto KK, but more importantly, they take the base in game 2.
All right, it's just a fluke, man. You know, Nongshim RedForce, that was a good performance in game 1, but Fearless Esports, an even better performance in game number 2.
What a bounce back game by Fearless Esports. That's exactly how you want to play things, right? You got punched in the face in game 1, you come back in game 2 even stronger, and Nongshim were like, whoa, what just happened? You know, where am I?
Yep, and that's the benefit, right? That's the benefit of map control. Simply because they can take the fights as and when they want, right? With the Overlord, Shadow Overlord marching down or flying down on that top lane, even if they lost that fight, they still had to deal with that Shadow Overlord. And it's really tough because they don't have the maximum items just yet. I mean, take it. Siri, he was pretty farm, but he can't do much alone against, you know, all the different members on the side of Fearless Esports.
Yeah, a much more different game, right? Like difficult, different, everything, you know, more D adjectives, throw them in, because that was a tough one for Nongshim RedForce, just trying to just stay alive, like just to come back and to, you know, to have a chance. They were really struggling because Fearless Esports, they took that map control and they did not let Nongshim breathe.
Yep, I want to focus on 2 different members here. The first one, of course, is Singling. Second one is actually Woodwind, right? So first one, Singling with the Axe of Torment, Scar Embrace, Pure Sky, Long Night Guardian, probably going into the Starbreaker as the last item. One of the reason for this build is Singling is meant to tank, but he's also meant to deal a little bit more damage. If you notice how the fight starts a lot of the times for Fearless Esports, Singling goes in, scoops up all the damage, deals quite a bit, and then Fearless Esports goes in to cover the rest of the fight. Meanwhile, Woodwind with the heals, with his Ominous Premonition as well, and the Radiance, he gets a slow. He slows them not just in attack speed, but movement speed as well. And take a look at what that means for damage dealt on this side of Fearless Esports.
Yeah, it's completely in their favor right now, right? I mean, Xinglin against Kyung had almost more than double the damage that was dealt to the hero, just completely on point, just dominating. Xinglin is just such a stable Clash laner, and that's what you want on that team. But if we're looking at this, you know, okay, the team stats here, almost all of the big neutral objectives were, yes, one Shadow Tyrant went the way of Nongshim, but they pretty much controlled the entire game. But let's check out the highlights here.
Yeah, exactly. Start of the game wasn't the prettiest, right? Most of all, Illusion was the one that gets taken down and giving a lot of farm over. And Dada, you can see the benefit of this draft, right? The moment you have so much heal coming in, especially from the Wave Breaker and the disruptions coming in from the old, it makes a lot of sense for the side of Fearless Esports. And bear in mind, because there's so much focus onto them, KK was relatively left untouched. And when he gets damaged, he does have the protecting winds. And it was just Fearless Esports game all the way. Couple of nice steals, but it's not enough.
Yeah. I mean, you can get a couple steals, but at the end of the day, when you only get 2 kills on your side, you're gonna have a rough time, right? And Nongshim, you know, RedForce really didn't have much of a chance in that regard. But the MVP of this one, Xinglin, of course, he's the MVP for me as well. I just thought he was on point. He was amazing on this Charlotte.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. The way he dashed in, soaked up damage, dealt damage, and, you know, just baited Nongshim RedForce throughout the entire game. That's what is so potent about Singling, because you can't say no to him, right? When he says, come over here, let's take a fight, you have to agree.
Okay, well, first things first, if Xinglin is asking any sort of questions, I'm gonna avoid him because he is super scary. I don't want any of that smoke.
Oh, for sure. Right, but nonetheless, this means we are going to be tied up for the first time in 2 days. Now, with that being said, it is time to take a short break. As we come back, we will see the conclusion of game number 1 in this series for best of 3. Catch us then.
never tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your ways.
Fearless Esports Hong Kong strike back, take it to them in the sense of Nongshim RedForce, and they win out game 2. Now we're going to go to the third and final game between these teams. It's going to be, of course, Fearless Esports Nongshim RedForce 1-1. Who do you like, Kindofu, going into game 3?
I like both, right? You're not going to catch me off guard here. I like them both, right?
I tried.
End of the day, I think both teams, they have come in swinging hard as well. So I think it's really balanced in this sense, right? It really is just the battle of the minds first, and then we'll see who has the better execution.
Yeah, and I think that we saw Fearless Esports definitely with that execution, definitely on point, really stepped up from a somewhat lackluster or a game that we haven't really seen too much Fearless Esports play, in the sense that they had a bit of a losing game, and they weren't really on point.
Yeah, so maybe it's stage fright, I don't know. Maybe it's just a stress, because end of the day, the stakes are pretty high here, right? It is a one chance. If you miss, you do not get to go into the King's Championship. And of course, we want the best out of the best. So this time we'll see who has the mental fortitude to carry on, right? Can they best their opponents, not just mentally, but physically as well in the execution of the draft?
Whenever you see a best of 3, I always feel like the last team that won has the momentum. They're going into this one. And game 3, really, we need to see this mental resolve from Nongshim, right? In the same way that Fearless Esports have been able to come back, Nongshim right now really need to settle down, figure things out. Because again, I feel like this is a do or die situation for Nongshim here.
It is, right? Because if they don't, essentially Fearless Esports will be left untouched. A slight blemish on the record nonetheless, but points-wise, they are pretty much far ahead.
Yeah, I didn't want to spoil it, man. I wanted to put a little bit more drama into it, you know?
Well, there's going to be more drama for sure later, right? But nonetheless, we'll take a look at the picks and bans here. It's going to be the Yu Huan, Zhang Fei, and Lady Zhen going into the hands of Nongshim.
Okay. All right. Musashi picked up again by Fearless Esports. This is, the Dao Dao special, right? Kind of scary. How does Nongshim respond on this one? Because it didn't seem like they had the correct answers last game.
Actually, I'm kind of fearful for the side of Nongshim, right? Because if you time it well, hopefully it's a little bit more chaotic. Because if it's too predictable, the illuminating slash coming out from Musashi cancels out Destructive Deluge, it cancels out Tragic Beauty, it cancels out quite a few skills coming in.
Yeah, and just being that frontliner, just doing that damage, kind of, from the Musashi, that is, it's way too much. I felt like the Zhang Fei wasn't able to contribute as much. His Unbridled Outbursts were mainly used in defense just to kind of stay alive. But, it's a sad day when your Zhang Fei is using his ult defensively. Like, he wants to be aggressive, he wants to be controlling for the rest of your team to just light them all up. So I'm hoping that there's going to be a different outcome, but thus far, the Yuan might be a better pick for them.
Yeah, okay. So defensive, I don't think that's a big problem, right? But if it's defensive with no follow-up, meaning you don't turn back into the fight, then yes, that is kind of unfortunate. And at this point, I like the bans coming out, right? Mozi and Lianpo coming out for the bans on the side of Nongshim. They don't want to deal with that backline access. They don't want to deal with the constant nuisance of getting cannon blasted down and in their faces as well.
One thing to take note of, though, in the draft is that the Yuan pickup by Nongshim, the Musashi from Fearless Esports, but Ogren, not even banned, not even picked. What is going on, guys?
Okay, I think Ogren, personally, is counterable, right?
Yeah.
If he doesn't have a good start to the game, it's kind of hard for him to recover, because especially when you have a lot of crowd control and burst potential, Ogren actually suffers quite a lot if he doesn't have the lead.
Okay. And I think both of these teams understand how to play against it more than anything else. So not the biggest of surprise, but I just think overall it's funny because all the other teams and all the other drafts have been like, oh, Ogren's there, must take it no matter what. Oh, speaking of which, they do pick it.
All right, so Nongshim gonna prove you right there. It looks like they want the Ogren, but I like this pick. It's the Marco Polo, one of my personal favorites when I get picked up in the farm lane as well. Now, good damage coming in. But once again, you're dealing with someone like a Musashi. You're dealing with someone like a Princess Frost. And if your setup is not right, you get destroyed instantly.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Siri to make some plays with him. I mean, but it's going to be all throughout the rest of the team, setting him up for success. As your point, he's very vulnerable, right? I think that, Fearless Esports have a lot of, ways to get out of the Fever Barrage. You have the options of, if he's just going to roll on in, you have the Princess Frost, so the winner is here. So again, you have to be almost immaculate with your skill selection.
Yep, and this Star Child pick is not going to help out any further as well. With the Severing Surge, with the Leaping Koi Tide, it's actually very detrimental to a Marco Polo player because sure, you can land your Fever Barrage, but any stun takes you out of that state.
Yeah, and Dachau has a bunch. So, plus it can be super annoying. I mean, we can see some potential split pushing. The coaches are going to shake hands. This is, of course, going to be the game 3. This is pretty much all she wrote. Who wants this one? Who wants to take the lead? Fearless Esports thus far have been 2-0'd the other teams. And going into this one, they thought, hey, we're going to have an easy time against Nongshim. Nongshim struck back and hit them hard in that first game. But Fearless Esports are back, and now we are into game 3.
All right, welcome to game 3. This is the clinic because we're going to have a clinical performance by one of these teams as they look to dismantle the other. Now, Fearless Esports against Fearless Esports Hong Kong and Nongshim RedForce. This is the game decider.
Yeah, this is going to be the most important one. Nongshim, there's going to be a lot more pressure to do more in that early phase, in the early game. Faye right now does get it, but now he's a little bit low. The Sea of Fate used more than defensively. He zips on back. He's just going to recall, and he's going to be right.
And this is going to be a foreshadowing of what's going to happen predominantly throughout this match, right? We're going to see maybe some very sick saves with the Sea of Fate, and Woodwind will be looking to just have the play of his life, because he is the most disruptive character in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, just getting on out, calling your friends in back with that whirlpool. Just, you got a pool party, everybody wants to join. That's definitely going to be, super annoying to deal with if you're a Nongshim fan. But nonetheless, if we're going to look at the top lane, Siri going up against Jinglin, he's like, hey, I think I can handle this matchup, but what about this Marco Polo lane match, is good for you?
Lovely, right? The fact that they switch lanes, this is a very smart understanding of what is the win condition, right? Honestly, a lane struggles pretty hard against a Marco.
Yeah, okay, but look at Dao. Slowly making his way to the top lane. Is he able to get the gank? No, it looks like Siri's a little bit on this. He sees it. Oh, okay, but they're going to get Faye. Faye was not as lucky, but Siri did get on out of there. He's going to survive.
Yep, this is not the best start coming in from this side of Nongshim RedForce, but this is exactly what Fearless Esports needs to do, right? They need to shut down Siri because anytime that Siri has a significant lead, take a look at it, he has the level lead against KK as well, even though they are of different lanes.
Yeah, different lanes. And here's the replay. Faye, just got caught out, not able to get away. And even in, Dao had hit the duel to the death at that point. Nice understanding when you got that ult and just making that gank attempt. Really smart play by Dao, and it's what we expected.
Yep, silver lining, Siri didn't die. So that is a good situation at this point. But Siri needs to get all the farm he can get as well. And looks like, you know what? Fearless Esports, they're not going to make the rotation. They don't mind having this trade at this point.
Yeah, I think they're fine with it. Just let them overcommit, and then Dao will just come in and just get a kill and just be on his merry way, right? I mean, Dao has been on point. He's level 6. He's a little bit behind Haku, of course, who's just farming very well, but probably taking a little bit of farm in that mid lane. But in the top lane, Jinglin has not had the easiest of times going up against this 1 versus 2 matchup here.
Let's be honest, right? In a 2v1, I think he's doing pretty well. Yes, he's suffering quite a lot, but as long as he's able to hold his own, I think Fearless Esports will be able to turn the marker against Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, it's a big, huge commitment of resources in that top lane, right? Asiri will get his farm, but you have 2 members here. That means someone else is struggling in the other lanes, which is looking to be Kyung, who's not had the greatest of times, as there's 3 members of Fearless Esports just waiting in the wings, and now make that 4, as they call the Whirlpool. Now they're going to take this bottom T1, and it looks like Nongshim, all they can do is watch.
Yeah, stock standard play here, right? It's really about the map control, similar to game number 1. I don't think they will be able to achieve it though. Unfortunate for them. So this is a small win for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Let's see what else can they do to try and even out the pressure.
Yeah, but that bottom T1 is really low. They did a lot of structural damage, and that's what you want as Fearless Esports. I mean, yeah, they didn't get a kill or anything like that, but putting that pressure on, and now Dao looking to just go in for this one. He fighting 1 versus 3. Here are his friends. Winner is here, and they do have the Unbridled Outburst pushing him back. The Bridge of Prison, though, onto Faye, and there looks like, oh, Kyung getting a little bit low. He's had the passing away, but Faye somehow gets a steal with this smite. He's going to be on point. Haku, he gets koi-tied and Severing Surge, but here's his death. That sunset right on top of him. He wants to go. He gets the Meteor kill as well, and they do have the Flaming Palm, and they snipe out Haku.
Too hard to handle at this point. The spice level is too much even for the likes of Nongshim here, and that's simply because nobody was able to lay hands on the KK.
Yeah, and Fearless Esports take out the blue buff, and they go on their merry way with that kill as well. So all in all, not the a pretty good play by Fearless Esports.
Yeah, but Nongshim RedForce, I mean, impressive, right? Faye, Haku, both of them obviously showing off their jungling skills and timings with these smite steals as well.
I mean, that's all you need. Just quick fingers. Jungle, right? Oh, but the Fever Barrage, the Infinite Mass is not out of there. Oh, he chops him out, but he does go down, and he got that kill in return. Fable's gonna be there with that Whirlpool. He did get the bat signal, and he came in, but Kyung and Siri both down.
Yep, not an ideal situation at all. A very nice Frigid Prison to kind of stop Haku from approaching, and at this point it buys him a little bit more room, but you can see Nongshim, they understand what's at risk here. They want to go a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, you got to be aggressive at this point. Nongshim changing it up, right? They do not want to play defensive. Haku will secure the blue buff here. He's got both of them, Dao as well. So something to take note of. He wasn't able to get any of his buffs in game 2 with that Luna, but here's the Sea of Fate if they want to go. Dao will zip back to safety.
Yep, and at this point, I don't think there's anyone that's going to be able to kind of disrupt that TP from the Sea of Fate, right? They need a knockup, and maybe Kyung would be able to do it, but I don't think it's worth it to use a Conductor of Souls to kind of knock them up just to stop them from the TP, unless it's worth a kill.
Yeah, unless you're going to secure that one. Okay, but here's the Umbrella Outburst, the Fever Barrage right on top of him, and it looks like he's going to be killed. And Dao is down for the count. Trying to fight 1 versus 2, but Faye and Siri, nice 1-2 combination.
Yep, perfect actually. And that was a big win for the side of Nongshim RedForce. So they're fighting back. There is some life in them. I like this. But right now, there's a lot more things to achieve. They need to maintain the wave management as well. If they can break out this T2 on the bot, that would be a perfect situation for Nongshim to start working on the T1s across the other sides of the map.
Yeah, and Nongshim right now getting that kill onto Dao, absolutely huge, right? I think that in game 2, Dao was just free to farm, free to do anything. He could do whatever he wanted. He got tea time, he could do whatever. But this one going down, pretty big. Haku is able to then use that time to get hopefully further ahead, get more XP, get all the gold that he needs to kind of eventually fight and to do all that damage, because at some point Dao is going to turn it up and he's just going to blow up everybody.
Yeah, for sure. So he is definitely on the cusp of being a much bigger challenge for the side of Nongshim RedForce, right? So it's kind of nice to see that Nongshim RedForce have identified a suitable formula to kind of get him down at this point of the game, because that's not going to happen over and over again for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, it looks like Nongshim now have been backed up. They were not able to get that bottom T2. It looks like Xinglin has joined that part. Oh, sorry, he's in the top lane with Kyung dueling. Now, look, Ogren, Kyung, 3.7k, hasn't had the most amount of farm. Like, at what point are you kind of comfortable with a Clash laner Ogren?
I think he needs to go for a little bit more defensive measures, right? So maybe at the point where he gets the Eye of the Phoenix, maybe that will be the turning point for him, because right now he's not exactly very tanky.
Yeah, the path to passing, he's going to be chased at by the Death at Sunset. Siri's going to be there. Nice Resplendent Revolver doing a lot of damage. He's going to take most of this with the Fever Barrage, and he actually bypasses most of it. Dao continuing to fight. He wants to go for this one. The duel to the death, but the Conductor of Souls keeps him alive, and Kyung will take that kill.
Very nice coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce. They are biting back for sure. Right now, the gold is pretty much even at this point.
Yeah, they're striking back, they're figuring things out, and they're, doing it well, but I think Dao is being a little over-aggressive. If he had the farm that he had in game 2, which carried over into this one, makes sense. This one, he's a little bit on the weaker side. He needs to play a little bit more cautiously, in my opinion.
Okay, interestingly, I like this movement from Kyung, right? In terms of itemization, he's actually going for the Frost Guard's Embrace. So it speaks volumes. They want to be a bit more aggressive and not really just tanking it up.
Okay. All right. It makes sense. Faye here, spotting most of his stuff out. He's going to spot out 3 members of Fearless Esports right now who are kind of, prioritizing the bottom lane a little bit. The Vanguards are going to be pushing. That top is going to be there. Kyung is making a beeline for it to provide a little bit more pressure. But with 3 members of Fearless Sports in the mid lane, Haku looking to invade. Fearless Esports right now, again, not all over the map and playing a little bit more on the defensive side.
Yep, and you can start to see, right, the benefits of taking that T1 on the bot, right? The map is a little bit more open, and sure, they'll pressure. It would be great if Faye gets a steal here, let's see. Not gonna happen, but yeah, at this point, Nongshim, they're fine with that, because look at the top lane.
Yeah, and Kyung pushing it out. I mean, Haku was spotted in the top lane, or he making a move up there. So Dao was like, okay, the call, let's take the Tyrant. We know Haku's not even here. There's no chance for a Smite steal, so we'll take this one quickly, and they do so. And now, look at this gold graph. It is up and down like my heart. I cannot take it.
Yep, and we might see a potential fight coming in the next few minutes, right? Because at this point, Nongshim, I think they have hit certain strides. Not sure if Kyung has completed the Frost Guard Embrace, but I'm pretty sure once he has it, they're looking for an opening.
Yeah, Kyung right now, he's level 11. He's on point with Xinglin, who's generally speaking, he levels quite quickly, gets a lot of farm. So he needs to keep this one up. But the gold graph, skewing.
Yep, EXP as well, right? Now it is all in the lead of Nongshim.
Yeah, it's all in favor of them right now. I mean, they're up higher than 1.2. Looks like Fearless Esports are going to push and then just, of course, use the Sea of Fate to get on out of there. And this is like the cheeky play that the Woodwind Dachao can kind of bring to the table.
Yeah, for sure. And at this point, Kyung might get caught out. Oh, everyone is here.
Oh, it looks like they want to go. They've called the Whirlpool, but they're looking to fight. The Resplendent Revolver, the Unbridled Outburst is going to be used as well. Dao, the Whirlpool, excuse me, has been committed, but Xinglin is just completely not in the fight. They have the Sea Fate. Any way to stop it? No, they have no answers for that.
Yep, and that was a big play. Let's be honest, that was a big play from Fearless because they got them to overcommit so many times. Look at the ultimates. Nobody has ultimates except for Kyung and Haku.
Yeah, everything was committed. They tried to burst it down, but again, Fearless Esports, they're like, hey, zip on out of there. We've got the teleporter. Beam me out, Scotty, because I'm going to go back to the base, and then I'm going to take this Tyrant here. And again, Fearless Esports are doing a great job of, yeah, we can't really push towers, and we can't, we're dealing with the lanes, but we're going to take all the big neutrals.
Oh, yeah, so at this point, two very different camps of thought, right? Nongshim, of course, with the Overlord Vanguard, right? They want to go for the objectives in terms of towers. But Fearless Esports, because they went for the Tyrant, they're looking for something different. They want to go for team fights instead.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Nongshim wanted to take the fight to them, but again, Fearless Esports is like, actually, we don't want to fight, but in the mid lane, the Sea of Fate, that's going to be used on the backside. The Unending Sorrow backing things up. They don't use the Sea of Fate, and it looks like they're just going to disengage at this point as Kyung makes a beeline for that bottom line to kind of push with that Vanguard.
Yep, they couldn't find an opening, right? That's why Fearless Esports didn't commit to that fight. And Nongshim, they're perfectly fine because at this point, the map is in their favor. They just have to play safe, that's all.
Play safe, but it's one of those things where, again, Fearless Esports don't want to fight 5v5. They're just going to continually split push. Faye getting caught out a little bit, the Leaping Savior, but here comes his friends, Kyung, but they have the Whirlpool. In return, they have all 5 members, the Conductor of Souls, and the Death at Sunset over the wall. He flashes over the wall as well. Kyung is looking to turn this around. Resplendent Revolver just zoning them away. Haku still up in front, shooting those Mournful Temples out, but that T1 mid is taking a little bit of damage. Faye's about half-life. They're continuing to do damage, and they're chasing. They've gotten the mid T1, and it looks like Siri's pushing the bottom T2, so there's a little bit more pressure in. Sea of Fate gonna be used. They want to go onto Haku, who's taking a lot of damage. He actually backs off. He uses the Unending Sorrow to keep himself alive. The minions are still there. Kyung looking to go in the top lane to fix the lane.
Yep, a very hard wrestle around the map at this point, right? Simply because now they have taken a loss on a T2 on the top, but likewise, they have managed to break down that T1 in the mid on the side of Fearless Esports. So both teams, they have had valid wins across the map so far.
All right, do you think the top T2 is more valuable than the T1 mid?
I think T1 mid kind of sets the tone, right?
Yeah,
because now they have an unfair advantage in terms of vision, right? They still have the T1 and mid on the side of Nongshim, so they do have a little bit more vision there. That's a bit more safety offered. At least
This
in
is so
theory.
weird. This is so weird. I actually agree with you. What is going on, Ren?
The winds of change, man. And it looks like the winds of change have influenced that Nongshim are currently in the lead.
This is, I mean, it's still very close. 1.4 is really nothing. Like one big team fight and Fearless Esports can get back in this game. But again, it's really Nongshim's game to lose at this point, not to put more pressure on them. But again, being in the lead and not really having full map control is a little bit more difficult. It's still a bit of a coin flip for me.
Well, I'll tell you who are big fans of Nongshim at this point. SCARZ is. This is going to shake up the table for sure. Now, with this being said, let's take a look at the growth of the items. We already have the Dragon's Rage on Dao Dao along the Long Night Guardian, Blazing Cape as well. Does not have the Giant's Crypt just yet. Maybe that would be that little change in marker that puts Fearless Esports one-upping themselves against Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about Siri here. 10.3k net worth lead, the first to breach the 10k limit. He's been on point. I mean, yeah, he's only died once, but man, this guy is his ability to get farm and you know, Haku as well. Both of them 10.3k.
Yep, and probably last item will be going for the Sage's Sanctuary. They need a little bit more survivability.
Oh, the Death and Sunset, he wants to go. The Unbridled Outburst pushes them away, says none of this. I don't want any of that action. They're going to leave the Overlord alone, but they deal with the mid lane instead. But again, the Unbridled Outburst was committed on this.
Yep, so now it's a wrestle for control, right? Now we have to make sure they manage the waves. Which neutral objective do they want to go for?
Oh, Whirlpool. They're going to look to maybe go for this one. KK is looking to do some damage on the backside, and they have Dao Dao, who's taking a lot of damage, but the winner is here. The Severing Surges and the Koi Tide just creating this area of the DMZ, so to speak, but here's the Infinite Vastness. He's going to back on out of this one. They're continuing on. The Conductor of Souls is on point, does end up getting Fable, but Nongshim, a little on the low side. Everybody's a little weak. It looks like they're going to back off and just take this Tyrant as quickly as possible.
Is that the best decision here? Because look at that, Dao Dao and Woodwind are here as well.
It's a little bit on the scarier side. Dao Dao does have the smite if they want to go. Haku gets a little bit low as well. Haku doesn't have the smite. That's why they're not overcommitting for this and trying to force it down. Nice suspended revolver, but Dao Dao taking a lot of damage. Oh, but Faye with a smite, he gets it, and Dao Dao is down for the count as well. Ogren, oh, Kyung is just tearing him up, and he started to do his damage.
Yep, and this is a big win for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Now it is all about the control of the game. They do have the waves pushing in on the bot lane, and I think very shortly, the Yuhuan Haku will be pushing the top as well.
Oh my gosh, all 5 members, 2 members down from Fearless Esports. They're starting to take the bottom T2 and they're just starting to choke them out with that play on that Tyrant. That was absolutely huge for Nongshim. This net worth lead is about 5k at this point. Nongshim are starting to feel it and they can actually take some lessons from Professor Kindofu in this map control here.
Yep, at this point, I can feel the momentum, right? I can feel the swing as well. And Fearless Esports, they have to hang on because at this point, it really is a waiting game.
It's a waiting game, but they need to push. I mean, they're slowly pushing. If anything, they're just forcing them, you know, Fearless Esports to just hide and cower in their base. But this top T3 is taking some damage, and it does go down. Haku gets the kill on that one, but now they're going to back off, look to regroup. Really smart play by Nongshim here.
Yeah, but I like this. Very good patience, right? So Nongshim, now all they have to do is to just back off, let the waves crash in, wait for the next 3 wave sync, and maybe at that point make a decision. Do we go for the Overlord? Because there's about like, what, 5 seconds left of the Primal Bond? Let's go for that instead. That's a much safer option.
Safer option. They got to work around these minions, right? The waves have all been pushed. Fearless Esports have taken all 3 and defended on that side. But now this Overlord is basically free because they know that Fearless Esports had to have dealt with the lane, the minions being pushed.
Okay, so this is where champions are made, right? So it's about adaptability, it's about resilience. Right now, if Fearless Esports win this fight, they could be able to end the game. But they need to make sure that the top wave is consistently pushing in because that's the only way in.
Okay, and now Fearless Esports, it looks like they're going to be using the Dachao special, which is pushing with Woodwind and Jinglin to just push this one out. But the Shadow Vanguard says, nay, I will not have any of that. And now they have to back off. And it looks like, you know, Nongshim have an answer for that with that Shadow Vanguard there.
Okay, so it's a 1 wave, no, 3 waves in sync together.
Yeah, it's going to be going in together. And of course, they do have the Winter is here, zoning them away. They've been pushed out. They're going to wait for the next Vanguard to be pushing in this one. And it looks like the mid or the bottom is the answer. Oh, but the Sea of Fate keeping them alive. Fable will heal back up. Series getting a little bit low.
Overlord Vanguard approaching on the top lane as well.
That's something to take note of. They're going to just rotate. They have 3 members of Fearless Esports looking to take the top lane to deal with that, to burn it down as quickly as possible. This is a bit of an opening, but with no Vanguard in the mid or the bottom lane, this is that opening. Fearless Esports actually handled that quite well.
Yep, they missed their shot on the side of Nongshim RedForce. That is really unfortunate, right? They couldn't sync up the waves at the correct time. And this is where the draft of Fearless Esports makes so much sense, because they have decent damage. KK is a very painful person at this point.
Yeah, and I think they're going to go back into this. I mean, whatever the result of this game, I think Nongshim being able to coordinate that attack with the Shadow Vanguard being pushed in the top lane might come back to haunt them, because I felt like they should have gotten a little bit more value, but they do need to be careful. But here, no, they got the Seal of Fate. Not going to happen. The Dachau special. This is the thing. This is the problem. You go for the commitment, but you don't actually have the control to knock them out of that.
It was half a second too early. That was it. Half a second too early on Kyong. If not, he would have stopped the TP.
Okay, but it's really hard to time. I mean, to say that, like, I mean, this professional level I expected, but, you know, to hit it consistently, not the easiest of things to do. Speaking of getting hit, it looks like they're going to look to turn this around. They want to go for this one. Jinlin actually going a little ham, a little too aggressive, but some ults were committed. The Unbridled Outburst, the Conductor's Souls, but that might have been the wrong time to use it. Kyung, he's going to go down. Sage's Sanctuary, but he's so low. He's immune for a second, but he does get picked off. Fable sitting in that when the winner is here was on point, and Kyung is down for the count. Now Fearless Esports have a bit of a gap here.
Oh, they fumbled the bag there. At this point, Nongshim Esports, no, Nongshim RedForce, great. They get the, no, they don't even get it. They don't get it. The timer is counting down.
Yeah, the Tempest Dragon going to be up in about 20 seconds now. This is that window of opportunity. And again, a little bit of a dip. This is a little scary if you're a Nongshim RedForce fan, because again, you had full control, but now you've kind of let Kyung die on that one. I don't know why he was looking to take that fight. He was way up ahead. The rest of Nongshim wasn't even there. Siri, who's your main damage dealer, wasn't in position to help you out. So again, not on the same page, everybody.
Count your lucky stars, man, because at this point, it is simply because of the Tempest Dragon that Nongshim gets another chance here.
Yeah, this is going to be it. But Fearless Esports looking to fortify the area around it right now. Just sticking around, just pushing it out. But, got to be a little on the careful side. Kyung is pushing in the bottom lane. Fearless Esports did spot that out because of the vision of those minions. The top lane, it looks like Dao is looking to just kind of fix the lane in that one. But again, the Tempest Dragon still wide open. I don't think any team goes for it at this moment.
Yep, but that timing is really, really tight, right? Because if Nongshim understands this, Dao is not here.
Yeah, not yet. He's going to be spotted out, but Nongshim are like, hey, we're just going to continue to defend this tower mid, stick this around. And they do have a numbers advantage, but instead they just send out Kyung. He will deal with Dao. Hopefully look to just push him away more than anything else. The Whirlpool has been called. If they want to call in Dao, it doesn't look like they're going to do so.
Yep, he needs to consistently clear the lanes here at this point. And now this is the combination of all of the efforts, right? They sowed the seeds. Nongshim RedForce now have the advantage on the top lane, and it's something that Fearless Esports cannot ignore at any stage of the game. So this is where I think a very good play. Kyung is going to try and start cutting the waves here.
Oh, Dao finds Siri, he's going to be on this one, but he did have it. Nice Fever Barrage. He's doing some damage, but Siri taking a lot of damage. The Conductor of Souls, and it looks like Siri's down, but they did get Dao in return. What can they get in after this one? It's 4-on-4.
There's no smite. This is a horrible situation to be in for the side of Fearless Esports. Now, Nongshim, they will definitely beeline towards that Tempest Dragon. It's up to the rest of the team on the Fearless Esports. Can they delay this? Can they make them reset the Tempest Dragon?
Yeah, Haku's looking to just go for this one. He's starting to slowly whittle it down with Faye. Mind you, Kyung and Jinglin fighting in the top lane, providing it. But KK, he Infinite Vastness. That's an alt down. Sea of Fate was expended as well. Something to take note of, especially when it comes down to cooldowns. The Tempest Dragon right now at about half life. They get knocked up. I don't think Fearless Esports can actually defend, but Dao is up in about 5 seconds, and it looks like their Woodwind sticking around does provide vision. This is going to be super close. It looks like Nongshim are going to give this up because they're scared that Dao can come in with that Whirlpool.
No, I feel like that's a huge missed opportunity there. They should have gone for it. But you know, nonetheless, I think I respect the decision. There is a potential of the Eye of the Whirlpool to summon Dao in. They were just really scared of that skill. I mean, you had consistently stolen, buffs away with the smite. Why are you so scared of this one?
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know how to answer that one. I think that you're right in the sense that they were scared. They weren't looking to push this one out. Again, it didn't seem like, I mean, they had a number of, well, they could have pushed it out, but they didn't really have Siri to help just burn it down. So I didn't think they felt too comfortable on that one. But in the top lane, it looks like Kyung had the passing, and Siri's in a bad spot. That's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. Can they turn this around? Siri continuing to fight the duel of death. He does get killed. Siri is down, but DaoDao somehow still alive. The Unbridled Outburst now going to be committed, and it looks like DaoDao is continuing to fight. Kyung is going to be back in a second, but DaoDao is continuing. Somehow, finally goes down. Haku goes down as well, but that's going to be just the Sage's Sanctuary. The Unending Sorrow now going to be used. Faye's going to be chased out by Woodwind. He wants to go for him, but Faye, he's going to recall, but they've gotten Haku. The Death at Sunset lands onto Illusion, and Illusion is running for his life. The Sea of Fate just to say hi, but ride the wind, and they knock him down, and Fearless Esports strike back.
Yep, in the war of attrition, Fearless Esports make it work, and now they're going to start working down towards the top lane. They need to break, they need to carve an opening into the base on the side of Nongshim RedForce. And right now, 20 seconds is too painful.
It's too painful, though. Here's the Whirlpool. Everybody is joined the fight. The Resplendent Revolver from Siri. They need to stay alive. He needs to be careful. Maybe you give up the T3, and they do. But the base is wide open. The minions are slowly creeping in. But Kyung is now joined back in. The Death at Sunset. Faye is getting a little bit low. Kyung continuing to fight. He does have the Soul Resonance. The Flaming Palm does end up picking off Faye. That's a big one. But Haku is back up as well. But the Fever Barrage, he actually gets back. The Infinite Fastness. Fable is looking to get targeted. He does go down. So they've got this. But the Infinite Fastness from KK, he's going to survive. And somehow Nongshim still be able to hold.
Oh my goodness, both teams just playing their hearts out at this point, and it's tough, right? Because any single mistake is going to be the killing blow. At this point, Skydome going to be in the hands of Kyung. They need as much survivability as they can. Crimson Golem going into the hands of Siri. Maybe this might change the fight for them.
The net worth is completely changed. And again, I know it's past 20 minutes. It doesn't really matter anymore, but I just think it speaks volumes about how Fearless Esports were able to come back. I think that this Woodwind Dachau pick has been on point, being able to split push. The only issue is that they haven't had that avenue of attack in terms of the mid lane, which is, again, fully fortified by Nongshim. So if anything, the top lane, they're going to continue to push that in. That's going to be a bit of an issue right now, but it looks like Nongshim, starting at least the Tempest Dragon, maybe they've got the fast fingers this time.
We'll see, right? The kiting and the deterrence coming in from Kyung as well. They want to make sure DaoDao doesn't have an entry point at all.
Yeah, and it looks like Xinglin pushing in the top lane is to the last second. The Whirlpool will be used. The Sea of Fate is on the side. Something to take note of. DaoDao is at half-life already. Siri looking to burn this down as quickly as possible with Faye in the front line. Fable has the winner is here. They're going to go. Here's the Whirlpool and the Unbridled Outburst, but it looks like Faye gets the steal or gets the kill on the Tempest Dragon. That's a huge win. The Sea of Fate, do they get on out of this? Xinglin does survive. Everybody's backed off, but they've taken the Tempest Dragon, and Nongshim take a huge victory on that one.
Okay, big win for the side of Nongshim RedForce. They missed once with the Shadow Overlord. This time, will they miss again with the Tempest Dragon?
This could be huge. This is how they push, what they need to do. They need to ensure that the coordination is on point. The Vanguards are going to be pushing. Nongshim right now in the driver's seat. Kyung looking to push the top lane. You have the rest of Nongshim pushing the middle right now. And it looks like they're going to just force Fearless Esports to have to play defense, not get out of their base. But this net worth lead is just all over the place.
Yep, it's all synced up.
They're all synced up here. Haku gets knocked back in. That T3 mid is somehow still alive. Oh, they do end up getting... Oh, they're trying to go for Illusion. The Sage's Sanctuary, the Death at Sunset, he's trying to chase. The Xinglin is getting a little bit low, but the Unending Sorrow from Haku keeping him alive. And they do have it. Xinglin survives in the very end. The Infinite Fastness all the way back. The Unbridled Outburst, but they've gotten Fable. He was the first to fall. The Sage's Sanctuary from Illusion. He's going to be back for round 2, but Kyung, he's going to be killed. And that's going to be a 1-for-1 thus far. DaoDao is back up as well. But with that base being under siege, the T3 mid has been taken. The Vanguard is pushing the bottom lane. And here's the next wave of Vanguards coming.
Okay, this is the second wave, right? If I'm not wrong, or the third wave. At this point, it is all in the air.
It's all in the air. Siri looking to just push out that bottom T3. The Death at Sunset on point. Does actually connect. The Meteor kill is going to be there, but Xinglin is a little bit far. The rest of the team hasn't been able to join him. That bottom T3 has been taken out. Fearless Esports' base is wide open.
Yep, the Barren Wastelands now are the base of Fearless Esports. They still have the last wave of Tempest Dragons to deal with, or Tempest Vanguards at this point, and they survived, right? They did survive, but it's a tough survival because now the base is open. Nongshim, can they deal the killing blow, right? We've seen in the war of attrition, depending on how it goes, with the buying of Sage's Sanctuaries, with the Splendors, with the Moon Goddesses, it makes a world's difference. Far may not be important, but they need as much of it now to be able to item switch.
For sure, and they're definitely going to need that, right? I think if anything, Nongshim, if they're going to go for an attack, they need to understand where that top lane is. Obviously, both both will push on both ends, but it's one of those things where they're the most vulnerable. That's the only thing that they need to worry about as they slow siege the mid lane right now. Oh, but they're looking to go for this one. They get the nice little knockoff. Jinglin is going to get them, but the winner is here. He looks like Jinglin is not scared. He's going to get the Moonlight, the Meteor kill. The Sea of Fate keeps them alive, and they're going to back up, but the next Tempest Dragon up in about 15 seconds. Something to take note of.
Yeah, so Nongshim is fighting essentially 5v10, right? Every single time the Eye of the Whirlpool and the Sea of Fate combination drops down, it's really hard for them to win the fight because it's a new player altogether.
New play, but it looks like they're just kind of pushing across. They could go for this one if they want. Fearless Esports make a beeline for it. They want to see what's happening in this Tempest Dragon home, but they're going to find it empty. Nongshim have made their rotation. They're going to look to go bottom lane.
Yep, you know what? At this point, Nongshim, they don't even have to contest for the Tempest Dragon, right? Just get the split push in. Naturally, they will have the back off on the side of Fearless Esports. We will have access towards that Tempest Dragon. So that's exactly what Faye is doing. And bear in mind, they have double smites. This is really important. It's hard.
Yeah, it's really hard. And I mean, Nongshim right now, if Fearless Esports were to commit resources into taking out the Tempest Dragon, you have the mid and the bottom lane that's wide open, and they could just end the game, right? So they have to play this very precariously, or very cautiously, excuse me. Faye is still up in front. It looks like they're going to start the Tempest Dragon. Kyung will make a beeline for this. The Whirlpool has been committed. The winner is here. Is just going to zone them away. They have the Meteor kill that's connecting. He's going to go immune for now. Illusion looking to turn this around. Fable goes immune as well. He's looking to go, but the Umbrella Outburst, the Slaughter, he's looking to go. The Man Stampede, the Infinite Vastness, he looks to go for this one, but the Sage's Sanctuary, that's going to be life number one. The Sea of Fate, perfectly timed. Keeps him alive. He's going to heal back up. That was actually very nicely played by Fearless Esports.
Yep, and the only win condition here is on the top lane, right? And it's going to be instantly cancelled out by Kyung right now. Dao Dao's still around the area. I'm not sure whether they know this or not.
Yeah, fixing the lane. NS right now just looking to push Dao Dao, taking a ton of damage. Oh, he gets Dao out! Did not expect the damage from Siri. Illusion is going to be back up, but now they want to go Tinglin. He's trying to fight this 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4. Here comes Kyung. Path of Passing, he goes right after them, but Fable in a bad spot. He's going to go back with the Sage's Sanctuary. He's going to be killed a second time. Nongshim now are looking to just end this game. The Unending Sorrow from Haku all the way up in front, and they have that one. The Red's coming up once yet again. It looks like he's going to be killed. Tinglin, and it looks like Nongshim have the edge. They just need their minions. The Sea of Fate is just going to push him back, but what at what cost? Here's the super minion. They get it in, and they're looking to close this game out, and they do end up killing the game, and they win. Nongshim take the victory.
Big win coming in from Nongshim RedForce. You can see what it means to them at this point. It was hard fought. I mean, there is no word to describe the feeling they are going through right now. There's so many things, right? Excited, they're happy, and stress. End of the day, what a performance by Nongshim RedForce. They pull Fearless Esports down from the pedestal and say, no, you join us and you earn that right to go into the finals as the one team.
What a bounce back by Nongshim. Just being able to play that one out. That was so back and forth. They had the lead, understood just strategically what you needed to have done. I mean, that end game was almost textbook in terms of how to close the game out, forcing the team into a pretty bad decision, right? It's either do or die in that situation. Like, you try to go for that Tempest Dragon, you're in a bad spot. And I just felt like Nongshim just played that one to the T.
Yep, they have perfect understanding of what needs to happen, right? And guys, this is what I mean by map control. Understand the strengths of what the map is like for you, right? The moment the base is barren, it opens up so many options for you because you don't have to commit for the Tempest Dragons. If you drag that fight out, which is what Nongshim did, Fearless has to commit. They have to try and defend, and either way, it's a win for you, right? If they defend the lanes, the Tempest is open for you. If they contest the Tempest, the lane is open for you, right? And so it's just a perfect understanding, and all of this came from the wall of attrition. I cannot explain to you how many times the item switching happens. It's not even about the items on the screen right now. It's just the Moon Goddesses coming in, the Sage's Sanctuaries coming in, the Winter coming in from Siri. All of these item changes really made the world's difference for both sides.
It was just on point. I mean, this team was starting to really play well together. Like the split pushing was countered by Nongshim. Just the Tempest Dragon, you just kind of spelled out how that, you know, the opportunity was there. There were just so many different, you know, there were both of these guys were just playing high level chess or high level Honor of Kings in this case, just going back and forth. It was like two heavyweights going at it, and you could see. You do this, all right, I'm going to counter with this move. And it's just the high-level play that you're seeing. But my gosh, look at this damage dealt. Obviously, with the game as long as it went, you're going to have 264,000 damage by illusion. I mean, everybody was just doing so much in this game.
Yep, exactly. And, you know, this is where all of the small things matter. So the Leaping Savior is coming in from Faye. The Death's Precipice coming in from Kyong. All these slows really set the stage for Siri, right? And Siri's choice, not to go for stun, but to go for Purify instead, really changed the state. And you could see, right? Nongshim, towards the end of the game, during the last few, 24 minutes onwards, it was back and forth, right? It really was who made the slightly better play.
Yeah, slightly better play, but my gosh, these highlights are going to be an amazing one. I think the highlights are going to be like 20 minutes long, right? The game was long enough, and it was so back and forth where we just saw them going at it for so long and just going in. Like the early to mid game seemed like it was 3 games ago at this point because the late game was so long. And again, the chess match that was played between these two teams was amazing to watch.
Yeah, exactly. And if you notice, right, at the critical moments, Faye always made sure he landed his ultimates at the right time, either enabling the steal or the securing of the neutral objective as well, which was huge. This is why Zhang Fei is normally banned out in rank in professional games as well, right? And at the same time, setting the stage for the rest of the team, Illusion always got dove on by Singling on the backline, but he always made sure that even if he died, that sacrifice was worth it because the rest of the team, like Haku, like Siri, will be able to deal the damage as well.
And okay, look, going into this draft, I kind of felt like I called out Faye on the Zhang Fei about having a little bit less impact. Seeing as that he had an absolutely amazing game, just almost in every single fight, controlling the fights and just being this absolute monster that you expect Faye to be, I feel like I should get full credit for the fact that I motivated Faye.
We give credit where credit is due, and definitely we will give you that credit, right?
Thank you, sir.
But of course, with that being said, I need you guys to understand how good of a game that came across from the side of Fearless Esports as well. The Sea of Fate timings. There was one particular instance where he saved KK right after that resurrection. But anyway, let's talk about the MVP first. Illusion, yes, definitely one of the strongest players in this game. Every instance of the Ocean of Tears passive, every instance of the Moon Goddess, every instance of the Splendor, all timed perfectly to draw Singling in and to draw the rest of the members in. He died a couple of times in the early game, but it doesn't matter. Late game, 264,000 damage dealt across.
A ton of damage. But how do you give an MVP to somebody who had 0 kills, man? Kills are the only thing that matter in this game, right? All right, but here we go. Here are the standings. This is the latest one thus far. Of course, Fearless Esports are still tops, but they've played 5 games. And so that's kind of why you see a little bit of a gap right now. But RedForce and Nongshim RedForce were able to strike back. It's going to be interesting. We have 2 more games. SCARZ is going to enter the play, and both of these teams are going to play SCARZ each individually. But we're going to find out if there's going to be a potential tie, and then we got to figure out how tiebreakers work, and there might be even more games to watch. It's going to be super exciting going into this Pacific play-in. This is what we wanted. 3 teams just going at it and just going ham and just controlling, and just having some of the best games that we've seen with Honor of Kings Esports here.
Yep. At this point, I can't imagine the stress going in for all the different team stages, right? Because at this point, they all need clean games. Fearless Esports as well as Nongshim RedForce, both of these teams need perfect performances. 2-0s, no drops. Now, we will see if that's going to be the case later, but when we come back, it is going to be SCARZ who puts their foot forward and hopefully try to shake up the table.
tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your way. Tell you what you can't do, can't do, can't do. and tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your
spores that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Championship 2024 Pacific Play-In Day 2. We're going to see Fearless Esports after that loss against Nongshim RedForce 1-2 go up against the Japanese squad of SCARZ. Kindofu, how you doing today?
We are doing great, and I think, we were doing some mathematical calculations just now. So as long as Fearless Esports, I think if they don't lose a game at all in the next series, I think they should secure their position. But of course, SCARZ will be looking to make that difference, right? So right now, it is going to be Fearless Esports with 2 points on the board, Nongshim RedForce with 2 points on the board as well, and SCARZ with no points on the board. So SCARZ looking to change their position for a little bit.
Yeah, and it really matters. I mean, the fact that Fearless Esports 2-0 Nongshim yesterday, they're going to get more points on that, but Nongshim struck back. They got the 2-1 point-wise. They should be behind. And again, you were talking about how SCARZ need to take that one game off at least for, Nongshim to have a chance. I think if you're a Nongshim RedForce fan, you definitely want SCARZ. You're rooting for them. You want them to win out on this one. But let's talk a little bit about SCARZ. It's going to be, of course, Rover, Arashi, ASD, Jens, and of course, Ochik here.
Yep, the 5 members on SCARZ. They have shown that they have what it takes to potentially pull a game off of Fearless Esports, right? They kind of took them for a ride in game number 1 yesterday. Even though it ended in a 2-0, it wasn't as clean as Fearless Esports Hong Kong would have liked it to be.
Yeah, and I mean, SCARZ had a good game yesterday against Fearless Esports. The potential is definitely there, but again, Kindofu, walk me through the Fearless Esports lineup.
We've already seen these boys play just now. It's going to be Singling in the Clash, Dao Dao in the jungle, Fable in the mid, KK in the farm, and Woodwind in the support/roam role.
All right, okay, after the loss in that last one, Professor Kindofu, who needs to step up in this game from Fearless Esports? Who messed up in your eyes?
I think KK did, right? There was a moment where KK kind of dove back in even after he used that infinite vastness. I'm not sure why he did it. I think he saw an opportunity that I didn't see. So you know what? It kind of costed them the fight there.
Yeah, I actually do agree. But Kindofu, where can they find you online?
You can find me at Holler TV.
No, but KK, you can go out and find Kindofu. It's just Kindofu on social media. Please do go at him. He's calling you out right now. So I think that's, if anything, you know who to go to, right?
Koi, come. It's fine. I'm able to defend myself.
All right, but it looks like the draft is going to be underway. Some of the picks have been made. Dahlia, Ogren, of course, the lady Jean on both ends. But okay, if you see Fearless Esports, your SCARZ now. The Dahlia is the first pick. You see that those other two. Who do you pick here? Or who do you like?
Definitely something like a Long would make sense as well, right? Or maybe the Princess Frost. I think that combination works really well going up against Legion. We've already seen the benefits of having something like that. And now SCARZ gonna finish up the first half with a Mankey pick. I like this a lot, right? Mankey offers a lot of tank, a lot of mobility with the Dream Roam as well. So it's not the easiest one to fight with on the side of Fearless Esports.
All right, but okay, we talked about how Oghren is counterable. In that last game, it looked like Kyung was just kind of playing Oghren to the hero's strength. He was doing quite well with it. I thought Fearless Esports would have had the proper counter and be able to deal with it. But I mean, yeah, they went to a late game, but I still felt like the Oghren kind of did its job. It was very strong.
Yeah, it did. The sustain was actually buying a lot of time, right, for the team to really lay down the damage. And that's where Siwi as the Marco really just went in. And with the Leaping Saviors coming in from the Zhang played by Fei, it was great. So this time, I think, you know, for Woodwind to come in with the Zhang Fei, he has already displayed that he is able to play that same Smite Zhang Fei as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the story of the, well, no, it's not. It's been like that for quite some time, right? The double smite, the Zhang Fei picking up the smite, not an unusual thing. You just saw just how great it could be in that last game with, you know, Nongshim, you know, just Fei just getting some sort of steals left and right. It's something that you need to factor whenever you're taking a big neutral fight.
Yeah, now, T-Ranger in the hands of Fearless Esports. Concerned about the range, he does offer quite a lot of damage as well. And, you know, with the Leaping Savior, it does provide him a little bit more sustainability, longevity in the lane as well.
Okay, all right. But it looks like SCARZ are going to counter with a lane and Heino to kind of round out their draft. What are your thoughts on these two?
Heino, the overall peel, right? If you get the Scepter of Fate, it's going to consistently drag you down, peel your health bars down as well. So I really like it. The fact that they have one front-facing tank, which is going to be the Mankey, and the tankiest of them all, per se. This is a good strategy to have, right? A lane as well as Lung, they're looking for entry points. So we'll see. We'll see if this works out for the side of SCARZ.
All right, but what rounds out the Fearless Esports draft?
They're still missing a clash lane, right? So at this point, I think they want to play the poke game. So probably someone with a long range. And wow, it's going to be the Luna once again. I like this.
All right. High risk, high reward, just going in, going ham, getting aggressive. That seems to be the strike back way of just getting back in it. But why do you like it, Kin?
Well, Luna offers quite a lot of entry points, like I mentioned. And if the stage is set right, and the fact they have an Oghren, it means a lot of focus will be placed on Oghren because he's going to lay down the path of passing, he's going to go in for the tank, and then eyes onto so many different members, right? You have to care about KK, you have to care about the Zhang Fei, and you also have to care about Xingling on the Oghren. And where does that leave the Dao Dao Luna? It leaves him completely unchecked.
Yeah, unchecked. And I mean, he could just tear things up. I mean, I think everybody has respectable damage. Even the Zhang Fei with the Unbridled Outburst can kind of get in your face. This is a team that wants to kind of run at you and just blow you up. I think they have that potential. It's going to be very interesting to see how ASD does on the Heino, because he can kind of maybe potentially bait things out and then Fate Rewind most of it back. So we're going to see how this one plays out. It's, of course, the second match of the day, SCARZ versus Fearless Esports. Can SCARZ strike into Fearless Esports here?
Looking for the steal already. Woodwind already struggling to lay down a little bit of pain. I'm not sure whether he got the smite. I think he did, right? So he stole that camp away.
Yeah, I think he stole that camp. And that's the power of it, right? Just being a nuisance on this Zhang Fei. That's what you want to do. And plus, like, you know, heroes have to rotate against you. They have to factor you in. And now it looks like he's going to go into the bottom lane, provide a little bit of support for KK here. Woodwind has just been doing a great job of just, you know, being a good roamer.
Yeah, but Ochik doing really equally well as well, right? Now, this is one of the benefits of Bedolia, the ability to stay in the river, get the heals, and get the shields as well for your farm lane.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do. And okay, Rilver, all right, Jinglin, this is an Elaine Oghren matchup. You don't always see Oghren in the Clash lane. But what are your thoughts on this one? I mean, it helps having a Dream Roam coming in like this one, but it looks like Rilver has to run away.
It's more beneficial for the Oghren for sure. And put that onto the hands of Xingling, I think you have a winning matchup. At this point, that's why the junglers are rotating in, right? They want to see, is there any way we can tip the scales in our favor?
Yeah, they're going to need some sort of help. And Arashi here just trying to make some, movement around the map. And Dao Dao doing it in kind. So both junglers just trying to help support the team, right? This is a big one from them. They're both level 4. And Arashi's still up in front. He needs to be careful. Ooh, Dao Dao in and out, but he's a little low.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's pretty even, right, for both teams. And no steal coming out from Woodwind. He might be the first blood here if he gets caught out.
He's a little tanky. He forfeited domains. He throws them all back. But the blue, I think it was picked up by Dao Dao in the end. But Arashi now in a bad spot. He's taking a lot of damage. The Lingering Dream, but the Fate Rewind back. But it looks like Arashi's going to be the first to fall.
Yeah, first blood goes in the hands of Fearless Esports. And of all of the people to go into, it is a funnel into KK.
Yeah, and that's not a good situation to be in. You don't want to let the DRNJ get that first blood gold. He's going to be even stronger and more difficult to deal with by Jens, who is a little bit behind in terms of net worth because of that.
Yeah, so you know what? I thought it was a balanced matchup because simply you have the ult, right? You have the wave breaker, you have heals coming out, and that enables your farm lane to really just go in with no fear.
Yeah, a meteor kill onto it. The Conductor of Souls is used by Xinglin, who's looking to turn this around. My gosh, so scary, this Ogryn out healing you, out damaging you, and he's probably winning in the looks department with this Ogryn too.
Oh yeah, for sure. Right now, it's a lot of pressure coming in from Fearless Esports, right? They want to build upon the lead that they've gotten for themselves. It's just one first blood, but take a look at the gold diff, right? It's about 1,000 already. And a simple slash. And that's going to be the Crescent Slicer getting the jungle camp all the way to Dao Dao.
Yeah, it helps out. I mean, just stealing as much as possible. Less for Arashi, less to be tanky. And they're going to really need Arashi to be that frontliner. I mean, him not having that tank ability is going to really hurt this team because he's pretty much the biggest one. Not only in terms of size, but also in terms of just the armor ability. And he's looking to go in. The Tempest is about to start. It looks like the Ochik is going to throw out that Ode to kind of just potentially zone them away. But Woodwind, not scared. And it looks like, they do end up getting it. Fable does take the Tyrant. And it looks like SCARZ are just going to have to limp away.
Yep, big confidence there as they get a secondary kill as well. 12,000 gold in the pocket, 13 as we talk about it. And this is not looking good at all for SCARZ.
Oh, not looking good at all. And Dao Dao coming on. Fate Rewind. Oh, barely any heal at all. That's an awkward one. ASD is going to use the healing do. He will be back.
Yep, difficult situation to be in. It's going to be a 2,000 gold lead. This was the solo kill onto Brilva from the side of Xingling. And it's tough, right? Because when an Ogryn has a lead, especially in the lane against you, you're forced to constantly be in a one-on-one with him.
Yeah, and not a good situation for Xingling. I mean, to let him get the Ogryn, probably not great, right? I think Fearless Esports are like, we got the Ogryn, we got it in the Clash lane. It doesn't really matter. It could have been potentially flexed into the jungle, but, I'm happy having it in the Clash laner, and Xingling has just been on point with it.
Yeah, and Dao Dao now having double buffs with the stolen Azure Golem from the camp on the side of SCARZ. This is going to be a huge influence onto the next few seconds here because he will be able to control the game. Take a look at it. He's handling 2 people in the mid. That allows the rotations for the farm lane as well.
Yeah, just doing so much. Xingling is just zoned out Rilver, just taking it out. He had a level differential as well, but they've got the gank in the bottom lane, and they found Jens. They take the tower as well, and they're just putting salt on those wounds.
Yep, Crimson at risk as well. Looks like Dao Dao once again secures the Crimson Golem for himself, and this leaves Arashi kind of starving for a little bit.
Yeah, starving, struggling, the Ocean of Tears being thrown out. Arashi hasn't really been able to find the farm. Look at him just moving around. I mean, if anything, he's super cute, if anything, but he hasn't been able to get farm, and that's what he needs.
Yep, he needs a little more than charm, right, at this point, as they are going to mount the pressure here. Another knockup, and it's just not looking good at all for SCARZ.
All right, when you said needs a little bit more than charm, you sound like my partner. Feel the same way. Like, you guys are saying the same things.
Well, I'm not going to step into your personal relationships.
All right, nonetheless, Xingling is pushing it out. I mean, this is all about the map control, taking things out, just forcing them back. Like, right now, SCARZ is just struggling to find any sort of farm. They're grouping up, and trying to defend, but, they're coming from all angles. Unbridled Outburst just used, but again, just to zone them away, and they take the T1 mid for free.
Yeah, they feel so exposed, right? Every single member is on all fronts of the map, right? Top left, right, bottom as well. They had multiple entries, and when you're dealing with someone like Dao Dao on the Luna, that's not a situation you want to be in.
Yeah, for sure. Dao and I mean, level 12 already. Arashi level 9. This is a huge differential. Arashi cannot even fight. I think that it's super scary at this point. But they've just imposed their will. Fearless Esports bounce back, and they bounce back angry against the SCARZ lineup.
Yep, they take it personally at this point, and for good reason, because this is going to be the thing, the match that sets the stage for them, right? If they win this cleanly, it is a confirmed qualification into the King's Championship.
Yeah, Fearless Esports right now, they're kind of like, oh, nobody makes me bleed my own blood after that last series. And they're kind of angry. I mean, they're taking it out onto SCARZ. SCARZ have been pushed back. They're down about 6K in terms of net worth, but they've nowhere to go, nowhere to breathe. The top T2 has been taken out as well. The Dream Roam just being used by Arashi, just running away, just trying to stay alive. He walks into the kiddie pool of anything, but that's going to be the end of it.
Yeah, and this is really important, right? So SCARZ, they need ASD to land this Scepters of Fate. Unless he lands it, there is no comeback factor at all.
Yeah, he's got to be constantly just like, you know, constantly doing damage. Whenever it's off cooldown, just getting the snipes, the pickoffs, do a little bit of damage. So Fearless Esports has to respect you. Right now, they don't respect you, and they're pushing ASD all the way back into his base, and they're forcing it down in that mid T2. They're looking to take the top as well, as they're looking to go in the fight in the top lane. If we're going to go, KK doing a little bit of damage, the Unbridled Outburst, and no, the Ocean of Tears pushing them away. Arashi's going to zone them, and nobody wants this.
Yeah, now ASD at this point, he needs to land a Scepter of Fate onto Dao Dao, right? Because that will allow him to kind of peel Dao Dao down. Dao Dao is very strong right now, right? He has the August Word, he has the Insatiable Tomb. A lot of lifesteal, a lot of defensive capabilities as well.
Yeah, Dao Dao is very strong. He's got a lot of gold, and he's starting to become very, very rich, and very damagey.
Yeah, so big wealth.
In summary, yes. But it looks like Dao Dao will take the Tyrant here. Woodwind is going to just kind of, again, just scout out. But Jinlin, nobody's been able to touch him. He's just been in the top lane, just camping. Nobody can touch him at this point.
Yeah, at this point, okay, take a look at the damage that turns with stealing the Xingling, right? Respectable damage, but that also means they need a lot more room and time to really kill Xingling off.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to push into the top T3. They're going to go the Unbridled Outburst, the Infinite Vastness. Where's he going to go? He's thought about it, but he's just going to back on out. That top T3 still taking a lot of damage. The minions are still alive, and they're pushing it along. The Unbridled Outburst over the wall. The Fate Rewind brings it back. And that's not your imagination. It did come back like magic.
Yep, exactly. And now ASD, he gets his hands on the August Word, so he's going to be a little bit more defensive in nature as well. Now, they have managed to secure that push, or revert that push that came in from Fearless Esports Hong Kong, but I think that's the least of their troubles at this point.
Yeah, least of their troubles. I mean, this is the Tyrant one. Arashi going in, the Dream Roam all the way back to safety, but they're just being chased out. Oh, nice Ocean of Tears, shutting it down. Arashi and Ochik both on the kill count. Shenz has been getting killed as well. A double kill going the way of Dao Dao, and they've gotten 3, and they've taken, it looks like they're going to go back and maybe take that Tyrant, but my gosh, they are not scared. Dao Dao is actually styling on them, but he does get to safety, doesn't get any kills though.
Yep, it's fine, right? 3 down, just ASD and River to defend. They have 1 more lane. I mean, do they want to use the Fate Rewind to save this mid? I don't think so. That's not possible.
Yeah, not really possible. ASD is going to go for the Fate Rewind. Actually, he was just... Okay. I thought he was barely out of the range of that mid 2 or 3, but he did actually just get the tip.
Okay, so he is the last chance reversion, right? So he's going to revert things back to normal. They can lose the fight, it's fine. But how many times can you do this?
Yeah, I mean... yeah, at some point, Fearless Esports are just going to be so strong that they're just going to blow through them. It doesn't really matter if you bring it back. But yeah, I think Fearless Esports right now, again, you talked about the map control all the way up in front. Look at Woodwind. Like, you know, like the absolute confidence that this guy has of just understanding that none of these guys can blow you up, right? Like Woodwind, I'll just like scout out everything.
Yep, and vision control, right? So one of the things that is beneficial of this is now Dao Dao has free reign of the buffs across the SCARZ side of the map, and now they're gonna start and try to work on the structures once again.
Yeah, they're going to just focus on, it's going to be a mid and bottom, mainly bottom push. T3 is going to be there. ASD, oh, he doesn't have the ult right now, so this is a bit of an opening. No rewind on that sense, but maybe this mid T3 goes down as well, but they're going to wait for the minions.
Yep, so much space, right? They have like 40 seconds to play around because of the Primal Bond, and at this time, it's really just, can we break open the base as much as possible?
Yeah, just chip it down. I mean, you want a Fate Rewind? All right, I got all day. I'm going to stick around. I'm going to be happy with this one. And they're looking to go on. They have found Arashi. Dream roams. He gets to safety, but they've taken the top T3. It looks like they want to go for the mid one. No, they're going to die. The Unbridled Outburst, the Death at Sunset landing. That was a nice one, but Ochik is going to be the first to fall. But they're focusing on the base, but there's no minion. Oh, there are some minions. It doesn't really matter, but they want to fight. Jinglin is continuing on. He might actually be picked off. And ASD does get the kill. The base somehow survives, and it looks like SCARZ is going to hold, at least for now, with 2-1 kills.
Yeah, so they overstayed their welcome there, and Fearless Esports, I think they were just a little bit overzealous, right? Chill out, guys. You should be able to get the win if you continue this playstyle, but they also understand, right? As the game goes later and later, they have a higher chance to burn and burst down Dao Dao as well. And I think, you know, Fearless Esports, they want to avoid that.
Yeah, I think at that point, like, as Fearless Esports, you take the objectives. You don't need to overcommit and try to, like, dive. But, like, Dao Dao is diving, doesn't really care. ASD, he's going to be killed, not able to Fate Rewinds. I mean, it was on cooldown, excuse me. But Woodwind and Dao Dao continuing to just go in. Just so much damage just goes in and out. He is like this nightmare. He is all over you, and he wants more. Ochik is going to be the next to fall.
Holy!
He just turns it on, not scared, and they're continuing on. Arashi is just next on that list. And it looks like we have Menki for dinner tonight with 4 members down. It's just a matter of time as they're looking to push. It's one last hurrah. Infinite fastness to slow down. He has a sky eye view of all 5 members. Maybe he gets Dao Dao. No, he's going to get knocked up for good measure. They've had the KDA, and it looks like they get the ace, and they're going to take game 1. Fearless Esports on top.
Monstrous performance here by Fearless Esports. I mean, he knocked them all the way down. And with that, I think that's a one step, right, in the correct direction for Fearless Esports. What a performance on the Luna. That is why it is picked.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, he was incredible on that one, right? Just no fear, just doing so much damage. Everyone from SCARZ was in disarray. They were just trying to run away. I think they were screaming Godzilla. I don't even know. I mean, it was just an absolute nightmare of a game for SCARZ. I think Fearless Esports really stuck it to them. They had a great game 1.
Yeah, Fearless at this point have proven that they are pretty much peerless in the competition thus far. Credits to Nongshim that have managed to get one game against them. Now SCARZ hoping to put up a better performance in the second game of this best of 3 series. They are the last hope, not for themselves, but actually for Nongshim RedForce, because they need to take a win against Fearless Esports in order for Nongshim RedForce to kind of have a survival chance in this competition.
Yeah, Nongshim RedForce right now, they're just like, SCARZ, just one game, one win, that's all we need. But again, when your team is kind of struggling, and I mean, if we're looking at the KDAs from the SCARZ side, little difficult. A lot of donuts on that end in terms of the kills. I mean, ASD had a couple himself with River with 1, but I mean, it was the Fearless Esports show.
Yeah, specifically the Dao Dao show, right? At this point, itemizations of the rest of the members, great job, right? Tankiness coming out from KK with the damage, Singling as well, soaking, weaving in Pure Sky with the what? Crimson Shadow, okay, Crimson Reaper, sorry. Interesting, but nonetheless, it was all about Dao Dao, right? 32.3% of the team's damage overall to heroes, 132. I think this was a 9-minute match, guys.
Yeah, it was a 9-minute match, but it went a little bit long. So again, if we have to just kind of critique their play, not the best. I mean, there was that moment where they were kind of tower diving. They did extend the game by a minute or 2 just because of that dive. I mean, they lost a couple members, but nonetheless, it was still a very good game by Fearless Esports, really knowing how to close it out. I mean, this gold graph speaks volumes about how that game went, right?
Yep, 14,000 in advantage to the side of Fearless Esports. Let's take a look at how this game went down.
Yeah, and it was pretty much Fearless Esports getting a bunch of kills. This top lane, Jinglin was absolutely dominant. Rilver had really no chance. It was super difficult going up against an Ogryn there, but like they were diving. Woodwind does not care. They take the bottom T1 and they forced it out. They took objectives early and they took them often. They pushed it out, and everyone from SCARZ, almost the entire game, were on the run.
Yeah, you know, they really needed ASD to be on point this game, but unfortunately, he did not hit the mark here. He was unable to land the Scepters of Fate. His damage against KK was decent, and, you know, he was able to melt down Fable and KK decently, but without landing those Scepters of Fate, that opportunity could never be explored.
Yeah, and you want the ASD to be up front, throwing out those scepters so that Fearless Esports play a little scared. But ASD never really got enough farm, or he wasn't hitting the scepters on point to do that, where they had to respect it. But, you know, hey, you were talking about all game or the post game in the sense of Dao just turning it up. He did have an MVP-like game.
Yeah, switch up the gears, right? 131,000 damage, KDA 504. There was never a threat where Dao felt like, hey, he was going to die at any point of this game. And respectfully, he took half the damage, 68.9 thousand damage taken. It was a one-man show, let's be honest about it.
Yeah, he was on points. He was just tearing it up. And that's super scary, right? I know you talk about the fact that he's a one-man show, but I'm going to give a little bit more respect to the rest of the team. I think Jinglin had an amazing game as well. That Ogryn is just on point. That's what you want to do as an Ogryn Clash laner. You just dominate the lane. You can take on fights 1 versus 2. They were trying to gank him, and he was just like always being able to hold. And he just, you know, he had a really good game. But again, that was just one game. We're going to find out what happens in game 2, but after this break.
Lu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Lu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Lu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Lu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Lu Bang should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into team fights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duo someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
Fearless Esports take the first game against SCARZ. Kindofu, how does SCARZ respond to that game?
They need to regroup, right? I think at this point, they need a clear understanding of what the strengths are on the side of Fearless Esports, and Dao definitely is one of the core members of Fearless Esports. So they need to kind of stifle his growth, control him, right? They need to put a leash on this guy.
Yeah, but it's hard to do. You know, have you ever tried to leash a wild dog? It's kind of hard to do, right? Especially when he doesn't want to be contained like that. So I think it's a situation where, yeah, it's a good idea, but very difficult to do against a big dog like Dao.
Well, that's why they are the professionals.
Touche. But it looks like the teams are kind of getting one last coaching advice going into this one. Of course, it's going to be the second game, most important one. SCARZ is going to be, they need to make a dent into Fearless Esports, right? Not only for themselves and to get themselves in the win column, but also for the Nongshim RedForce fans who need a win. If not Fearless Esports, if they were to 2-0 SCARZ on this one, they would move on.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? Because at this point, there's a couple of things that have happened since that victory against SCARZ, which is number one, now you have to put into consideration, do we have to ban the Luna, right? Is that one of the options available? Secondly is, Xingling has been absolutely disastrous to the side of SCARZ with the Ogren. And looks like they say, yeah, you know what? That was a huge problem. Let's take Ogren for ourselves.
Yeah, and we saw it in yesterday's games with SCARZ, that is. They had Arashi on the Ogren, and they were just trying to funnel as much farm to him as possible, but it was kind of at the extent of the expense of the rest of the players. Like, he was going into the other lanes and almost, not, dare I say, stealing farm from their own team, but it was kind of like, you want to be in the enemy jungle. You want to be taking the enemy farm as much as possible.
Yeah, and now SCARZ are going to try, right? Lady Sun, Lady Chen, very big burst damage, big control coming in. This is good synergy with the Ogren as well. So I like this, but there's benefits also from the side of Fearless Esports, right? Angela, Zhang Fei, Arlie. Angela with the big burst, Chaos Cinders with the big stuns, Zhang Fei with the Leaping Savior for the skills, and Arlie, one of the best zipping in and out heroes in the game.
Yeah, and it's, again, a glass cannon, though, if you're able to just pop off and just be super on the edge of every team fight, just doing as much damage as possible, great. You're going to have an awesome time. I think that, KK is definitely up to that task. He definitely has that skill level. So somebody to take note of. Now, SCARZ, on the other hand, need to figure out a way to get onto him. Angela a little bit more on the e-mobile side, Arlie on the opposite spectrum of just being super mobile.
Yeah, they need a little bit more tankiness as well. So someone that can either enable their movement or to really just give them a little bit of a shield in front, right? So they will ban out the Byron and the Dharma in the second phase. This will conclude the banning phase for the side of SCARZ. They don't want to deal with the stuns and the backline excess.
Yeah, and Fearless Esports, it looks like they're going to go with the Xingling special of the Mai Yin. That one is going to get on the back line. That's going to be tough to deal with. And as per what you were saying with SCARZ, they need some tank and they need some meat to kind of shield these squishier ladies in the back.
Yeah, you know, you always want to protect your lady, and at this point, it is difficult because the one attacking will be another lady. It's gonna be Mayin, right? This Mayin is gonna try and enter the backlines with the whatever, and when you know Xingling gets the chance, that catch is going to be insanely enabling for the side of Fearless Esports. It opens up things like the Chaos Cinder. It opens up things like the Forbidden Domain. It also opens up the space for KK to come in with the early on the lift step and maybe even the Maple Dancer. You know, force them to throw skills at the wrong time.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all about baiting it out, right? Just being able to potentially do that. You go in and out and just kind of work around those cooldowns. But now SCARZ going with the Elaine and Lian Po. The Elaine, it was more of a matchup thing more than anything else onto the Mayan. Plus, you can kind of Death at Sunset on the E-Mobile Angela, but catching the other two might not be as easy. So we're going to have to see it, but Fearless Esports go back to the Dao Dao special of the Luna.
I mean, based on what happened in game one, isn't this game just over?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking that way. It's tough. Again, I think that they need to adjust, right? SCARZ cannot let, you know, Dao Dao do his thing of just farming up and then just blowing up everybody, right? It's a thing where they need to adjust and just kind of invade the enemy jungle, make Dao Dao uncomfortable in whatever way you can.
You know what? There's a couple of things they can explore, right? Number one, the biggest one that stares at you in the face is let's not give Dao Dao that Azure Golden buff. That's one. Secondly is, can we get the lockdown? And the only acceptable lockdown I can see here would probably be ASD if he manages to get the passive off, but that's really hard to do against Dao Dao.
What about the Trevor Smash? Are you not a believer?
Not enough time.
Yeah,
not enough.
I know. It's tough. I mean, Luna's just in and out and just blows everybody up and then gets on out of there. So, yeah, I can see it being a huge issue, but you have to figure out a way to get onto Dao Dao. I think that their number one priority is that, hey, let anyone else beat you, and Fearless Esports have a number of stars that could kind of pick up the slack, but I think that you say, hey, don't let Dao Dao beat us.
Yeah, for sure, right? A lot of emphasis is going to be placed on Dao Dao. You know what? There's another option to explore, which is let's just kill everyone except for Dao Dao, and then Dao Dao is just food for us.
Yeah, and Jinglin actually finds Rilver just hiding in the bushes, going for the ambush, but Jinglin actually came out a little bit ahead. Rilver's a little bit behind on that one in that top lane, something to take note of. But if we're looking in the bottom, a little bit more stock standard. Everybody's just kind of 2-2 in this bottom lane.
Yeah. In fact, actually, I think it's maybe in favor of SCARZ, right? If they play the cards right, essentially you could knock up and keep KK airborne for a little bit, which will allow Jens to really get the damage in. But Arashi.
Yeah, the Searing Stab just doing a lot of damage. Arashi on the wrong side. He got sniped. Dao Dao. Oh, we're saying you need to limit it, not feed him.
Yeah, unfortunate start there. It's going to be Arashi taking the fall for the team here. First blood goes in the hands of Fearless Esports, and of course, it is going to be the superstar Dao Dao.
Dao Dao. I mean, should be just like die enemy team because that's all he does. He just kills everyone. He's making a nice rotation, and Zilver is going to be killed as well, and Dao Dao making an impact across the entire map.
Yeah, Fearless Esports Hong Kong, the coach was like, hey, you know what? They don't know how to deal with this Luna. Let's just put it back into the mix, and we'll get a perfect recipe here.
Yeah, it's actually perfect. I mean, Dao Dao, if you have no answers, why? If it ain't broke, why fix it, right? Continue on, just exude your dominance, and just take over the game. And they seem to have been doing that because SCARZ right now are behind. That net worth lead is starting to grow, which is worrying at the 2-minute, 30-second mark.
Yep, and he's really close towards the Augur's Word already. So that's going to be of huge concern because with the Augur's Word, he's going to have an increase of defense as well.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to just continue to push. Fearless Esports realizing, again, they have an advantage. The minions are pushing. They're going to put they're going to buy a little bit of space for KK. The Blazing Brilliance just pushing them away, but no real damage on it, but they're going to have to back off.
Yep, Jens having to really expand his ultimate shell just to make sure that the tower doesn't take any unnecessary damage.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I mean, definitely not a waste at all. It doesn't really matter at this 3-minute mark. But again, it's one of those things where it's on cooldown, excuse me. So they have a little bit more damage, less damaging options on that. But now Ochik, he's going to hide in the bushes, create a little bit of space. All with a Blazing Brilliance, Chaos Cinder combination was on point, and it's going to push away Ochik.
Yep, and once again, Dao Dao steals another camp away from Arashi, right? So he's at level 8. very soon, if he gets another stack of camps, he's going to be 2 levels ahead of Arashi at this point.
Okay, at what point are we like calling the cops and being like, hey, this thief Dao Dao is everywhere. He's taking everything.
This first objective, right? I'm not sure if they will be able to contest, right? I believe SCARZ will be looking to make the trade here.
Yeah, they probably will. I mean, it's up in about 3 seconds. Dao Dao is circling the area, but here's a teleport. It looks like River wants to help out and support because this Tyrant is going to be important, being the first objective. Jinglin, oh, it looks like that was instantly done, and they've taken it out, and it looks like KK is going to get credit for this one. And just like that, Fearless Esports furthering the lead.
Yep, they're going to start running away, right? If they haven't already, Fearless Esports, they're going to run away with the game pretty much soon. It's kind of surprising that it's about only 2,000 worth of gold lead at this point.
Yeah, just completely. Oh, the Umbrella Outburst, but the burst ram away gets them out. It looks like they're going to continue to push this bottom T1. They will take it down. They'll give it to KK and funnel him a little bit more farm.
Yeah, that's all of the play they're looking for, right? The reason why they dropped down that Unbridled Outburst, even in the first place, was just to scare them off, right? They wanted to secure that T1 on the farm lane, and now with the map open up a little bit more, you can see Fearless Esports, they might consider other neutral objectives as well.
What's so scary about the Umbrella Outburst? I think the Ferali form is the cutest form, no?
Yeah, it's just a beast, right? Just a pit bull. It doesn't bite.
It doesn't bite. I would like to have a pet Ferali. All right, but Woodwind getting Meteor killed here. Looks like Rilver's just pushing him away, just trying to defend the enemy, or defend their own jungle, excuse me. Woodwind just providing a lot of vision. He's just been all over.
Okay, so at this point, focus on Dao Dao again. Xingling does get caught out, but I don't think he's gonna wait. Hang on.
Yeah, it looks like not too much is going to happen. Jinglin is just going to get over the wall, but in the mid lane, it looks, oh no, sorry, the top lane, KK is going to be pushing it in, put a little bit of pressure on that T2 top. They already have 3 members of Fearless Esports, and they need to defend this. Arashi going in with the Path of Passing, the Chaos Cinder just zoning them away, but all of that was just a farce, as it looks like the real objective was that Overlord.
Yeah, so the map is really red at this point, right? Xingling already clearing up the next wave available and in the farm lane, and with that top lane for the clash as well, it's all 3 lanes marching in. They do have the Shadow, no, not even Shadow, it's Overlord. Oh my god, the way they're playing, it felt like it was the Shadow Overlord already.
Yeah, it's only 6 minutes. I mean, we are so early in this game, but like, again, it's just the dominance that you see. Like, they're pushing them back. It feels like it's 12, 13 minutes when Fearless Esports had a little bit more farm, but they've been pushed back and they're not able to do anything. I think Dao Dao actually stole that with the smite. He did get the red buff, and Dao Dao, man, he's everywhere.
Yep, he really is everywhere, and they truly see Crimson at this point, right? Red is the only thing that's apparent to the side of SCARZ, and they're going to try and box them in at this point.
Yeah, trying to go for the Umbrella Outburst. The Chaos Ender, the Blazing Brilliance is good, but looks like they've got nothing. Oh no, they got something, and that was Fable dying. That's a little unfortunate for him, but they're looking to turn this around. They've got 2, and that's a good win for SCARZ getting back in this. Now, can they turn this and convert it into some sort of objective? Might be difficult with Vanguard pushing now.
Yep, it's extremely difficult. In fact, it's not the best situation for SCARZ, right? Because they have to burn out all 3 flashes available on the team just to be able to get 1 kill onto Fable and maybe Xingling as well. Not the ideal targets, but hey, you take what you can, right? Consolation prize or not, it is still worth.
Yeah, I think at this point, you'll take anything, right? Get yourself those 2 kills. That was sort of the only 2 kills that they've had. Obviously, it's only 2-2. But, expending the basic skills of those flashes, great. I'll take it. You know what I mean? It's totally worth it. But what else can they get out of this?
There's nothing on the map, right? There literally is nothing on the map for the side of SCARZ to take. And this is all due to Fearless Esports having just a very strong control. Crimson buff got to be up in the next 8 seconds, but the top lane is being pushed in.
Yeah, but I think this is just more smart play by Fearless, right? They've already taken the enemy jungle. They're just diving your top T3. They don't really care. They're chipping it down. They will have enough damage. KK lifts steps back to safety, and they get away scot-free.
Yep, and once again, Crimson Golem goes into the hands of Dao Dao, and KK also has his own Crimson buff.
Yeah, they just so much map control at this point. They've been pushed back. It's so tough right now. Fearless Esports right now just kind of, okay, you go at me. We're going to just back off a little bit, but we'll actually take the real objective again, which is this Tyrant, and Dao Dao will take that for free.
Yep, they have absolutely no clue, where the rest of the members on Fearless Esports are, and rightly so, right? There's too much map control and vision control coming in. They can't even steal the camp of the Tusk Boars away, and this is quite painful for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, not even able to get Boars. That's a tough one, right? Arashi right now, level 12, Dao level 14. Right? They were neck and neck, but Dao just being able to ramp it up. He's like his experience and net worth is like the hockey stick just going straight up.
Yep, exactly. And Xingling, once again, he's able to control Ochik, or rather influence Ochik to make a couple of distinct moves, right? You don't want to overcommit your movements, such as the burst ram on Ochik, right? You want to save it for important markers to make the escape possible, or even the initiation.
Yeah, but it looks like, oh, they might actually go for the ambush. They're going to go on the side, and they do have him, but it looks like they want to go. Mayan was going in. Xingling, that is. And it looks like they're going to unbridle outburst. They want to get Ochik. He's the last straggler. He gets knocked up, launched. He's been controlled, but instead they get ASD, and that's going to be a huge win for them. It looks like they've taken the mid T1. Now they're looking to continue to push. They want to take this T2.
Yep. It's all map control, map open as well. Dao, he's just gonna run, rampant around the map at this point, right? His role now is just to be a confusion, meant to be the bait.
Yeah, meant to be, but it looks like they want to go. The Conductor of Souls has already been expended. They have the Meteor kill. They tried the nice little combination. They do get Woodwind. That's a win for them. But what else can they get? It's 4 versus 4. The path of passing over. Arashi, he gets pulled back in. This Dao is just blowing it up, but it sets it up for KK to get the kill. And it looks like Fearless Esports invade the enemy jungle, continuing to push.
Yep, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but somehow it feels like SCARZ had the bigger loss there.
Yeah, somehow, right? I mean, SCARZ right now struggling. I mean, the kills are like, 3-4, doesn't seem so bad, but that net worth, that's all that matters. It's all about the objectives. All 3 T1s right now from Fearless Esports still standing.
Yep, and timing just perfect for Dao, right? Right away, he's going to have access to his Azure Golem as well. In 10 seconds, the SCARZ Azure Golem is going to be up as well. And I'm pretty sure Dao does have the countdown timer for that.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking everything, right? And just being able to just take it away from Arashi, who's struggling, right? I mean, he's 2 levels behind. Dao is already maxed out in that sense. He's just exerting his will. But Rilver, I don't know if you want to fight this. The Moonlight Flash, he's been pulled back. The Death at Sunset, he wants to go. The Blazing Brilliance was committed as well. But Rilver, why are you fighting 1 versus 3, man?
Yep, and it's not going to be over
It's not going to be over. Arashi, Path of Passing, just the safety. He's going to go under the tower. He's been pulled back. Dao continuing to just wreak havoc. Ochik has been killed. They're looking to continue to fight, and there are fights all over the place, but it looks like Fearless Esports are coming out on top as they have all 5 members. They're going to take this T3, and they probably want to wait for the next minions as they push for one last time.
They might not need it, though. The waves crashing in, all right, it's fine, right? They don't require the need to overdive at this point. T3 on the bot will secure the Baron base.
Yeah, they've taken this out. They've taken them all. They want to go in. Dao just going in, sniping him out, getting out without a scar. ASD is going to be down, and they've got the Blazing Brilliance and Death at Sunset just burning everyone up. Arashi's been killed. The base is wide open. They're pulling it out, and they're forcing it down, but they don't have any minions. And it looks like Fearless Esports are just going to wait a second. Just sing Kumbaya here, and then just one final push. It looks like they're about to go. The ultimate shell being used, and it looks like he's trying to go on the backside. Rover only hitting 1, but he has the Moonlight Flash back. It looks like they do end up getting Xinglin, but the base is the most important. The Rover's going to be down, and they do take the base, and Fearless Esports take game 2.
The Symphony of Ice there from Dao, and now he has proven to the world that his Luna needs to be watched out for. So what a play thus far from the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. Never really had any doubt going up against SCARZ, and I think SCARZ, once again, it's out for the learning process for the Japanese KR region team.
Yeah, and they're going to have to, bounce back. I mean, again, there were some lessons and some learnings that we all talked about here. And I think that going into this one, it was going to be tough, right? They were the only team that was 0-2. Now they're 0-3, and they're going to be playing Nongshim RedForce, who are just looking to play for bragging rights at this point. That's going to be an interesting one. I think that, SCARZ is going to want to bounce back. Just get something on the board so that they have something to build on.
Yeah, you know what? I feel I feel for SCARZ because at every juncture of competition they have entered, right, it feels like they've improved. But every single time they come across a competition that's that much stronger. And, I mean, it's good learning lessons, right? So I think SCARZ appreciate this experience as well. But congratulations to Fearless Esports Hong Kong. Mathematically, they have secured their slot to go into KC 2024, the Kings Championship.
Yeah, I'm actually sad for Nongshim RedForce, who actually pulled that one out in the first one. I mean, they did win against them. That's going to be huge for them, but a little disappointing just kind of moving forward as they're kind of mathematically eliminated, as you said. But, you know, let's go back to this one. Fearless Esports here, just Dao special, 5-0-3. It's as expected, right? When you don't ban it, you let them have it again.
Yep, full 6 slotted item, 12,500 gold in hand, Augur's Word. Rune's Blade with the Breakthrough Robe, Ominous Premonition, Insatiable Tomb. So many things, right? Armor Pierce, Lifesteal, Slows, Armor. Yeah, there's too much, right? And Dao was just doing it all, taking it all across the map. Total damage dealt to heroes, 75,000.
Yeah, I'm kind of wanting to reach out to Dao so he can carry me in my ranked games a little bit. I think he has the power to do so.
Oh, I've already sent him a message. Hey.
So you're one step ahead of me. You're trying to get some help. I get it. You're using my strat. All right, but Fearless Esports here, they're taking all of the objectives. 9 towers. You know, it's got 4, you know, throughout the neutral, the neutrals as well. Just everything that you would want. But the highlight reel show, gonna be rough if you're a SCARZ fan here.
Yeah, you know, First Blood going into the hands of Dao, and not only that, taking out Arashi. So right off the bat, he's already at a level and EXP deficit, right? So it's a difficult position, and they did get some couple of nice kills. I think they got like 3 or 4 kills in total, but it just came a little too late, right, for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because we were talking about how Dao needs to be limited, but again, they really didn't change up their strategy. It's one of those things where you have a chance, you gotta limit. If somebody is like killing you, you gotta be like, hey, this guy has got to be stopped. We just gotta limit him, make sure he doesn't kill him, let the rest of the team kind of pick up the slack, right? But they didn't even give themselves a chance. They kind of went in with like almost, dare I say, the same strategy, which is kind of a losing strategy in a way.
No, that's the difficulty of playing against Great King, right? But before we go into that, MVP, once again, he's going to retain this status. I'll be shocked if it's anyone else. But welcome back, Dao. It's going to be 5-0-3, this time taking in 74.8 thousand damage to lay across the likes of SCARZ. And this time only taking 33.6 thousand damage.
Yeah, you know that production loves it when Dao just gets the MVP because then they don't have to change anything. It's just like, yeah, we'll just same slide. We'll just change up some of the numbers, you know. And but I mean, Dao well deserved the clear MVP, just absolutely dominant in that game, just controlling the game, carrying the team, just putting them, you know, in a prime position to win, and they got that sweep because of it.
Yeah. So I'm expecting a lot of Lunas appearing later on in the games. Just so you know, Luna is counterable as well. You can pick a couple of heroes like Liang, Donghuang. In ranked games, it works much better, right? Professional play, of course, it doesn't make as much sense. Yeah, but with that being said, congratulations once again to Fearless Esports for the win. We will be having our final series of the day. That's going to be SCARZ going up against Nongshim RedForce. When we're back, give it a check. We'll see you soon.
Never let them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your Never let them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head. Never let them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your
Welcome back. It is time for the final series of the day. It's going to be SCARZ going up against Nongshim RedForce. My name is Kendofu. With me is Holler. How are we doing for the last series of the day?
Good, but I'm a little disappointed. Unfortunately, Nongshim RedForce are out. I think at the end of this series, I'm going to have a Shin Ramyun, and I'm just going to pour out the soup in honor of my brothers.
Okay, I like that information. Now, Fearless Esports, of course, will be at the top of the table with 3 points. So at this point, Nongshim RedForce and SCARZ, they will be left in the lurch for this, which means it's been a good effort nonetheless, and I hope to still have a magnificent game between these two good teams for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be exciting just to see how these guys play. Again, it's all about the learnings. It's all about just getting onto this high level. I think both of these teams are very strong. They still, I mean, they're in the play-ins for a reason. And going at it one last hurrah to go out strong, I think would be super important to just kind of build on that as they move forward.
Yep, so let's start off with SCARZ, once again represented by Rilva in the Clash lane, Arashi in the jungle, ASD in the mid, Juns in the farm, and of course Ochik in the support/roam role. SCARZ are looking for an impressive performance this time round. Hopefully they're able to give us a very strong uppercut against the likes of Nongshim.
Yeah, just let them bounce back. Let them just, take it to them. Like, I think you have nothing to be scared about at this point. You just go all in. I mean, being as aggressive as possible against Nongshim RedForce. I think it'll be interesting game 1.
Oh, for sure.
Okay, but it looks like Nongshim RedForce, it's going to be Illusion, Haku, Kyung, Siri, and Faye. And these guys, while they're all kind of, serious in these photos, I think they're fun-loving guys that just kind of want to have a great game here. They're going to be playing just for that honor, going up against SCARZ one last time.
All right, so final series of the day. Is it going to be a clean score of 2-0, or is it going to be a hard-fought one with a 2-1 scoreline that is going to be decided as we go into the gorge itself? Now, of course, you can see the players on the side of Nongshim RedForce a little bit more chill, a little bit more happy, I guess, relaxed about the situation at this point. So it really is for SCARZ to prove themselves, right? They haven't had the chance to put points on the board just yet. Hopefully, they can do it in this series.
Yeah, and SCARZ have had flashes of it. Like, we've seen flashes of them playing very well and just kind of sticking it to the enemy team, but it hasn't really converted into the mid to late game. This is when, like, the wheels kind of fall off a little bit. They have struggled, and they've given opportunities for the enemy teams to both get in. This is Nongshim, and, of course, it's going to be Fearless Esports on that. But we're going to go into the draft.
Yep, I love this. Okay, so both teams have a very strong start. It's going to be Long first pick for the side of Nongshim, and SCARZ instantly picks up the mortar along with the Mai Shiranui. Good stuns, good bursts, and good knockups as well.
Yeah, a lot of potential for damage and just like setup and things that you want to do. But SCARZ, it's going to be in that. The Mai, I think it's going to be, you know, flying high and doing a lot of damage, and that's kind of what you want. But Nongshim responds. They're going to go the Lady Jean and the Lian Po to counter them.
Okay, so I like this. Both teams offer quite a lot of crowd control, right? So Lianpo, of course, we're looking for Kyung. Is this a Lianpo that's going into the clash? Can be flexed into the roam as well. I presume it's going to be going into the roam role.
Yeah, it might be. I probably, I think, but it's a little on the flexible side. But SCARZ going with the Musashi to kind of just go in. The jungler is going to be kind of locked in, I would say, at that point, especially since you've got, with that Musashi there. But how are you looking to counter that?
For Musashi, I think you have to come in with disruptions, right? So actually, I think a Sunpin would make a lot of sense if we're gonna put this Lianpo in the clash, which I doubt so, right? But nonetheless, it's really about control. You want to make sure that you have a lot of health. And if you notice some of the other teams, the way they have dealt with the Musashi in peril state is they just exit the fight altogether, right? Because that health does come back to you.
Yeah, just get out and then just kind of force it out. And I mean, maybe you can isolate him and maybe he just gets out of position, but you know, no small feat. We're gonna have to see how that one plays out. I believe it's gonna be, it's gonna be the Arashi Musashi. Oh, I'm rhyming. I'm a poet. I didn't even know it.
All right, Mr. Rapper.
Yeah, but it looks like, okay, the Byron pickup, nice little 1-2 combination, you know, with the Musashi, and then plus you have the Mai on cleanup duty with a lot of burst with those Kachusins. It could be a very aggressive lineup by SCARZ here.
Yeah, the dive potential is pretty heavy, right? And they have a lot of cover fire in the form of water with the cannon blast. So I like this draft coming out from SCARZ, but it's not all said and done yet because Nongshim, they still have the final 2 picks. So let's see what they're gonna have.
All right, Kaiser to kind of just tank it, and then the Mayin, a little bit more melee control. It just provides a little bit more meat for Nongshim. I kind of dig it there.
Yes, and SCARZ gonna round up the draft with the Marco Polo. We have seen some very good performances coming out from Siri as well. So let's see if this is going to be the change that rounds up the draft and hopefully put the Shin in to Nongshim.
Oh, I thought you were going to go with Shin Ramen. Oh, I'm just hungry. Okay. I would have gone a completely different direction, but I think it's my belly talking and not my brain. But we're going to go into this one. The players are happy. They're going to get locked and loaded and good to go. There's going to be, you know, again, there's still a lot going on for this game, right? There's a lot more than just honor and respect in this one. It's just making a statement. These are two teams that we're going to see time and time again. We're going to see them, you know, they continue their journey. This is not the end, although it might end after today, but they're going to have more tournaments to go.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'm pretty sure both of these teams have scrimmed against each other pretty frequently.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, okay, Illusion all by himself in the mid lane. ASD just continuing to just step out there with Ochik, just kind of supporting him here.
Yep, successful steal there for ASD.
Yeah, ASD, nice little burst for him. ASD.
Not gonna have much at this point, right? It really is just SCARZ trying to poke out and find some opening to stifle the growth.
Yeah, Zenz is all by himself. He's gonna be left alone. Siri's just gonna have to make the rotation now. But all right, who do you think has the better draft?
I think at this point, it's I pretty much prefer SCARZ. They do have good control, good burst of damage as well. The only thing that kind of limits this is maybe Invincible Warrior and maybe Kyung coming in with the catch with whatever.
Yeah, and I know teams like to pick the Kaiser, and they've done it, you know, to potentially counter the Musashi, but I mean, tanking is one thing and having that Invincible Warrior, but you're not really doing any damage. You're just getting punched in the face a lot. I don't know if that's the greatest hero for me.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of emphasis onto the series here, right? And Invincible Warrior going to be popped out by Haku. He's going to chase in into Arashi. Arashi falling low, 1-on-1. Unfair fight, 2-on-1. And once again, Haku in peril state. He's going to try and run away, but the first blood goes to SCARZ, and they take the win here.
Yeah, Invisible Warrior actually wore off, and he became the Destructible Warrior. I was going to say Uninvincible Warrior.
No, nonetheless, overstepping their boundaries, instantly equalized here. Siri gets the kill for this, and Nongshim recover 1-1.
Yeah, they traded back. ASD, again, it's one of those things where, okay, you got first blood, and then you're like, they're down a player. We can just go steal some boars, but you got to worry about the rest of them. It's still very low, or everybody's very low, and they're easily killable at this point and somewhat vulnerable. And ASD, man, you need to stay alive and you need to keep farming.
Yep, at this point, Ochik, he's trying to set up the stage for his farm lane, but Jin's unable to get that Resplendent Revolver down because it's not that easy to aim, honestly.
Yeah, it's not the easiest, but I think Jens is up for the task, so to speak. Ochik taking a lot of damage here, but Arashi waiting in the wings, might actually go for the ambush, but he's been spotted out.
Yep. Not gonna drop down that Fever Barrage just yet, right? Not under the turret at least. And looks like both teams pretty close by in terms of farm. Slight lead towards SCARZ.
Yeah, slight lead. And it looks like they're going to be a little bit of a rotation here from Rilver. He's going to make his way into the mid lane. He might catch somebody out. Kyung is going to get to the top lane and be like, hey, where's everyone? I'm all by myself.
Yep. It is going to be privacy, right? Utmost importance at this point.
Rilver,
yeah, but
forcing comeback.
At this point, I feel like, Kyung, he's going to do a good job of maintaining his wave, but once again, Arashi very aggressive with the movement here.
Yeah, aggressive, but now, okay, they're looking to invade the enemy jungle. This is going to be uncomfortable if you're Nongshim here.
I don't know about you. I feel like SCARZ is playing with a little bit more confidence than usual.
Yeah. No, this is it. When you have no fear, you can just play your game, right? And I think that we haven't really seen too much of SCARZ doing that. I think that the pressure has kind of gotten to them where they're not really that comfortable. This is the best we've seen SCARZ play since game 1 of match 1 against Fearless Esports yesterday.
Yeah, we'll see. Opening available, but the stop comes in. So many stuns coming down. It will be Haku who secures that Tyrant for themselves. Everyone's falling low, but Arashi, he needs to run away. At this point, it's going to be a good kill coming in. Juns gets more farm for himself, but the backup has come in. Here comes the Infinite Vastness trying to run away. Flash committed by Siri as well. It's 2 kills for 1 on the side of Nongshim. And at this point, SCARZ once again establish a good lead.
Yeah, Ochik with the clutch cannon blast, saving Arashi. Haku was then caught out because he couldn't catch up, and then he ended up getting killed for that one. So that's a nice little team fight, a good skirmish for SCARZ, ensuring that they did get that one and kept Arashi alive, which is the biggest thing going into the mid game here.
Yep, and best of all, Jens didn't die, and now he's at 3.4 thousand, gets the Spark Force Dagger as well. On his way towards that Doomsday, that is gonna be quite the pain against Faye.
Yeah, it's definitely going to help out. I mean, Faye right now is super tanky right now. Just kind of annoying to deal with. ASD in the river, just waiting for the right target, looking for that ambush. Not able to really find anything at this moment. Siri right now, who's been pretty good with this loom throughout the day today. Still 1-0-0, highest on the team in terms of net worth with 3,300.
Yep, and now we're going to see Ochik come in to support his farm lane as well. If he can get the stuns onto any one of the members on the side of the farm lane, it's going to be quite big.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be big. Faye scouting it out. So SCARZ right now doing a good job of just kind of, look at ASD sticking around. I think he might have been sticking around a little too long because he didn't really get much in terms of, farm. And he's going to make his way back to the mid lane. And Haku and Arashi, that's the matchup to watch. Level 9, level 10.
Yep, good lead, right, for Arashi. This is one of the few times he's taking a lead. Now, Haku does see that the Tusk Forests are open, and he's probably going to go for that.
Yeah, that will help him out. Look at Rilver making his way into the mid lane again. Haku, he just sticking around in that mid lane, and you know, Nongshim right now playing up a little bit more passively. Invisible Warrior.
Yeah, Haku, he is caught in the middle of 4 though. I don't think this is the best time to really just go in. At this point, ASD looking for an opening. Can he get up the Ryu engine? He's looking for the knockup. Will commit. Will not finish the job though. Right now is overstepping of boundaries, and this could be the punishment, and it is going to be the duel to the death committed, but it's a punishment that is landed by Kyung. Here comes the stun as well. The turnaround, they're all falling low on the side of Nongshim. Can they get the kill? Will not. In fact, Rilva oversteps and gets taken out. No, not enough damage. Haku makes it out with a sliver of health. So does Rilva.
Oh, Arashi used the duel to the death. Little did he know it was going to be his own death. He goes in 1 versus 4 into the heart of the enemy team. SCARZ not really able to back him up, not really able to do too much. But through it all, not the worst thing in the world. I mean, this net worth has kind of shifted a bit in favor of Nongshim in that sense of catching back up. And that gold graph shows it as such.
Yeah.
The experience graph.
But, you know, Chun's now does have the Doomsday, and oh, that was a nice Kachosen there. Not really hitting the mark to kill, but it's going to push him back into the fountain. So Illusion might be having some trouble with the waves in the mid.
Yeah, and I mean, it was the counter pick that, you know, SCARZ wanted, right? They wanted the Mai against the Lady Jun pickup, and they're playing it. They like the lane matchup, and the Kachusins, as you were saying, rightly so, does a ton of damage if they're able to hit in the top lane.
2-on-1 under the turret. There is no invincibility that's going to save you from that. It's going to be a quick kill for Arashi. And now, SCARZ may be looking to put more pressure across the map.
Yeah, pushing it out, getting that gank. That's a great start for SCARZ right there. That was a good kill. They've rotated into the mid lane, but through it all, Rover continuing to push in the top lane. This is what he likes to do, where he's just like left uncontested, doesn't have to deal with it. As long as SCARZ is playing safe, they're going to get some extra gold as that top T2 goes down.
Now, this is the Rilva we've been waiting and expecting for days now. And finally, he's going to show up in the last game in the last series here as Haku starts working on that Tyrant. But here comes the rest of SCARZ. They're going for it. They will get the kill onto the Tyrant, but can they make it out safely? At this point, Rilva, he's looking for an opening. Will force them all back. Infinite Vastness going to be landed down on the backlines towards the back of the T1. Nice stun, but they make it out. So Nongshim RedForce, they squeeze out a little bit of advantage for themselves.
A little bit, and that's kind of what you want. Siri, I thought, was a little out of position, but then I totally forgot that he's on the Loom, and he's got that get out of jail free card in that Dragon. He did take that ride up, and that provides a little bit of space, right? You know, SCARZ had been pushing, but they didn't get really much out of it, and through it all, Kyung is going to take that top T1, so Nongshim making moves across the map and surviving, and just trying to extend things to create space elsewhere.
Yep, they're trying to wrestle control back into their hands here. It is going to be the Crimson Buff that is of the object of choice. And Siri gets it. And now this is a horrible position. ASD, he's going to run. He's going to leave his class laner to die there. Rilva takes the fall, but can they make a difference here? The trades do come in on the top lane. There is some pressure, but at this point, Haku manages to stifle that, puts a stop and stem the bleeding in the mid lane.
Yeah, stemming the bleeding, but, you know, SCARZ, like, kind of putting Rilver in a bad spot. If you're up, you don't want to die unnecessarily. Obviously, he did get caught out, but it's a little unfortunate. You don't want to give Nongshim any chances to get back in this game, and it seems like they're doing that, which is a little unfortunate for SCARZ. Yes, they still have that lead, but again, you got to play a little bit more cautiously so that you protect that lead.
Yep, right now the shadow versions of the objectives are going to be apparent and spawn as well. This time it's going to be a hard fight. Siri falling to about half his health. Juns is already back to full. He is ready to let down that Fever Barrage as well. On the back lines, they will catch out Rilva. He's very, very low on health. Tyrant is going to be reset, and this looks like the perfect setting for a major team fight. ASD, he's hiding in the bush, waiting for that opportunity to strike right now. Rilva one-on-one as Juns looks to support him, but Rilva gets caught out. It's 3 members on him, but the surprise check-in, that's going to get the kill on the Illusion. At this point, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade-out. It's going to be a clash lane for the mid. And right now, Haku, he has eyes on the Tyrant, but Arashi's not going to let him near as well as ASD. Falling low. Ooh, he's going to get the steal. A lot of damage laid down by Juns. Will be landing the Fever Barrage, a huge one. The bullets spray in, and it's going to be SCARZ. They take the huge win, and despite they take control, can they get the kill on the Haku? That would be massive for them. They will not, but at this point, is map control maximum for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, not a bad fight. SCARZ, I thought, you know, they were kind of spread out throughout, but it looked like Rover was actually just the bait. The real fight was going around trying to find Illusion. They did find him out, set it up by ASD, again, being very patient, just hiding in those bushes for quite some time. Did get the pick off. SCARZ ended up kind of winning out on that team fight overall, so a pretty good fight, and it might even set them up for that Tyrant, but it looks like they're going to leave it open.
Yep, at this point, it's a 2k goal lead, right? And once again, neutral objectives, they're open up for the take. So Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, it is up for them to pick. Ochik, though, a bit low on mana, so this is a small concern for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, a little on that. I mean, he's just been throwing out Cannon Blast after Cannon Blast. He's out of mana. It's eventually going to happen as a roamer, especially with moats, until you get some items where mana later doesn't really become an issue. But he's kind of just chipping away, right? Again, this is the fight around that Tyrant. ASD is looking for the flank the long way around. Is he able to find him? But it looks like the fight is on.
Yep, they will reset the Tyrant at this point. Arashi getting chased down. He's left alone against two here. Aqua and Faye gonna chase him down. Blood Ray's gonna be committed as well, but he might not have enough damage. Should be taken out. It will be a quick kill. Haku with the Invincible Warrior now able to reset himself, get some growth on the health. They lose 3 on the side of SCARZ, and Nongshim RedForce take back control.
All right, this is one of those things where we're like, okay, we're gonna have a house party, but then, you know, you meet up at like 7 p.m. and then ASD's like, yeah, I'll be there. But then he comes at like 9 p.m., right? That was kind of what was happening, because he was going the long way around. The party was already happening. They were taking the team fight 4 versus 5. It was a tough situation for them to continue to try to fight, because they were trying to bait them out and put them in the right position, but ASD was nowhere nearby to actually contribute to that fight. If he was up front and he was sticking together with a team, they would have much more success. ASD needs to stick with the team and not worry so much about the flanks.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, at the same time, they also need to make sure that SCARZ does not take too much damage. He has the damage now. He has the Daybreaker, Doomsday with the Sparkforce Dagger as well. He needs room.
He definitely needs room. I mean, this is going to be it. It looks like Nongshim not scared. Oh, yep. The Trevor Smash is so good.
They dive under the back towers as well. What a kick by the Mayin. Kyong here just dealing the damage, and instantly they take out SCARZ as Ochik. That's a lot of damage taken away from the SCARZ lineup.
Yeah, a lot of damage here, and Nongshim now in control. They've turned this game around. It was, again, that transition to the mid-game. Some not great decisions by SCARZ, and now it looks like they're on the defensive side. This is going to be tough if you're a SCARZ fan.
Yep, Arashi now unable to clear that mid lane, which means it's going to be opened up. They should be able to take this T2 if there's no more pressure coming in. On the top, they get another kill onto Rilva. Arashi diving in to try and get the revenge kill. Will not do so because he's going to get taken out. It's 3 members, 4 down on the side of SCARZ as Nongshim RedForce just enforce their will here. They will have openings such as the Overlord available to them right now.
Oof. Tough situation for SCARZ right now. Getting caught out, being pushed back. Now, again, 5K in favor of Nongshim. They've just completely taken over the game. The gold graph says as much as well. Turned it around. That one tipping point, that one fight near the Tyrant's bottom. It was just that one opportunity where you're just kind of throwing some of the gold in favor of Nongshim, and they know what to do with the lead, and now you're on the defenses. This is very tough as SCARZ.
Yeah, that's right. And take a look at what's happening here. All they have to do is to make sure they don't lose SCARZ. Once again, he's going to use his roaming gun to get out, but it's a tower. T2 on the bot, taken for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, just for that, they're pushing it across. The Flaming Palms just doing a lot of work from Siri as well. Oh, but Fever Brush?
Yep, not going to work too much. Out of range, unfortunately. And that's going to be one ultimate wasted for the side of SCARZ. Didn't really hit the mark, and right now, Nongshim, they have the opening to try for more.
Yeah, that looked like one of my Fevered Barrages. Not good, in a bad spot, missing everybody, and then just cancel early because it's like, oh, for shame.
Yeah, Kyung looking for an opening there. Right now, it's 2 lanes being threatened, and at this point, T3 on the bot will be taken down. Structural damage imminent for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to back off here. This is the smart play. Just deal with the minions. You're in full control now. You have nothing to rush. You've taken the top and the bottom T3, so things are wide open. SCARZ right now have to just regroup, defend, figure out some sort of way to deal with these Vanguards as they look to get back in this game.
Yeah, at this point, Illusion actually not going for the Venomous Staff, right? He doesn't even care about the heals. He's going more for Twilight Stream. He wants the armor shred.
Yeah, that, I mean, definitely will help out, right? I think you'll just burn them, you just blow them up. You give yourself a chance in that sense. But okay, Nongshim looking to push out. The Tyrant is going to be back in about 2 seconds. They're just probably going to push out the lanes one last time before they do focus on that one. But, you know, Nongshim right now, just map control, right? It just choking them out.
Yeah, for sure. At the same time, the positioning has been on point, right? Because they haven't exactly allowed Jens that opening for the Fever Barrage at any point of time. You can see the last attempt there, just slightly out of reach for Jens.
Yeah, slightly out, not able to do anything. Cannon Blast just being swung left and right, just trying to force the issue. Maybe you get lucky, if anything, just to push people back. Because again, Nongshim, it's just they're just waiting for the next minion wave, right? Kyung is going to push out the top one, which is again wide open. SCARZ just trying to hold on, just, you know, all 5 of them sticking in their base.
Yep, they have to, right? This is the only opening available defensive structure there, and another free hit with the Flaming Palms means the T3 in the mid probably just going to go down in time.
Yeah, it's going to be going down, but they don't have minions, so they can't actually force it. If SCARZ, if anything, they've got some pretty decent wave clear. They've been dealing with it. But again, the Flaming Palms just chipping away slowly but surely. It's just it's a patience game, I would say, for Nongshim. They don't need to go over, you know, overcommit, so to speak. Arashi, on the other hand, went in for a bit.
Yep, demolition experts for sure. Now the base is wide open. It is going to be Nongshim RedForce to get the stuns. Will not happen. Arashi gets taken out a rampage as Nongshim RedForce, they enforce what they want to happen. Think Inside the Box is going to be committed by Oshik, but it's too little too late as the crystal falls and Nongshim hit game number 1.
That was a really good game by Nongshim. Just the fact that they were able to catch back up, figure out how to get back into this one. But SCARZ, again, they had a lead. That's a good thing, right? I think that if we're talking about, comparison to like chess, where you have a good early game, it kind of sets you up for the mid and the late game. But SCARZ hasn't really been able to capitalize on that. And so they've been kind of forced to play on the more defensive side because they're still making mental mistakes and they're really not on the same page.
Yeah, for sure. And at this point, I think Nongshim, they survived, right? Because SCARZ, yes, they didn't win this game, but it wasn't an easy win as well.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. Nothing is easy, right? But I think Nongshim was up for the task. We've seen them just play very well, even against Fearless Esports. So this is a team that really knows what they're doing. They've been doing a lot of learning, but they're going to just go in. And I mean, look at these stats. Siri, 7, 1, and 5. I think he's only died like... Well, no, he's died more than twice this game. It's definitely a cross. There was a game where he didn't die, and he only died 1 in the game 2 against Fearless, but he only died once here.
Yep, so very survivable, right? At the same time, once again, Kyung, very impressive performance. The amount of catches he gave to the side of Nongshim really allowed them to turn the game around.
Yeah, for sure. Look at this. I mean, Illusion here with 141,000 damage just from afar. And this is why Lady Jean is just so good, right? You always want to pick her. Like, you know, I know you think Princess Frost is good, but time and time again, like the win rate on Lady Jean is just so high.
Hang on, I never said I didn't like Lady Jean.
You did.
I just
you
don't
like Princess
use
Frost
her as much.
Because she's your wife. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay, you're putting words in my mouth, but nonetheless, let's take a look at the highlights.
All right, but we're going into this one. I mean, this is the one where in the beginning, SCARZ had that lead, right? Look at this net worth. They were doing quite well. They get the nice little pick off here. I think that this is the turnaround. That was the moment where ASD had gone the long way around, trying to force it out. Not able to do it, but then they just turned it around with this control, setting it up. Let Siri do the damage and just turn like the game on its head.
Yeah, and once again, right, they allow Siri to just be free and open, right? Absolute freedom to go around. Nobody's having eyes on Siri as well.
Yeah, and also Zenz died quite early a lot of times. I think that you need to let the fights kind of develop. Let Arashi be that initiator, do a little damage, kind of make everybody kind of focus their attention on him, and then Zenz will come in as a secondary or third wave with that Fever Barrage. But right now he's been out front just trying to just pick him off or whatever, but he's just so squishy. He just gets killed early almost every single team fight here.
Yeah, I think end of the day, SCARZ, they just need to find a formula where they're able to protect the backlines, right? I love Mortar as a roam, but the defensive capabilities of Mortar isn't as strong.
Yeah, definitely not as strong. I mean, this is pretty much your down members. You're just frantically just trying to keep the base alive, but you've been caught out. ASD's all the way stuck in the back. Can't even get past the Ocean of Tears. I mean, he's just too big in that sense. Just trying to get around. He gets in one last kill, pads that KDA, but man, losing the base, kind of rough.
Now, Illusion going to be our MVP for the side of Nongshim RedForce, one of the highest damage in the game. 141.2 thousand damage dealt across to all the different heroes on the side of SCARZ. KDA 1, 2, and 15 different assists.
Yeah, I mean, you're literally hitting everyone, right? The flowing size just bouncing onto everyone, and then the rest of the team cleans it up. You're going to get those assists. Not to take anything away because he did 140,000 damage. He had the most on his team, so he was doing quite a bit. He was chipping away, just slowly, just like letting again, doing damage to everybody so that the rest of the team just could get the kills.
Yep. Very big performance coming in from the likes of Nongshim RedForce. Now we will see if they're gonna close the game out with a clean 2-0 or will SCARZ come back with a surprise? That's all we're gonna try and find out as we head into the second game of the day after the break.
let them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Championships Pacific Play-In. We are at the last stages of today, a potential last game between SCARZ as well as Nongshim RedForce. My name is Kendofu. With me today is Holler.
Yeah, we're going to be going into it. It could be potentially game point for Nongshim RedForce right now, sticking it to SCARZ with that one game. I mean, I think SCARZ had opportunities. They had a decent early game, but they were just not able to just close it out into a win.
Yeah, so they start great, but they can't finish that job, right? So at this point, we'll see if SCARZ is able to learn. It's been, what, a 5-minute break per se? So it's not a lot of time to kind of recover and, you know, hopefully to formulate a strategy against the likes of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, do you think it was more of an execution thing, draft issue, like, you know, communication maybe? Because like coordination? Like, what was the biggest issue to you?
I think maybe, to me, it looks a little bit more like communications, right? They weren't really on the same page at certain points of the game, and I think it really has to do with, hey, we're going to take this fight now, can you back us up? Because there were moments where actually, if Zens was in a fight, it would have changed the results pretty significantly.
Yeah, I mean, he just needed to have survived. I think getting picked off early just beats like, okay, we actually can't fight. We have to run away. We have really no chance for this. So again, his positioning needs to be a little bit more solid, I would say, and he needs to be super careful. And I mean, I understand that he's trying to do as much damage as possible, but unfortunately, when you're getting picked off, you're not really helping the team.
Yeah, now Nongshim, they're going to start the ball rolling with the Mai Shiranui. We all know what a huge burst potential she offers, and SCARZ going to respond in kind with the Arlie and Zhang Fei as well.
Yeah, it's going to help out there, right? I mean, just they really want to prioritize this Mai, and they want to go in. But Nongshim doing a little respect in terms of the Musashi. They're just going to ban that one out. SCARZ are going with the Yuan and of course the Ogren. We saw the power that Nongshim were able to bring with both of those two heroes. So a little bit of respect on that side as well.
Yeah, and now Lung is going to go back to the hands of Siwi once again. No doubt, right? I would definitely give Siwi as many Lungs as he wants.
Yeah, I mean, he's an all-star on that hero, right? He's so solid, mechanically sound, just everything that you want in terms of damage, just staying alive, understanding the limits, and getting out of there. I mean, Lung has a lot of options, and just, you know, Siri just does a really good job of just accentuating those, the advantages that hero brings to the table.
Oh, for sure. Now, SCARZ going to ban out the Byron. I like this. So the backline access is not going to be as strong, but they also complement this with the Dharma pick.
Okay, the Dharma, I mean, it's a decent pick. I don't think, I mean, it's probably more comfortable for Rilver to kind of set things up maybe. You need to have a little bit of a fighter. It's going to help out in terms of, you know, just being that front line with Zhang Fei backing you up kind of thing. So you do have that potential. I don't mind it actually on this pick. I think it's fine.
Yep, and with Dharma, it matters where you take fights, right? So if you fight in the jungle camps, it's a perfect place for Dharma to be in. The truth and the enlightenment mantras are going to be so effective in catching out, you know, multiple members at the same time, especially when you bang them against the wall. So, you know, Nongshim, they may have their work cut out for them if they pick the wrong location to fight in.
Yeah, location. Super important here. Kaiser is going to be picked up by SCARZ, providing just more of a meat shield. But, you know, my thing is that, yeah, you've got the Dharma and the Kaiser and the Zhang Fei. Again, very good frontliners. But I'm always looking at these and I'm kind of like, but do they have enough damage? Is Arlie going to be enough?
I agree with your point, right? At this point, there needs to be more damage coming in from the Kaiser and the Dharma as well. But this directly correlates into the advantage that they get for themselves. Obviously, if there's a 2-level, 3-level advantage, damage is not going to be an issue. And with that being the case, right? If SCARZ once again can establish the early lead, it really is, can you close the game fast enough?
Yeah, I mean, can they? We're gonna have to find out. Again, this Menki and Sun Tzu pick, we saw what Kyung on that Sun Tzu just absolutely dominate against Fearless Esports. Just he was an absolute menace on that thing. So hopefully we see more of that. But again, they're gonna kind of let Haku get on the Menki as well. Ooh. So this is gonna be super interesting.
I like this. The winning strategy, literally, right? From Kongming, that's the name of his ultimate here. And I like the fact they picked this. So it's looking like a Kongming jungle. Was there a mid player? Was there mid?
Or maybe it's Kongming mid. I'm not sure.
I think it's Kongming mid.
Oh my,
Right?
okay.
Yeah, I think it's got to be a Kongming mid, and then because you had the Kaiser jungle, Dharma top, right? I think it has to be mid.
SCARZ look very happy with themselves on that pick.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is it. I mean, backs on the wall. This could be potentially the last game, so you might as well show it, right? This is the time. So, yeah, looks like it's heading to the mid lane.
Okay, I like it. So ASD, we haven't seen, the true qualities of this player just yet, and maybe the Kongming will allow him to bring that out.
Yeah. But he's eating some Kachusins to kind of start. That's a little unfortunate. He's been so far, like, he's been pushed back and struggling, just trying to get some sort of farm at this point.
Hey, it's all part of the strategy, right? It's all about the mind games.
It's all about the mind games for sure. Rilver sticking around, of course. Arashi in the top lane. It looks like they've actually swapped positions. Rilver going to be the jungle now.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Like this.
Okay. ASD was trying to recall. Illusion just being annoying, throwing out those Kachus and stopping him. But okay, Siri, we know him time again. Very comfortable on this loom. Zhen's on the other hand. Arlie, your thoughts on this one?
Very important that she times her lift steps as well as Mayfair dance really well, because we have Faye, right? So Faye with the Cannon Blast will be very disruptive. And here we go. That is the one marker. If he's able to do this consistently, he should be able to win Siri in lane.
Yeah, nice lit step there. Dodges Faye's Peacebringer. He was kind of going in for this one, trying to go for that stun, that punch, that pushback, all of that. But Nongshim now looking to just kind of deal with his mid lane. ASD taking a lot of damage. I would say it's going to be interesting seeing just like slight, this mid lane matchup go on a little bit longer, because again, ASD has been more on the losing side, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. At this point, it takes a bit of time, right, for Kongming to come online, especially when he's not being played in the jungle. Now, with that being said, it looks like Kyung will be laying eyes onto both Rilver and Arashi. They know that the pressure's coming in for the top lane.
Yeah, Kyung, he knows something is astray, right? He's got that spider sense. They don't know where Wilver actually is. He's looking to take the spike tail from him under his nose. But Haku, in return, is going to take the enemy jungle. I don't know if he's... Okay, Invisible Warrior.
Yep, looking for an opening here. Rilver, maybe this is not the best time to fight. They need to secure their buffs first. So Rilver will be going back to his Crimson Golem. And at this point, you know what? Siri against Jens. How's that working out so far?
Yeah, I think Siri had a small advantage, if my memory serves me correctly, in terms of net worth. Just kind of pushing him away. But I think it's been more on the fact that Faye's done a good job of zoning, creating space, making things a little uncomfortable for Jens. Because, again, the Cannon Blasts have been on point. But, okay, looks like Jens has actually turned this around. Slight edge.
Yep, okay. Illusion now. Oh, hang on. ASD coming in, trying to get the winning strategy in. But this time, Set Sail is going to be landed down. They're looking for an opening on the bot lane. And looks like that opening is not going to be shown, but ASD forced to kind of blink away.
Yeah, he blinks away. He's going to be fine. Kyung just going on that free ride all the way around. Not hitting any walls. He's much better than I am. I would have crashed at the first wall I saw, because I see wall, I crash.
Okay, stereotypes here. That's not the truth, guys.
I'm talking on my own personal skill, okay? I'm not, saying anyone else is driving as poorly as I am.
Yeah, we need to put the disclaimers out there, right?
All right, nonetheless, it looks like, it was a good rotation. He thought something was going to happen in the mid lane. It looks like SCARZ had backed off at that moment. But now Haku looking to potentially steal something. I don't think he got it in the end, but Haku up in front now, dealing with Rilver.
Okay, so it's going to be tank versus tank, right? But at this point, I think Haku should be able to deal much more damage to the side of SCARZ. And once again, Set Sail, they're looking for an opening. This time, I think it might be founded. Okay, does not hit the mark there.
Does not hit the mark. Even the bubble that was following them also did not hit the mark. That was super funny by Haku as it was chasing him down to the ends of the earth. But no, okay, it looks like the Tyrant is going to be started here. They're going to go. Arashi.
Yep, on the backlines there, it is Siri who's falling low, going to be forced to use that Dragon Form. This will allow Rilver to get that Tyrant. First Tyrant of the game goes into the hands of SCARZ. A good start. Once again, can they hold on to this lead?
Yeah, I like the target prioritization by Rilver, right? You force it out, make Siri a little uncomfortable. Once he had the infinite vastness, they had no chance. And then Rilver was then, sorry, excuse me, I believe it was Arashi that was onto Siri. But Rilver did get the Tyrant in the end, and that's kind of what you want. You push away Siri, make him uncomfortable so he has to get out of there, and then he can't do any damage.
Okay, and the rotations, right? Zhen's this time going to go up on the rotation on the top lane. They want to funnel a little bit more farm into his hands.
It's all about funneling the farm, getting as much for Zhen's as possible. He's having a much better game. He's 3.3, highest on the board. He's been pushing out in terms of the farming in the top lane. He has a lot of space, right? And that's what you want to do as SCARZ. Just provide him as much room as possible. Just be a decoy somewhere else.
Yep, so essentially just being a nuisance, right? And I like the fact that, at this point, Zhen's actually itemized with the Boots of Resistance. He wants to be able to tank the magic damage coming out from Faye for sure.
Yeah, for sure. It'll definitely help them out. I mean, they need to go on. Nongshim right now are falling a little bit behind in terms of the net worth. And SCARZ right now, I feel like they should be exerting a little bit more map control with this small edge. Just trying to force it out. Maybe you steal something, but at the least you contest it.
Well, that's why Nongshim RedForce is such a strong team, right? Look at the way they position themselves, right? They're not giving any openings for the side of SCARZ to even try and get a fight, right? It's always Haku in the front.
Yeah, Haku's all the way up in front, just trading blows. It's like a wet noodle fight with Rilver there because they're just both so tanky. But oh no, they go in.
All right, they're going to give it a try as well. That's very low for Illusion. Forced to use the flash defensively, but at the same time, it's all even, right? They are unable to find an opening entry into any sidelines on the side of Nongshim.
Good skirmish from both sides, right? They were trying to force it out. It's still a feeling out process. It's 6 minutes in because you don't want to give up first blood. So you just try to kind of play to your limits and kite people out. Make sure that you don't die. You don't want to give up first blood. Not to say that it's the game-ending kill, but it's one of those things where, especially early, you want to be careful with how, who's getting what gold.
Yeah, now both sides are going to set their territory right? They need to occupy as much space as possible. It looks like the Zero Golem being threatened at the bot side of the map.
Yeah, Haku wants to potentially go for the steal. He does have the smite if they want to go. Rilver does spot this one out as well, so it's a 50-50 at the moment. But can they provide a little bit more space? Faye is going to be there. Does Haku get it? And he does. He actually steals it away from Rilver.
Yep, and now both of them have committed the smite. Slight advantage because Ochik does have smite available in his kit. But right now, I think it's about establishing map control, right? It's a little bit more forceful from the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, forcing it out. Now they're turning this around. Again, you just give an inch and they will take a yard or a foot in this case because they're a slight edge. They're starting to take advantage of the fact that they've got this. But oh, the truth.
Yep, nice knockup. They're going to force the infinite vastness. The dragon, it will be running away. End of the day, the winning strategy does not hit the mark. Set sail comes in. The boat crashes as well. They're going to land their hands onto the jungler at this point, and Rilver takes the fall, and Nongshim wrestle back control.
Kyung is like, ahoy, matey, and knocks him up in the air, sets it up for Faye to get that cannon blast. Nice little combination. Rilver really had no chance. He was completely stun locked. All SCARZ could do is just watch and be like, hey, Rilver, sorry, bro, we can't help you out.
Yeah, the movie of you winning, you can't watch it because it is rated R.
R, matey.
That was a bad joke.
I was going to say it, but I'm glad you did. No, kidding.
Okay, nonetheless. Right, so map control a little bit more in favor of Nongshim RedForce, and at this point, they're still struggling to find any openings on the side of Nongshim. Oh, hang on, just as I said that, Arashi gets the kill, solo kill on a series, sneaks him behind his back. The boat is going to be landed down onto the Tyrant, but it doesn't hit any of the members on the side of SCARZ. This is a perfect opening though. Rilver as well as Arashi will start working on this Tyrant, and at the same time, Zhen's going to take the T1 on the top.
Oh man, that was a mistake by Siri. I don't know what he was doing, why he was trying to fight it, but he just got caught out, and Arashi's got some damage. He was got the Fists of Fury, and he was just blowing him up. And Siri, I don't think he had the ultimate at the time, so that's why he couldn't get out. So he was just stuck there in bad positioning, and again, just a tough situation considering he expended the flash as well.
Yep, and that is the benefits of having a Dharma, right? The potential catch is so unnerving for the side of Siri because he is not very tanky at all. He's not supposed to be anyway.
Yeah, he's not supposed to be. I mean, you want him to be a glass cannon, but again, it comes back to Siri just being this. You have to be impeccable with your positioning, right? Because if you get caught out, yeah, if you have infinite vastness, you have that get out of jail free card. But generally speaking, you want to have good positioning and use that as a last resort.
Yep. At the same time, they will be looking for an opening once again in the mid lane. I don't think they will be able to find it, right? Faye is just hiding around the corner, but at the same time, Ochik approaching closely. Oh, hang on, one-on-one again, Arashi against Kyung.
Yeah, actually, Arashi has been doing some serious damage. You gotta respect where he is at all points because he can solo you down. Arashi's gonna recall back, so I don't know if SCARZ want to continue this fight. Is they're looking to take this 4 versus 4 at the moment, but Kyung, he's looking to set sail maybe towards the mid lane, though he's gonna walk it. He's gonna go slow at the moment, and Haku continue to stand up in front.
Yep, I think this is just the calm before the storm, right? At this point, Haku is falling a bit low, but he's one of the tankiest members on the roster in the Gorge. And right now, it's really about Siri. Can he land enough damage to dissuade Rilva from really just stepping in the space? Everywhere he goes, he gets hit with a move from the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, and look at where Jens is right now. Jens has been farming. He was dealing with the lane bottom. So it looks like they're... Okay, now they're going to look to go?
Not yet, but it does for Siri here on the backline. He's trying to get the kill, and ASD survives to get it, and maybe this is the turnaround. Infinite Vastness, the Dragon Form has been unleashed. It is going to be one charge at this point, but Rilva, he says, hey guys, chill out. We're going to start working on Tyrant instead. This is the Shadow Tyrant, so it's very critical that they get this for the fighting ability. At this point, it's going to be a couple of stuns landed. Ochik eating quite a bit of damage, will be using the Leaping Savior to reposition himself. At the same time, they have a lot of information on Vision, right? They have eyes on Siri. He's not allowed to access the backlines just yet. Rilva working onto Haku. One-on-one is not going to be important because Arashi jumps on the backlines. They get the kill. It's going to be big because they take out Siri. The Dragon's no longer in the game for the next 30 seconds. T1 in the mid opened up, and this is the SCARZ that we have been waiting for, controlling the map, and this time they might be able to control the objective as well.
Yeah, SCARZ really smart. Saw that Siri had used the Infinite Vastness just earlier. It was on cooldown, so that they had an opportunity. They were like, oh, okay, if we catch him out, and which they did, they can get the kill. That sets things up. Siri right now has to work on his positioning because he's been caught out twice already. Not great at this point, seeing as that, you know, SCARZ has 2 kills.
Oh, it's a steal coming in. Haku makes it work for the team, but they need to get out. And at this point, based on the positioning of itself, looks like Nongshim will successfully get out. But right now, because of the Primal Bond, I don't think they can contest this next big objective, which is going to be the Shadow Overlord.
Oh, that's got to be the best feeling, right? Get this steal, then you dream roam out. You fly first class back to safety and just be like, ha ha, as you get out of there. That was a really nice play by Haku.
Yeah, and this is going to reward them with a T1 in the mid as well. I don't think they have enough defenses. Forbidden Domain going to try and delay them for a little bit. Not going to work out too much, right? Now, mid laners, both of them have this advanced Wrath. This is why there's so much damage being laid down. One-on-one, Arashi again under the turret. Will not be able to make it work for himself as Kyung escapes with a sliver of his health. Now, Azure Golem going to be threatened and stolen away? No, will be going back into the hands of Rilva. But it's the big fight that is really working out for Nongshim. Dragon Form going to be unleashed. Infinite Vastness. But on the backlines, Wilbur is falling a bit low. Ochik does have his ultimate. Can he get the save? Will not. The damage comes in as the Dragon, Mr. Siri, makes it work for the side of Nongshim. The spice is heating up, and SCARZ cannot deal with it.
Yeah, they're heating up here. I guess they don't like their ramen extra spicy as Nongshim is serving it up. They're doing quite well in terms of getting some of those kills. Arashi thought he was safe under that T2 tower, not able to stay alive. He actually lost the one-on-one fight with Kyung, who had a decent amount of burst. You gotta respect that. Arashi thought he was super strong, but actually he's a level behind, something to take note of. Arashi, you need your teammates to continue fighting. Right now, things have kind of shifted. If we're looking at the net worth, it's a bit of a wash.
Yep, simply because of the frigid charge, right, coming in from Kyung. I think that extra 12% really made the work for his side, especially under the turret. That's a lot of difference, and it definitely will make it work for his side. At the same time, now it's going to be the push and pull.
A little bit of push and pull. Haku still up in front. I mean, at the end of this game, his damage taken is going to be so high. He has just been up there. And as per what you want from the Menki player, just kind of being this nuisance that's still up in front. But again, Kyung dueling it out with Arashi here. And it looks like the Invincible Warrior.
Yep, he's going to be taken out instantly. That's going to be Illusion taking the kill for himself. At this point, it's going to be a 4-on-5. But you know what? ASD not very healthy as well. Slightly more than half his health. And now they occupy the bottom half of the jungle on the side of SCARZ. And this is a tough one for them to swallow because right now it means Menki, Mr. Haku, will have full access to the Overlord. And I mean, Oshik, he can try, but it's a risky proposition to try and dive in for a potential steal.
Yeah, Rover, you know, he thought he was safe with the Invincible Warrior, but man, they do have some damage. And Nongshim just being able to burst him down. This is a bad situation now. SCARZ right now on the defensive. The Shadow Vanguard is going to be pushing, and it looks like Kyung is pushing the bottom lane. So just space provided, space created in that sense. Haku's still up in front. This is going to be a tough situation for them because, again, they're being attacked from all fronts.
Yep, and at this point, maybe the turnaround potential has to come from Zhen, right? He does not have that Daybreaker just yet. Maybe that will be the marker, but the Dream Roam comes in. Dragon Form expended for Siri. He's very low, but his teammates are dying. Haku gets taken out, and this is the turnaround where they've been waiting for. SCARZ will not be able to continue just yet. Illusion putting a lot of damage. Here comes the save from Arashi. He protects his T3 for the moment, but it will get taken down. So Nongshim, once again, they deal the decisive blow, opening up the base on the bot side.
Yeah, opening it up. And I mean, it's just space created, right? Haku was still up in front. Yeah, he did die in the end. But all in all, you got something out of it. Trading the bottom T3 for a Menki at this stage, not the worst thing in the world. I think it's okay, considering that bottom lane will continue to push. Now, SCARZ, they have a slight advantage in terms of numbers. They're looking to take advantage of that and just taking out the Tyrant here.
Potential steal maybe. Here we go. It is not going to happen. On the backlines now, Arashi finally gets his target, but he's all alone. No. Here comes the thick inside the box. Not enough damage as they have Siri take the kill as well. Crimson Golem not going to be threatened at this point. Going to go in the hands of Siri. And once again, it's back and forth, right? Every single time SCARZ has an advantage, Nongshim wrestles it back. Every time Nongshim has an advantage, SCARZ wrestles it back as well.
Yeah, and I feel like, I mean, okay, you took the Tyrant, great. And Arashi, I understand what you're trying to do by zoning people away, but you can't go into the enemy. Like, SCARZ did not want to take a team fight, especially after that Tyrant. There was no reason to be so far ahead. You want to threaten like you want to go in, but not actually do so because you need to stay alive just to push them away. Sacrificing yourself now is putting your team potentially further behind because of the fact that, I mean, you're trading the Tyrant basically for your life, which is not really worth it in the end.
Well, this is where I think the communications are a little bit, different on this side of SCARZ, right? I think that was a perfect time to go in there, actually. But here we go. It is going to be real, but expending that Invincible Warrior will not overcommit at this point. They just want to poke some damage. Haku is down to half his health, and with 60 seconds on the clock before the Shadow Overlord is going to be available, it is important to get as much map control and wave management done and as possible. Yeah, as possible.
Okay, but okay, let's go back to that point, right? Arashi had gone in. You're saying that it would have been a good fight if the rest of SCARZ went in together.
Yep, they were caught off guard.
Okay. Because, again, Arashi going in by himself, but there was nobody backing him up. So he was completely on an island in that sense. No real chance to really do it. So, again, not a great engagement if you're not on the same page going in together.
Yep, and I think this is something that SCARZ needs to, address at this very moment, right? If you want to go in, go all in. And we go in as a team. Because right now, Nongshim is just out-teaming them, per se. The synergy is just slightly better. They have better communication. And it really is that one little thing that is making the difference here.
Yeah, actually be pretty huge. And one thing that we haven't seen from SCARZ is they don't have that ride or die together mentality. It's been more of like isolated here and there, like some combinations, but they haven't been on that same page where just like, hey, somebody says green light, everybody goes.
Yeah, that's right. And we'll see, right? Whether it's green light or red light coming in, it is going to be green light. It is Haku diving in. Dream Roam, Invincible Warrior drops, but he's so low on the side of Rilva. Will they continue to take the fight? One more hit! Oh, that was a close one. Rilva, he makes it out with a sliver of his health, but once again, all control going into the hands of Nongshim. Can they get the jump and maybe get the steal? And here we go. Oh no, not going to happen this time. Oshik unable to get the smite down in time, not in range, and at the same time, they will be rewarded. Now, Primal Bond will be in the hands of the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, especially with the timing, right? With the Tempest Dragon, it's going to be a little bit close in that sense. But, you know, okay, look, oh, in the top lane.
Yep, they once again get a catch, but Arashi may be falling a bit too low. It is going to be the Sage's Sanctuary burned on the backlines. ASD trying to go for the kill. Kyung, he's falling low as well. They do get the killing spree onto Chun as well. The backline is suffering. Siri left all alone, and it's a full ace. A double kill, in fact, for Chun, and this was the result they've been looking for. But this is where map control is imminent. It is important, because right now they can't really push off just yet. SCARZ has to deal with the impending waves of doom.
I actually think Siri used the Infinite Vastness a little poorly on that one, because of the fact that he was in the Dragon and it takes so much time to just like circle the air and to then go down. And we'll see this one here, because you see the launch off, you see what's going to happen. Haku's going in, but look at the set sail has already been used. It's going to be on the backside, but look at the Infinite Vastness. He's going in now, but if he was on the ground, not in Dragon form, he would be able to do some damage. But because he's flying up, the rest of your teammates are dying, and then once you're isolated, you just get blown up because you're just Siri without an Infinite Vastness at this point.
Yeah, you know what? This is what makes us a good team, right? Because you're really focused
You and I,
on,
or them?
Yeah, you and I, right? Because you are focused on Siri, but I am actually looking at Arashi. Arashi controlled the back line of Nongshim RedForce so well. He caught the attention of Haku, he caught the attention of Illusion, he caught the attention of Kyung, he caught the attention of Faye. Every single person besides Siri, which is why Siri was just on a one-man journey to death.
Yeah, and I mean, Arashi was setting it up. I mean, that was pretty much on him, like just to kind of be that nuisance, you know, the two-man knock-up and all that stuff. And that was actually really good fight for Arashi. But can they continue on? Now they've got a 5K lead. Now they're, in the driver's seat, so to speak. How do they play from here?
Well, they see the pathway to glory at this point with the Tempest buff as well. It's going to disrupt all of the different towers. This is the best chance to just clear and destroy the base of Nongshim RedForce, and this is exactly what SCARZ is planning to do. Here comes the destruction as well. Arashi going to lead the charge on the front lines as well. And now Ochik, he does have access to his Unbridled Outburst, and Rilva finally has his hands on the Eye of Phoenix.
Yeah, this is what you need to do. And I mean, it's super scary at this point. It's 21 minutes. This game is starting to get a little bit long. Siri right now, there are definitely some holes. He's not able to kill as much as possible. And the team right now is kind of faltering. Nongshim right now struggling to find the right team fight to go in and to get the pick off. Right now, SCARZ right now have a decent amount of tankability in the Kaiser. You have the Dharma that's been making some good setup plays and just being, destroying people in melee. So again, SCARZ right now starting to peak at the right time.
Yep, so this is why you take as much spice as you can take, right? Desensitize yourself to the heat, and you will be able to take it to them on the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, but some people just don't like spicy, Like, they're just going to use half the packet in the ramen. They don't want to use the entire mic because it's too spicy,
You're missing out in life, right? It's one of the... whatever is easy is not worth it. Whatever is worth it is not easy. And at this point, SCARZ, they want to put some scars onto Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, they would definitely want it. But again, Baby Vanguard, that's going to be pushing with them. Haku still up in front.
Yeah, backlines, they try to catch out Zen, but on the backlines, on the side of Nongshim RedForce, they cannot handle Arashi. He jumps in again, gets the setup, and with the pounce on the side of Ochik. This is the SCARZ we've been waiting for since day number 1. The crystal is exposed, the waves are coming in, and it is SCARZ finally taking the first win of their entire competition.
Oh, that was a really good game by SCARZ. Really bouncing back, just understanding how they do it. Their target priority was very good. They were baiting out Siri many times and just forcing him to play an uncomfortable game. I didn't really see as much of an impact from Kyung in terms of the Sun Tzu in the top in the clash lane. So again, and Haku on the Menki, yes, he was tanky, but that's kind of not his style. He wants to be doing a lot of damage and just being in the heart of the enemy team. So again, I'm seeing some flaws in that one. It was maybe more of a funsy type of game where they thought they had it, right?
Fancy, I don't think so. I think they put in a lot of effort, right? SCARZ, no, you could feel the heart pumping on the other side of SCARZ, and I think this is a well-deserved effort, well-deserved result as well. Now, this is going to pull them consolation prize, I guess, right? At least you don't lose with a 0 scoreline throughout this entire plains. Now, what this means is going to shake up the side of Nongshim RedForce as well. Right now, they have to close the game, and it might not seem as easy as before.
Yeah, it might not be as easy as before, but hey, we wanted to see some more games, and Nongshim has just answered our prayers there by losing that one. And I think that was a really good game by SCARZ. I mean, they needed that, right? I think that was a big game for them. They got to be feeling good about that because they really stuck it to Nongshim. They played very well in that one.
Oh, for sure. Now, take a deep breath if you're a SCARZ fan, because we might have the turnaround of today, which is SCARZ maybe looking for the 2-1 scoreline against Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, that would be interesting, right? Just going at it. I mean, when, they seemed way more comfortable, right? It seemed like they had nothing to fear. It was just like, hey, let's play our game. Let's, and plus they had the nice little change up in between Rilver and Arashi. That might have been it. That might have been what they should have done from day one, right?
Yep, exactly. And I'm really curious about the itemization because for a moment, right, I think Kyung was kind of towering over Arashi in the 1v1s. But I think Arashi just straight up ignored Kyung. He wanted to catch the backlines, right? So let's take a look at the itemization of what went well. And wow, ASD never died? I thought he died, man.
No, he didn't die. He didn't die. I mean, hey, we can't argue with these stats. That's what they are. But 206. I mean, ASD played well. Like his net worth is great. We'll have to see the damage, how much he did in the end. But it was one of those things where, hey, if you're staying alive and you're just, casting all your spells and you're doing quite a bit and doing 137,000 damage, 29% of the team, highest on it, you're doing a good thing.
Yeah, doing a good job, man. And I have to commend Ochik. This time his Shangfei was on point. But I have to say, Juns as well as Arashi, these two players coming in clutch for the side of SCARZ, man.
Yeah, really stepping up. And that's kind of what you wanted to see. Again, I mean, we talked about like the missed opportunities and all that. And these highlight reels are going to be great here for SCARZ. But, they did quite well. Nongshim had a chance. They were kind of pushing it along and we thought that they were going to do it. But then all of a sudden, SCARZ just came out and they were just able to just take over the game.
Okay, so that kill on the Siri was because he did not have the infinite vastness. That's why Arashi was able to catch him off. And at this point, I think, was this the one that, yeah, he was killed off instantly. But Arashi, take a look at this. It's always Arashi on the backlines. And if you follow up with Arashi, you get the win. That's the win condition for SCARZ.
Yeah, they need to trust him more. I think that, when he's going in, his intuition is quite good in terms of, I think we have an advantage. We're going to be good. But look at this fight. It's 5 versus 2, no real chance. Then they clean up. SCARZ is just pushing throughout. So then they were able to choke him out and literally just end the game. This got a little bit close. I thought Haku was somehow still surviving for a lot longer than he should have. But with those minions pushing, no real chance. And it looks like SCARZ did end up closing out that game. A well-deserved win for them.
All right, and now MVP is Juns finally stepping up onto the plate here, dealing a total of 103.9 thousand damage, never dying once, 6-0-1, slipping and sliding through the backlines, front lines, everywhere in the team fight, and allowing himself to just deal too much pain to the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, and we were waiting for the rise of Zhen to just get to this level, right? But that 601, that's it. That's the game that we were expecting. He did quite well, and he just kind of, blew everybody up. And, with the rest of the team, Arashi on that Dharma was quite good to just really set things up. But, of course, we're going to find out. There's going to be a Game 3, one that we were looking forward to again. And it looks like we're going to go into that one, but only after this break.
and tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your
Welcome back. It is the last game of the day. This time we're gonna settle a mini tiebreaker between SCARZ and Nongshim RedForce. This is Kindofu and I have been with Holler. How are we doing for this last game, man?
Good, good. This is exactly what we wanted. We wanted that third game. We wanted to see SCARZ actually bounce back. They ended up taking that game too, and they did it very strongly. And something that we wanted to see, they had a little bit of a shift in terms of, team roles and all that, but they really stepped up. I liked that game by SCARZ.
Oh, definitely. And I really love the Arashi Dharma, right? Why didn't they just put him there in the first place?
All right, well, okay. You were talking about how when you win, you just kind of just win, but when you lose, you learn. I think the learning was a little on the slow side. Yes, I said it. My name is Kindofu.
All right. We saw in the comments that someone wanted to report Holler. Feel free to do so, man.
Yeah. Don't guys. By the way, my name is Kindofu, please.
Nonetheless, it is a decider of the series here. An exciting one for sure, because finally we see SCARZ hit their true potential here, and we will see, based on the BP here, bans and picks, who will have a better start to the last game of the series.
Yeah, I think that going into this one, and just for the future of both of these teams, yes, they did not qualify, but I think it's going to speak volumes for them to win this one out. I think it's going to be super important. You got to play like this is the potentially last game for you, because again, this is pretty much it. You want to end on a high.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? Now, it's going to be standard bans across the board. We have no Mai Shiranui, we have no Yuhuan, no Dolia, and no Arlie. So these are the standard ones. Now, the curious point I want to explore is, will they ban out the Dharma on this side of Nongshim?
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. I mean, going into this one, I think that SCARZ had that nice little matchup, right? I think the team composition was quite good. It caught everyone a little off guard with that Kong Min, but man, ASD played it to the T, did very well. And do they have any other pocket picks in, waiting in the wings?
I mean, I would love to see the Hansing again, right? They didn't really exactly pull off that combination, but I think it's worth a try, right? Last game of the series. Try to put it out on the world stage, man.
Yeah, okay. I mean, now is the time. So give it a shot, right? At this point. But, okay. Princess Frost, Lung into SCARZ. A little bit more traditional, but again, taking away Lung from Siri is a good thing to be doing.
Oh yeah, definitely. And now Nongshim, they're gonna respond in kind. They're taking up the Ogren, the Zhang Fei, and the Lady Zhen. So huge survivability, huge tankiness, and huge CC. So it's a little concerning for me, at least for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, but okay, they're going to pick up the Musashi here. I'm more interested in seeing who's going to be playing what role more than anything else, right? I was very impressed with Rilver switching it up, going into the jungle. He was a very good tank in that Kaiser. But going into this one, this is going to be Musashi. Who is the one that plays Musashi the best? I still think it's Arashi. But again, are you going to change things up after that win?
Well, based on what I've seen in the comments as well, Rilver used to play the tank jungler style. So I think this Musashi fits his bill as well.
Okay. All right. We're going to have to find out. I mean, we're going to go into the second phase of the bans. They're actually banning out the Menki. I think that, to be honest, if they let it go and Nongshim actually picked up the Menki, I think it's a trap, because again, you're not playing to Haku's special, like his actual, expertise, which is generally speaking more the sustain or the damaging type of jugglers. Like Menki is super tanky, but other than those bubbles, he's really not contributing much outside of, just being a tank.
Well, bubbles do a lot of damage, right? Have you ever had bubbles pop in your eyes? It's extremely painful.
Well, I haven't had that happen in quite some time, so I actually forgot the pain level, but I think that if anything, Menki adds a little bit of cuteness, which really helps out the team synergy in terms of comp of just like looking at this team, you're like, oh man, that is one cute hero.
Okay, well, cuteness does not win you games.
It does.
At this SCARZ coach, man, he is hyped up. He's ready to lay down a winning formula, right? And at this point, the Nongshim RedForce squad, curious to see how will they try to reinforce this draft, because they already have the tank, they already have the survivability. Can they get the damage in?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the damage here. But okay, Nongshim picking up the Ogren here. Yes, I think that they're going to be fine. It looks like it's going to be the Haku Ogren as well. But the Mayan and Fang to just round out this draft. Your thoughts?
Give me the win. Nongshim RedForce, I like this. I am a big fan of the Fang pick, right? I like the iframes from the wheel away. I like the huge burst potential of the target side as well. But it all falls down whether there's space, right? Meaning if your Fang is consistently pressured in the team fights, that's not going to be possible. So that's one of the risks of playing into a Musashi. At the same time, playing into a Princess Frost, if you get caught out by the Winter is Here along with the Frigid Prison, not the ideal situation. So we need someone who sets up the fights for SCARZ.
Yeah, and you were talking about a setter, and Moats is one of the best at it with those cannon blasts, kind of setting it up from afar. So you have that potential, and I like the fact that they had the Byron and the Musashi, like the 1-2 combination, these like two brutes running at you, just kind of the monkey strat of just like running at you until somebody dies kind of thing. And I do like it. I think they have a lot of potential. I'm kind of digging this SCARZ lineup.
Yeah, me too, right? I think maybe it's just emotional side speaking, but I am happy with the SCARZ draft, but you cannot discount the Nongshim draft as well. It's really strong. So this is a skill matchup, right? Who is the actual better team? Who has better communication? Who has better mechanicals?
Well, I'm not going to, discredit what Nongshim brings to the table. They've got the Ogren, right? I think any draft with an Ogren will be generally good. You also have Lamayan, and the Tempeh, which are very meta. Maybe not as much, but still, it's good enough, right? So I think that Nongshim, we'll have to see if they can bounce back going into this third game here.
Farm lane, actually, very huge advantage going to Siri, right? With the Flash and Wheel Away, level 2, he's going to be a big menace against Juns.
Yeah, but Fang is like one of the shortest characters. Why would you say it's a big advantage? No?
Yeah, because of the range, right? The burst potential. It's not the height that determines the strength of your punch, right? It's the size of your arms.
Oh, really? Okay. Because I was told that I was too short for some people. Anyways, that's a whole nother story. But okay, Haku into the mid lane. Path of Passing, he's going to get back. He's going to be fine. Just kind of maybe looking to invade. This could be a bit of a problem if he steals this.
Yeah, but Arashi already here, and looks like Arashi will be the jungler of choice for this side of SCARZ. Oh, nice stun onto Haku, but he's level 4 already. Should be able to just walk this one off.
Yeah, Haku gets cannon blasted by the Ochik. And, I would say Haku, his theme song right now is bak, 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 as he runs away.
Okay, I like that sound effect as well. Mid lane being put under pressure. Arashi gonna use his speed to just get out in the meantime.
Yeah, he needs to get out. He needs to stay alive. Again, Haku, Arashi, that's the matchup to kind of start things off. Who's going to be just kind of, roaming and being able to gank properly? I think it's going to be super important for them because Arashi in the enemy jungle right now.
Yep, he needs to use his extreme speed, gonna just kite them out, right, as he dashes past the wall. Now, Azure Golem, now they know about this existence. Looks like they will put pressure on to the mid lane first.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to put a little bit of pressure here, but Nongshim, slight advantage. They'll continue on, and I think that what you were talking about with Siri going up against Zen's Loom here has a slight advantage already.
Yeah, definitely. At this point, 1.6, about 100 gold ahead. Nothing too big, but it's still a risky position to be in, right? Because Zen's cannot afford to be out of position at any time.
Yeah, by the way, I said Siri has a small advantage. See what I do there?
I'm just going to keep silent there. Sit down and realize your mistakes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Siri pushing it along, doing a good job. Big or small, he's doing quite well.
Yeah. Okay. Doing quite well for himself. And with this, the growth of the items so far, pretty even. Yeah, across the board mostly, but I think more importantly, Haku does have the energy core. That's going to be a slight win in his favor against Arashi.
Yeah, and they're trying to funnel as much farm into Haku as possible. I think that that's always a good thing, seeing the Ogren, but Haku running at Arashi right now, and he actually has to fear this.
Yep, and 30 seconds to go. This is going to be an important marker, right? Any stolen buffs, any stolen camps, going to play into a big effect as the first neutral objective spawns.
Yeah, so, okay. It's a big effect. Siri's not able to kind of contribute to that. I get it. But Siri continuing to farm, pushing it along. But again, this Tyrant is a tall order, I would say, for him.
Arashi now in the middle of 3 gets caught out first. Blood actually goes in the hands of Siri, and once again 2 kills at the start of the spawning of the neutral objectives. Not good for the side of SCARZ, but Nongshim, they love it.
Yeah, absolutely love it. They're going to continue on. Siri, a huge win for him in the sense of getting first blood, really setting him up for this perfect Tyrant. Haku will smite it and secure it.
Yep, no threat whatsoever coming in from SCARZ, and with this, they're gonna lick their wounds and deal with the fact that they're down by 1,000 gold at this point.
Yeah, it's a tall order right now, but Siri is the man for the task. He's actually a level behind. He's a little faltering in terms of height as well as XP or gold at this moment, but they're putting a little pressure on that bottom T1, but not really too much of it.
Okay, Destructive Deluge wasted for a couple of moments. This might be an opening they can expose, right, on the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, this is an opening, and of course, you're going to have to take advantage of this. Nongshim right now needs to force it out. I think you try to get Arashi in a bad spot. Force it out, make him uncomfortable. Maybe you take out some more of his jungle creeps. And Haku looking to invade right now. He does have the blue buff, though.
Yep, and he does get the Blood Rage. This is 5 minutes into the game. He is so far ahead.
So far ahead right now, but I mean 4.5, he's done a great job. Again, Arashi just trying to find, he's like roaming around trying to see where the jungle camps are available, and he's not really finding anything. So this is going to be a problem because, you know, it's wasted effort just moving around by Arashi.
Yep, and once again, Haku looking for the backlines. Here comes the dive, the wraparound as well. It is one member against the world. Infinite Vasa is going to be dropped as well. They do know that Haku is around the corner. What is the call here? They want to try and re-engage? No, they will give up the T1 on the bot. And that's a good decision because I don't think they can take any fights against Nongshim RedForce right now.
Yeah, SCARZ is just like, get to the chopper as they get on out of there. They're going to stay alive here. But again, Haku still up in front.
Yep, it's not you diving, Haku, it's Haku diving you, and that's going to be the case here. First kill on the board. Haku gets a win, potentially stealing the Crimson Golden as well, and going to make it out safely, I'm sure.
Yeah, Haku doesn't have Smite, though, so that's something to take note of. I think Arashi did use it. He did get the red buff, but man, Haku's still up in front. He is not scared whatsoever.
Yeah, you know, when he's in the Seer state, it doesn't matter. He's going to lifesteal his way back into the fight.
Yeah, he's gonna consistently fight. He's gonna has that sustain. I mean, he's the highest. He has 5.3k net worth. He is not scared as he's starting to get a lot of items, and he's gonna start doing some damage. You gotta respect Haku at all points.
Yeah, and you know what, Jens, I think he needs a little bit more time. Just the Axe of Torment definitely not gonna be enough. The Eternity Blade is still far away from this boy.
Yeah, but he's, you know, doing better than I would say Siri, at least in the level department. Siri's a little bit shorter in that end.
Yeah, but, you know, it's not enough.
Yeah, definitely not enough. I mean, it's a tall order for Siri to try to catch back up. He's trying to push the top T1 as well. But again, you know, what can Jens do other than just get a little bit of space?
I think at this point they need the farm to go into the other members as well, right? Oh, they're gonna dive in. Arashi, he sees the opening, he tries to get it, but the Destructive Deluge is gonna stop him in his path, and now he's out of position. Arashi will survive. Powerful passing laid down at the same time. Maybe this is the opening? No, not gonna be it. Rilva gonna limp away as Faye looking for some damage, gonna be stopped by the Cannon Blast. This is a good recovery, but it is still pain in store from the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, Nongshim just kind of coming out on top in that one. I mean, nobody had died, but they pushed it out, right? You're forcing it back, and now SCARZ right now have to go back to their base to recharge, reload, and to get themselves back in the lane. But the Vanguards are pushing, so something to take note of as we move in to the 8-minute mark.
And there's no, there's no debuff, right? There's no Primal Bond, which means Nongshim RedForce, they could potentially just rush down this Tyrant. It's not even a Shadow Tyrant at this point, just a Tyrant.
Yeah, it's just a baby Tyrant. Who wants that? I mean, let's just wait till 10. No, I'm just kidding. But it's 8 minutes in. You might as well take it at this point. But, you know, Rilver and, of course, Arashi just pushing the bottom lane. That T1 is looking to go down. So they're looking to take that and capitalize it, maybe turn it into a Tyrant here.
Yep, and I think Nongshim is kind of laying down the traps here. And it looks like Haku, he's not going to be patient. He wants to set the fight right now. And looks like they will answer the invitation. Arashi laying down a couple of damages and cuts onto the likes of Faye, dropping him down a slightly more than half his health.
Yeah, And also, the Vanguard had been taken out by the creeps in the top lane, but Arashi making a beeline for it. The Tyrant looks like it's going to be given up. Arashi had no smite, so really no chance here.
Yeah, they're perfectly fine to give it away, right? The Primal Bond is for 85 seconds per se, which means there is a 20-second window before the Shadow Overlord is going to be able to be taken easily from the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, Arashi enforcing his will onto Kyung, pushing him back, setting it up for that, the Shadow Overlord that's going to be happening in about 45 seconds. But look at this, a bit of a, the XP goal, or XP line.
Oh no, bad decision here. Rilva might be gone. It is going to be a kill. And right now, that exposes the T2 on the bot. In the meantime, they fail on that attempt onto Kyung's life. And this is the base being threatened on the side of SCARZ. Can they make the stop? It's not going to be looking too good. Ochik unable. 1 against 4. They're going to try and send Juns down. Not going to have any effect whatsoever. And Arashi, he's hiding in the bush. But who can he actually catch? He has to make it out safely at this point.
Yeah, bottom T3, that was a huge one for them. And it looks like they're going to look to take the T2 mid as well. And it looks like Kyung going in.
Yep, they're going to try and go in. The combination's laid down. Blade Storm committed as well. And it's all just buying time, right? Because once again, Haku, they don't care about the Primal Bond. It's just 13 seconds left. They're going to start working on it. And Siri, look at the damage.
Yeah, they're starting to do some damage, but they do end up taking the Tyrant, which is a huge win.
Oh, it's a whole low health on Arashi. He is going to use the Blood Rage to try and get out. At the same time, it's a Rampage coming in from the Haku. They dive in, they get what they came for, they get out. Hyung does have to sacrifice his life, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. They don't care. They have the advantage in the lanes as well. Faye in the middle of 3, gets stunned up. Maybe this is a return kill. It will be going into the hands of Rilva, but nothing too painful that Nongshim can't deal with.
Faye, what was that? Why did he go in? That was a little confusing by me, by him. It was just, he went in 1 versus 3. There was really no one following him up. Now they're going to be down members as they take on this Overlord.
It was his fate. And unless they can do something to change it, it will be imperiled state at this point, cancelled out, outlasted, and this is going to be a kill onto Arashi. Now Arashi in a horrible position because now they don't have enough health to be able to deal with this. Wraparound comes in, and that's going to be Siri. He takes a kill. No one else is falling low, and once again a double kill as Nongshim RedForce take the game by storm. They take out 4. ASD left to his own devices.
I'm sorry, I have to call that one out, but Zhen's actually infinite vastness into the Overlord pit, but the Overlord did so much damage in terms of control, and then it was so easy for Siri to just wheel away and just pick him off, and it was all because of the setup by the Overlord. That was crazy.
Yeah, and at this point, what's even crazier is the last stand. They had some glimpses of success, but it's all going to be burnt out and muffled at this point. Nongshim RedForce stepping into the base on the side of SCARZ. They have so much damage to offer, they will not overcommit at this point.
Yeah, Arashi's down for about 20 seconds, and Oceaneer just kind of covering their retreat right here, but Nongshim now just backing off, realizing that, hey, we don't need to force this one, we can extend the game because we have such a huge lead. We know what to do, and Faye even just trying to take some of those boars on his way out. Oof.
Yeah, you know what? Nongshim really offers us a lot of life lessons, right? One of the things we have to learn is the art of restraint. And if they had overcommitted down there, I think SCARZ would have had the perfect opportunity to kind of turn the game around. But this time, Nongshim says, we learned from our mistakes in game 1. We will not allow it to happen one-on-one. Kyung going up against Rilva. It looks like there is not enough damage that this Byron can offer. Kyung, oh, hang on, there's a potential turnaround, and here we go. Force field suppression committed as well. No kills from the Clash laner bout, but at this point, it's Haku. He's chasing in, does not get the swipe.
Yeah, the Clash laner is having a giant pillow fight in the end. I mean, Rilver, I thought, had a potential to kill him. He kind of let Kyung go, but he had the mobility, so not really much out of that one, especially since Rilver did commit the force field suppression. But it was one of those things where, again, Clash laners going at it. You do want to see that, the one-on-one, but it's going to be pretty important to just stay alive at this stage.
Now, this is the potential turnaround, right? So Shadow Overlord in the hands of Arashi at this point. He wants to open this up. At the same time, here comes the stun. Can they buy enough time for Arashi? The steal come in though. Target sighted onto him. They will get the steal, and this is a huge turnaround. Right now, Nongshim RedForce, they see the opening. Can they get the catch? Here comes the Mayan as well. A huge kick
by Kyung as they lay the pain down. And right now, Think Inside the Box is going to be cancelled out slowly as Haku is just tanking it up. God-like for the side of Nongshim RedForce, and they're not done just yet. Real Vengeance, what can they do? Too much damage, too much pain. It's going to be Realva taken out. The dragon form is going to take place, but he's going to do nothing as Nongshim RedForce, they force their way through and they end the day with a win.
Very clean game, I would say, by Nongshim RedForce, being able to close that one out. Again, Haku on that Ogryn, an absolute monster. And in that one Overlord fight, Arashi had just been controlled just enough where he wasn't able to get the smite kill. And unfortunately, he did go down. After that, it was pretty much all she wrote. Nongshim RedForce went straight down mid, ended the game. That's what you wanted to have seen from Nongshim RedForce at that point.
Yep, so a little bit shaky at the start, but this time they get the job done. Nongshim RedForce, they close the game out. They close the series out with a 2-1 scoreline against SCARZ. Pretty impressive performance thus far. There was some, punches biting back from the side of SCARZ, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, just not enough. And I mean, Nongshim RedForce, it's going to be great for them. That's going to be a big win, a big confidence booster for them. Unfortunately, they're going to be the bridesmaid and not the bride in this case, as they pull off that victory in that third game here.
Yep, I love this Fang pick from Siri, making a lot of quick work, or light work actually, of whatever that was thrown his way, right? The Crimson Reaper, going with the Axe of Torment, Eternity Blade, Blood Reaper as well. A lot of sustain, but more importantly, a lot of burst. So it was just too much pain for the side of SCARZ to deal with.
Yeah, way too much. I mean, Haku, look at this. 7, 0, and 5. Siri on the Fang, 3, 1, 10. Illusion 2, 0, 11. This is like a highlight reel for everyone. Kyung being 3, 2, 5, kind of pedestrian if you ask me, compared to the rest of the team. But look at this damage dealt, man. Haku, 88,000, highest on the team.
Yep, and closely follow up by Illusion as well, 86,000, and the damage bank for him on the hero damage as well. And this was a more consistent growth from the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah. A couple dips here and there. SCARZ was kind of taking it to them. There was a potential for this, and we'll see it in the highlights here. But SCARZ had a chance, especially early, but then they turned it on. It was the Haku show. It was Ogryn just like fighting 1 versus 3, not caring how many SCARZ members there were.
Exactly, and this is what happens when you have a Fang and an Ogryn at the same time, right? If you can't deal with Haku, you definitely can't deal with Siri because there's no time for you to make that catch.
Yeah. And this is the part where he gets, Zenz actually got knocked up by the Overlord, and then Siri comes in, wheels away, and gets the pick off, and now Rilver gets kited as well, and just sometimes are not really fortunate. You probably should have gotten out of there with that infinite vastness by Zenz.
Yeah, you know what? The draft made a little bit more sense on the side of Nongshim RedForce, but it was an opportunity for SCARZ to kind of turn the game around. They didn't manage to hit that mark.
Yeah, not able to hit it, unfortunately for them. But again, they struck back. I thought the game 2 was good for them. Obviously, they probably wanted to have won this series here, but unfortunately not able to do it. But the MVP, none other than, of course, Haku, 705, an absolute monster.
Yep, the man, the myth, the legend, 88,000 in the damage bank here. KDA 705, essentially looks like a sniper, right? He was sniping people left, right, and center, and he was responsible for the growth of the team, allowing Siri just that freedom as a farm, which we all farm laners love. Now, this is going to conclude our day here. And with that being said, it is going to be Fearless Esports who qualify through in this Pacific's play-in.
Yeah, and Nongshim RedForce going to be the second place, going to be the bridesmaid, not the bride. I'm going to have some Shin Ramen in their honor, pour out that soup in their name. Big ups for them. They had a great chance. They actually stuck it to Fearless Esports, Fearless Esports on that one, and they had a great series in that, but unfortunately, the road will end here for them.
Yep. Now, with that, Fearless Esports, twice the champions from the Pacific Finals all into the Pacific play-ins. They will take up the slot for the Pacific region as we head into the Honor of Kings Championships 2024.
Congratulations to Fearless Esports. Man, this is going to be a team to be reckoned with. I think that we saw a lot of growth. Their play style is just on point. This is exactly what we want to see coming in out of the Pacific and being that representative.
Oh, for sure. Now, there are some gaps Fearless Esports have to fill, but they have about a month or so to do. We've seen the amount of growth teams can have in a space of 3 to 4 weeks. Let's see. I want to be ready for a brand new Fearless Esports in the Honor of Kings Championship.
Yeah, and only if they get better and better. I mean, that's the whole growth, right? Are they able to compete with some of the top dogs in the region or in the international scene? We're going to have to find out, and that's going to be super exciting coming in October with that Honor of Kings Championship.
Yeah, that's right. So many teams curious for me, right? Can they win Boom? Can they win Team Secret? Can they win Black Shrew Esports? These questions will be answered, of course, in the championships. But that will be all for today. This has been the day of Pacific's play-in. Now, we will be going into the Americas region play-in tomorrow, and Blam will be taking over my spot. So holla, I will see you guys and the audience on the EMEA play-ins.